Hello guys, and welcome back to our Next.js crash course. In this episode, we are going to build a comprehensive web application using Next.js packed with the essential features for modern web application. The course is designed to cover both front-end and back-end development while working with a key technology like MongoDB, Material UI, and the Next.js. So this is actually the project we are going to build from scratch. So we are going to build all this from scratch, project, features, all of that. About which we are going to integrate this content are dynamic with the image. All of this are managed from admin side. Yeah? So we are going to include much features in this project, in this final project. Manage messages. So these messages are actually a dynamic. If we go to here, for example, these are dynamic content. So once user or visitor send message through the contact form, which can you see here the contact form, this one, I'll send the message. Let's try to send contact, new contact from the app Next.js, and then once you send this message, so we're actually going to send the message. So just automatically will send email to, we are using email trapper for development. So once you deploy to our production, you can actually change your credential to production one. But you can see now actually we are sending the message. So once the message is sent successfully, you will be able to see here the message here. Also admin can see the message here. So let's check for the status. The message is sent successfully, and the message is sent is here actually. So this means that admin will receive the email from inbox, and then here you can actually reload. Try to reload. You see now that message is here. So we are going to implement the messages resume. Can add more resume, and others users, so you can download, can view all users, visitors to your application. Users, just actually loading. Admin. So here is an example of protected middleware. So this actually protected. You can the user or user admin, an admin from your application can see some the content or some data only with some certain privilege. So about us is here. This is actually dynamic content, so you can edit about us, and this will actually be updated here. So we have about us post. You can also manage all posts from here. So I want to show you. Right. So for post, okay, if the current user has a privilege, if the user got a privilege for to create posts, so you actually will see this add post button, and then user can actually create a new post, add image, select image, add posts, add content. So once you select the image, this will actually send the image, this content to our upload image to our back end. So you can also use URL. So if I post a YouTube URL here, this will actually load YouTube, but you must select video so that you can actually add this, load this content. So this actually load YouTube content, because we are using rich text editor. So you can add much field here. We have we can add category, select tags, all of that. Another thing also I want to show you, is that This is the post. So we are going. If you go to resume, the visitor can actually download your resume as a PDF. So we are going to include all these features. Download resume as PDF. So if user click download, can actually download this as a PDF, and then also open this. This is actually resumes here. So if you can close the project. So for project, they're just showing the project here. You can edit the project or delete it. Depend here, edit project or delete it. All of that here. But back to here is the list of project. So just to show you list of project, but you can so load more on scroll. So we also integrate all features that like load more on scroll, all of that. So we are going to cover so much features. So make sure to hit the subscribe button and then also to like the video. So we are going to integrate so much features in this final episode. To get started, if you don't have the application, you can actually go to my GitHub repository where you download the startup project. So I will leave you the link in the description of this video. So what we can do is just copy, can clone or download the project and then install the package. So once you download this, so this project already include authentication, material UI integration, MongoDB connection, all of that. So we will just need to enter your credentials for MongoDB, even also for emails, all of that. All right. So in this case, what I want to do is I want to copy. I just want to clone, and then I'll go to my desktop. I can create a new folder here. If you have a project ready, you watch a previous video and we have a project, so we are just going to the next step. You can just go to the next step. So we're just going to create a new folder called Next.js apps, and then I can now open this in open this with the VS Code because I want to clone the apps in here. So what I can do is to open, let me just expand this one. So I want to clone the project in here. I can do git clone, and then I paste the link here, and then I'm just going to do right. So remember, this is the link you copied from here. So you copy this link and then you paste it here. You paste the link here. Then just press enter. So this will clone the project in our local folder here. Right. So if you do ls, now you can see the project is there. The project is there. Okay, so if I want to navigate to this project, I can do cd. I can copy it. Just highlight the project, the folder you want to copy, and then do Control plus C, or Command plus C. So this will copy the project, and then now you can navigate to inside that folder. Once inside, you can type code space and then dot. So to open now the project in a new window. So once it's open, you can open like that, or you can also proceed with the rename the folder. If you go back to, I'm sure that if you go back to our window, our desktop, the project is there. So you can rename if you want, or you can just keep it. You can just keep the name as it is. So you can open with VS Code actually, and then I want to close the main folder, the main window, and then close this one. All right, so now our project is here. So once you get this, once you open here, if you go to packages, you see that package.json, you see that we got so much here to install. So you can see we don't have we are missing some folders, we are missing a folder here or some folders here. .next, which is a build, and then also a node, and then also we are missing some important file, which is local env.env.local. So first of all, let's go and install the missing package. Let's run npm I send for installer, and then we want to do dash dash save dash dash saves dash dev. So this will install the dependencies, development dependencies, and but we also want to do dash dash legacy, and then dash pr and dash depths. All right, and then press enter. So this one, because of some this is because of material UI. The material UI does not support the latest version of React. All right, so this is going to take a while to install all the packages, and then so okay, I'm going to take a break, and I'll see you once the installation has completed successfully. All right, so the installation was completed, so successfully. Can see the package and installed packages, and so what I want to do, I have another command here, so we need to install some more packages. I need to install more packages. So I want to do also npm install dash dash save to install the dev dependencies, and then also to resolve also the version issues. And then we want to install sweeper Next.js, but Next.js we don't need it. We don't need this one. Let's just do, so we need to remove Next.js. We don't need Next.js. So we need to install sweeper dumpify highlight.js and slack file, and then UID and Zod, the formidable HTML to canvas PDF. So this one is actually, we have already installed this one, so we don't need that one for now because it's already included. And then icons also already included, so you can remove material UI icons. We can also still install it again if you find that doesn't exist in there. Okay, so with the React Toastify and the det functions, det fns. So I'm just going to install this one. Let's see. So this will take a while. Because it's got a couple of dependencies here. So I'll see you once the installation has completed successfully. All right, so the installation was completed successfully, so we got no error. All right, so what I want to do next is we want to create our .env.local, and then I just have some variables here, environment variable here, which I want to paste in here. So we got some environment variables. So we got MongoDB URI, and then also next public. So if you watch our previous video, you can see that this one included already. So you just have to follow along with the previous video. So here we are just going to connect. This is our app name. App name. This here is our MongoDB, and then base URL, node inf or environment. So it currently is a development, and then and the JSON web token and the next auth secret. So this is what we have. That's it. This is the whole thing we have. Okay. So next we need now to test we can now go ahead and test the connection. And so if you don't have MongoDB, so make sure to watch the previous video, the video where we are connecting our MongoDB. So you can actually go ahead and watch that. So this can help you to connect your MongoDB, because MongoDB is required in this project. MongoDB Atlas. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and test our project. All right, so what we can do, can go back to, can open the terminal and then run npm run dev. So you want to check if you have any error, but we also want to open in the browser. So I can close this. All right, so our application is here successfully. So we have our application running. You can also try to sign up, all of that. But before that, we have a couple of things we need to fix. So we have to make some modification. Application is currently running. So we have to make some modification in our back end. So we have to start with the models. So you have to modify models, because if you see the downloaded application, the application will clone from the GitHub. So we already included much of the stuff here. So another thing, that some few things we just need to do is correct models. So we need to add some models. We need to update this one. We need to update this, and then also we need to create some files. So that is actually our development, the entire development. Okay, so we need to create some file, update the models. All right. Okay, so this one is actually, we currently have a session. I can log out. Try to log out, and then we'll be able to start again. So once you download that application from the GitHub, we already include most of these things. This is so we have our original application running port 3000 in the port 3000. So our current application is actually running in the port 3001. Application is running in port 3001. So our original application, this is the application which we want to clone. So this one is running in the port 3000. You can see here port 3000, and this one running port 3001. So if I try to reload this one, so we get this. If you now try, so we also got some things to correct, a few things to correct from our back end. So we need to make a lot of modification make some modification for our models, database models, all of that. All right, so now this one is redirecting you. This will redirect you back to the login, because you don't have session. You can see this 3001. So you can go to the login. We just want to test everything, to see that we have the login. The restart password, sign up, all of that exists already. So we don't need to do anything about authentication or integrating Mongo material UI. All right, let's get started. All right, so for starting, we need to go to our API. So once you download, you go to this folder API, and then you find there is a models. We need to add some models. If we go to, we need to add some model first one. We need to add about, and then comment, messages and project, all of that. We need to add all of that, and then posts. So we got posts, but we are missing some more. First of all, let's make some modification in this one. We need to add another field here. in this interface, call another field call. Let's set here admin. So for admin, we can actually give it, let's say admin is going to be a string. We can say admin is equal to a string, but we can create a tab. Since we are using TypeScript, you can do type, say role is equal to, and then we define here. So we have admin. We'll have admin. We can also add. We can add more admin, admin or user. Let's say developer. You can add the different role you want. So I'm just giving an example of what we can add here: developer or viewer, some stuff like that. Viewer, and then also, for example, full admin, editor or full admin. So this one could be, you can add full admin. So in here, so from the interface, we can now pass admin, can now pass role, can pass role here. Yeah, pass like that. So if the role can match any of this one here, user, we don't need user, can remove user. Actually, just keep developer, viewer, editor, and we don't need auth. But instead of auth, you can actually use client. So you can close this one, the sidebar. Okay, so that's it for the interface, user interface. So if down here, we can now add role here. You can add role maybe just after here. You can add the role, but here instead of admin, we could have actually used the role. That makes sense. So here I can use role. So for role, we can set default role is required is equal to first role, and then a name, we want to set now a name to this. So a name is going to be full admin, developer, all of that. Okay, what next? But you can also specify the default. Default is just equal to user. So default is equal to client. So if anyone registered to application, by default is client. This could be just a user, but let's just set to client. What next? We need to do this. So this is it for this one. We don't need to touch any of this. These are actually good. But you can add a function to update the role. We will do that later. For now, we can close this and then add another model about, say, about.ts. So we can use JavaScript or TypeScript, so it doesn't matter. Let's just go with the TypeScript. Right, so for this one, if you see, we actually want to do the same thing, but since we have a couple of them, I can create one model and then just duplicate them to change some fields. So we can have we can import mongoose, and then, but we want to import mongoose, also import schema and document. So you could have also just copy the whole thing from here. Can copy everything from here, but for now, let's just go this one. Right, so um this is going to be about interface. So what we're going to have in here, so we're going to export, so we'll have title. um we'll have title, but we don't need title for about us. We don't need title actually, but we can have slide. We can add slide. Since about us is going to be static, we can add slug, or we just remove slug, so to make it simple. So content, and then we have created art, but we also need to add uh, feature image, which is equal to shrink. Can add updated up. We don't need that for now. Right. Next, about schema. So this is the schema I'm going to have. Um, for schema, we're just going to have content, and then feature, image, and then created that. So finally, we are going to export. We're just going to export our model. So we can duplicate this. You can just copy the content because it's going to be the same thing. Yeah? Exporting, we are exporting the interface here, and then also this one. This is correct. So we want to create another, which is we want to create another model, which is going to be let's start with first of all project.ts. Okay, for project we can actually post the same content in here, the same code in here. So we need to change few things. We're importing the same thing, but concerning the project, so we need to change this about interface. I can do control plus shift plus L, edit all of it. So I want to change it to project. The interface going to project, and then otherwise about. So we want to change that to project. And to change that project, so we just have to make sure that it's actually correct. So we have a project schema, which we export a project schema, and then we also have here the models, all of that. Right, so now we need to work on the field. Which one do you require here for the field? We can work on title, project title. So we need title, content is equal to shrink. We have category, and then we have tags, which is equal to be tags is equal to shrink, but it's array, and then also auth, which is actually object ID, and then slug. So we can add a key here. Say is a feature. Is a feature. This is boolean. What next? And then we can also add status, which is equal to be is equal to boolean. Status is equal to shrink. That's shrink. Well, what do you require here again? So you have title, content, category, tags, auth, is feature, status, slug. So we can add, if you want, you can add updated at. So let's go to that. So now we can change this one. Now what you need to do, you need to change. We need to add more some of the stuff here. We need to add title. So AI can help us speed up. So title, content, and then we will have category, string, and then tags, and auth, and and there is feature, status, Slack. We need to add Slack, unique. So now we are, the Slack is unique, yeah. So somewhere we will update to use material to use UUID, and then also add updated that. So that's it. You can save that, or you can just save that. Default status. You can also define the status. If you want default, you can set to default. You set to draft, or you can just set default to public. It doesn't matter. We can work on that later. So you can also copy this one. What next? What another model you need? We can create a message. We can actually copy this. It's a bit shorter. So you can create message. So I need to create also message. What can I create here? We need messages. Message.ts. Okay, I'm just going to paste this one here. The same content. So I want to change about to message. Message model, then message schema. All right, so for message, message, we need created data, but we need sender. Sender is actually a string, and then message is also a string, and then email. This is the sender email, which is also equal to a string. So now we can change this one. We can put sender, sender required to true, and then message required to true, email required to true, and created that. And then that dot now. The default is that dot now, and then we just export to this one. So this is it for message. What else you need to create? You need to create. We can check post to see what we have in the post. We can actually update the post. So to make things a bit quicker, we can copy this one we have, and then create post. Post, actually we have it. We have the post. Yes, we actually have the post. So I can need to update this one a little bit. We need to change few things here. The way we designed this one, so we don't need to, the way this model is, so we don't need to make everything from here. We don't need to make these functions from here. We can create a different folder or utils. We can use utils to add all the functionalities, all the grid functions, grid operations, create, update, delete, all of that. Create, so separate that in a different file. So for this one, I can just paste this one. I'll just overwrite the one was in there. So here I want to change this to everything project. I want to change to post. Right, so change this to post. Okay, post, that we don't need a status, but if you want, you can keep the status. We have pretty much the same thing. Yeah? We have title, content, category, tags, auth, Slack, created at. This is what we have. Content, title, content, category, tag, auth, Slack. Can you remove feature? Status, can I remove that? If you want to keep the status, you can keep it, but for now we can remove it. Slack, and then update it at. So we want to remove this one, and then also remove the status. So we are just going to have title, content, category, tags, auth, Slack, and created that, and then we export it. We export the posts. Right. Next, we're just creating some models here. What next we need to create? We have a project comment. All right, so we need the comment. The comment, you can copy this one and then create another file called comment.ts. Comment.ts, and then for comment, we want to change this to comment. Okay, sorry, comment with the change like this, comment. Yeah. So for comment, we don't need title, just need content, don't need category, tags, we need auth, we don't need Slack, we need created at, we don't need updated at. So just make it simple as that. Content, yes. Category, tags, nope. And then Slack, and then remove this one. So this is it for comment. You can save that. All right, so I can close this one. What else do you need? Looks like we have a problem in the about dot now. Okay, that's clear. That's clear. All right. What next? This is it. Okay. Let's verify if you have got everything here. Okay. So we need now to create the operation files. We need to create some. For example, where we can implement all the CRUD operation, create, update, delete, all of that. So we need to create a different file. We need to separate the files. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so next we need now to create a CRUD file. So a file where we can put all our functions to create, update, delete, all of that. So in here, first of all, let's start with the about. So you can add that. We want to add this in the utils. So I want to create a file called just about service. Sorry, lowercase about service. About service.ts. All right, so I want to show you an example how we are going to do it, because we need like 4 of them, a couple of them for all our models. So what I want to do is, first of all, import DB. We want to import our DB from DB, so we can make this easier doing import at app, and then where is the DB? DB is from the util, so this is the DB. This is our database. This is the database function, the function used for the database connection. So we import this one in here. And next, we also want to import about. So we want to import about the model, which the one we just created up there. So create the model about. So I get about. we can first of all, let's add some comment here. So say fetch about content from the database. Right, so okay, this one is correct. Right, to fetch it about content, we're just going to connect our database, call the connector. So the connect function is actually in here, so we don't need to go back to this one because we have already passed this this episode, so we don't want to get back to this, but this is the function we are calling. Right, so you call we call about a connect database, so this will connect our database, and then so we get now const about is equal to about dot found one. So we just found one, execute, and then we return about. So we can also just do it the same line, one line. So just remove this code here. That will be one line. Doesn't matter. Okay. Next, we also want to. Okay, since about just one page, so we want to do let's say update or create. So update or create, so this is just one function since about just one page. So if you make a request to about and doesn't exist, so we just create it. So what we do here is about.found one and update. So what we're trying to find one, if it exists we update it, if it doesn't exist so we just create it. But here so we have content, we need a couple of things to pass in here, a couple of variables we can pass in here. We can pass let's pass, all right, we pass content. First of all we have content, and then also we'll have content, and then feature feature image. So we have content and feature image. So what you can do is content is equal to string. Content is string, and then feature image is also string because it's just image URL. And then here, so for down here we can actually do promise. So what I like to do, I can actually try to I can do promise, promise, and then we pass about interface. Let's say about, and close that, and then just going to call the rest of the function. Okay, so for feature image, we also want to insert the feature image after call the connect. For feature image, so content will have content, and then we also have feature image here. So we call about, and we take the about, we pass the content, and then we pass also the feature image. So if it exists, we update. If it doesn't exist, so we just create new one. That's it, and then we return about. Let's see. I need to get it about here. So we need to, if we go back to our model, we need to fix this one. Say about, get the error here, about has no default exporter. So if you go to about here, we can actually change this one, export about. So you can also change this one. Can change it to export default. Export default. So so that means we don't need let's see, but since we don't have a default, we can actually change this to, we can pass this inside here. So export about interface and about model. So this is it for about. So we also have a couple of create function we can create. So we can also create, for example, first of all, let's create post. For post also we need to do the same thing. We can also create another function called post. Post lowercase post service. You can call post service or post grid. Yeah, whatever you need to call it, you can call it post grid or post service. So the job for this one is just to make this one. Let's just call it the post grid .ts. So we are basically going to repeat the same thing, but for post we are not going to do exactly the same thing. So what I want to do, I want to type for post. So the rest we can just copy and paste it because they are going to be the same thing. So we can save time by just copying and paste. Let me just do for post, and then the rest we will we can just copy and paste. Okay, for grid, you can do grid client. Just can make sense. Post grid client, let's say client grid. All right, so we can import the same thing here. We can import MongoDB. If you see here, so we need to import MongoDB as the same thing, MongoDB, and then so we also need to import posts, say post, and post interface. So since post does not have, we are getting that error, does not have a default, so we can just pass it in here. All right, so once you import that, we also want to import, first of all, let's just create get post. So we will have get post. We just do, we have get post, it's a single post, or get post, or let's say get post by Slack. Just get post by Slack, and then we will have get posts, so get all posts. If you want to get post by category, or get post, get post, get all posts, with the pagination. What else? So we don't worry, we will get back to that. So I'm just showing you, I'm just adding some comment here, but AI is auto completing. So first of all, let's go with the get post. Get post, we don't need to get post by Slack. We can just call get post, because we want to get post by Slack. But so we can just say get post, and then we pass the Slack. You can call it get post by Slack if you want. So get post, you can say get post and then default is equal to nil, but we don't want to do that. So get post, and then we want to pass the promise. So can do promise, and then we pass our post, we pass our interface. Okay, and then we want to connect. We call also the connector, MongoDB. We connect, and then we get our post, and then return the post. So we can also just return one line if you want. So secondly, get post by category, we also do the same thing. We can also do the promise, and then do promise, and then post as a, so we take post interface, so we make sure that we return an array of data. This is what we return here, posts. Secondly, we also want to get post with the comment, but for now, this get post by category, but we also want to do get posts. You can change this to make it a bit easier. Just called get posts. So this will get all posts. So we will have so in get post with pagination. So we have a page which is number, and then limit which is also number. Okay. This one you can call page size. Can call this page size. What I can do, actually this one was generated by AI, so let's try to do page size, and then is equal to number. So we can check if a comment is included there. Comment, or let's say include comment, so is equal to boolean. Include comment is equal to boolean. We also call the interface here automatically. We also call our interface here, you pass our post interface. Right. Okay, next we want to connect, but now let's try now to create now the page. Let's can do const skip is equal to page size. Skip is equal to page size minus 1 times page size. Skip is equal to page minus 1 times page size. And then what we can do next is equal, okay, post is equal to await, we get the posts, and we pass the skip, and then we pass the limit, which is now the limit, the page size, and then we execute. So in what we want to get, a couple of things we want to get in there. Before calling execute, we can also call dot populate. So can call populate is some stuff we need to get in there. First of all, we need to get the auth. We need to get the auth. So if you get the auth, we can include things, for example, username. If there is a username, we can get username. And then we also want to get, if there's no username, we can take name. Also want to get bio or biography. So if we can check, where is this one? If comments are included, first of all, if comments are included, check if the comment should be included there. So if comment are included, we can do promise all. So we take post dot map. So you map the post, we take the comment. So we take all the comment. But what we want to do is, so we can do map or for each. Let me do for each loop. We can do for each loop or map, but for now we don't want to call that. We can just do add comment for each post. So can do. All right, this is generated by AI. because we will need to create also get comment grid. So since we don't have that, we can just forget this for now. Just add comment. Forget this for now. We can just stop. We get back to this one. So if comment included, we will return a comment. We'll add comment to post. But for now, let's just return post, since we don't have that function because we need to create the comment. So if you also want, we could just create another function here. So the job for that one, another file. So the job for that one is to just do all the operation for comment. So create, delete, update, all of that. So I can do comment grid .ts. So let's also work on the comment grid. All right, for comment grid, we need to do the same thing. We need to import. We need to import the database. So import the database, and then we can also import comment. So import comment, and then comment interface and comment model. All right. So once you have this, we can do, as we do, for example, create comment. So for creating comment, let's add, because we have some parameters we need here. Create comment, create a new comment. So at param, what we need for param is comment data. And also we need comment data, and then also which is actually, we will use our interface here, so which you can call, this will be IP I interface comment, this one. So the data what make sure that it match this one. Secondly, so at return, so returns, will return promise, then promise, and return the comment interface here. So we can do export const, and then create comment. So it's equal to async. So we take the comment data, which we make sure that is equal to interface, and then promise all, a promise, and then we pass our interface. This one is actually the same thing there. So we could have just copy and paste here. Copy the post and paste here, so that you can just make some changes. But let's just go with this one. We connect to the data, and then connect to the database, and then create now the comment. We pass the data. So once you pass the data, we can now call save. So can do const saved comment is equal to comment.await, and then we call comment.save. So we return this one. This is the one we return. That's it. All right. Next, we can now do get comment by post ID. Get comment by post ID. So what we can do here is that param, you pass post ID, which is actually string. Post ID, which is actually string, and then at return now comment. So we need to return a list of comments. Return this one. So now this is supposed to be an array, and then we can just close this. That's the comment here. So what we want to do, we can do export get comment by post. You can say post by post ID or just post. Sorry. So we can do promise. We can do again comment promise, promise, and then we just pass comment interface, and then we pass array comment interface as array, and then we just connect again, get found. So found, we do comment dot found, and then we pass post ID. So we can pass post ID like this, or you can do post, and then we pass the post ID, execute. But you can also change some method here which we want. So we want to change, for example, sort by dot sort by. So sort by, we can pass created at -1, so that to create to get comment by created data. And then another thing we need to do, we can also do populate, because we want to get few stuff in there. Once we get the comment, we want to get the alt, we want to get the username, name. Sometimes the name is not there, so from the client or front end, we can check if there is no username and use the name, image, and then bio. So we can use biography, or if you don't want, we can let it go. Yeah. So this will be populate. That's correct. And then we'll just return the comment. That's it for get comment by ID, post ID. You can get by post ID or get comment by posts. Next, get a single comment. Get a single comment. So this is now how we can get a single comment. You can do get a single comment by ID. Okay, AI is smart enough to help us complete this. Okay, get comment by ID. Get comment by ID. Right, so we pass also ID as string, and then promise, and then connect, find the comment by ID, found by ID, and then we just populate username, and then the same thing, return comment. So we can also do update a comment by its ID. By its ID. So param is equal to comment. Comment ID is string, and then return. We also return a comment interface, or return nil. Okay, so for this one, what we can do is we can also do export. Update comment. AI is smart enough to help us. Let's see. All right, update comment by ID. So we can call update comment or just update comment. Update comment. So we pass the ID, which is equals to string, and then we pass the data. Param, we also need to pass the param. That's the ID, but also need to pass param, but return at returns promise comment ID or nil. Okay, so here we take the data, which is here. If it does exist, if it doesn't exist, so if you don't have, is nil. So here we just fund by ID and update. So you pass the ID and then you pass the data. Looks like we're getting an error. we are getting an error. So we need to remove the nil here to make sure that the data is required. Okay, so once let's correct something here first. The error is gone. Huh? Okay, all right, so we found one by ID and updater. So this is what we will do here. Once we found updater, we can also do find one. First of all, do a comment find one by ID. So we can do dot execute. You can execute. Right, so this is it. Next, next delete the comment. So we can do delete the comment by ID. Okay, so since AI is there to help speed up, so I'm just going to explain to you. Okay, so delete comment, we can do delete comment is equal to delete comment. We take the ID and then we return the promise. So we have to wait for the operation to complete. Delete comment, so we just comment dot found, we found one and delete. So you pass the ID, we just execute. So we're just going to execute that. That's it. But we can also do delete all in case of that you delete a post. So once you delete one post, you delete a post, so you must delete also all the comment associated with that post. So this one can be called delete all comments by post ID. So we pass the post ID as a string. So we don't need to return anything for this one. Just avoid even here I don't need to return anything. Just void, don't return anything. So for this one we could do return nil. We could return we don't return anything. Yeah, for this one we will get back to that one. Let's complete this one first. First of all, delete comments by post. So what we do here is, okay, we take the post ID, delete comments by post. So we take the post ID, which is string here, and then we just connect to our database. We found the comment dot delete many. So this is MongoDB built-in function. Comment dot delete many, and then you pass the post ID. If you go to comment here, comment, we are missing something in here in comment, so we need to correct it. In comment, you need to add post, which is the object as post. To post, so this post is required, right? So in a comment, we pass, we find the comment by post, and then we just delete it. So what you can do, you can just return this one. Remove that line and just return this. Can I remove this one? Return, but we don't need to return anything. We can just do await because the return is a void. So can just do await. That's it. Let's see the function either void or any. Promise, yes, you need to correct this one to void because we don't want to return anything. And then remove this one to void. This one was generated by AI, so we have to fix it a little bit. So this is for delete all. If we also go delete a single comment, we just execute. We just execute and we return nothing here. We can also return nothing. We don't want to return anything once the comment are deleted. Okay. So here is delete all comment by post, and can go back to create post, create comment. So for create comment, we also require post ID. That we forgot about that. But since when the data is actually coming with a, so once you are passing the data, so to make sure that you are passing the post ID in here, passing post, which is the object as post as object as an object ID. Sorry. All right. So this is it for comment. So some method here, some function get comments by post. So this is the one now we need to use in here. If you get back to our function, so once you do get comment, okay, once you do get post, include if the comment is included, by default is true. If the comment is included, we do once we get the posts, so we look through the posts. We do for loop, so we look through the posts. So we take now comment a post dot comment every post. So we add another key, another field which is now comments, and then dot await. So we don't want to do this here. We don't want to do this here, but we can do can correct this way. Since the comment are not attached there, we can do post comment. No. Post comment or post comment, whatever you want to call it. Comment is equal to await. So we wait for that function. So the function is equal to await a get comment, and then get comment by post. So the function doesn't exist. So I'm sure if I start typing it, if I start typing it, I will import it. So what I can do, here is, okay. All right. So what I can do, we want to import this one, and do app or like that, and then we get the function. So the function, if you see here, the function will require post ID. So we need to pass the post ID. Post ID. So post ID, we need to pass now this one, post dot ID. We can also convert it to string. So once we get the post, we get the comment. So we wait for the comment. Once we get it, now we assign the comment here. We're assigning now the comment here. Something to correct here. So you can do util. Okay, that's correct. So this is if you to get comment, but also a single post. Once you call single post must come with this comment. So we can do post. Once you have post, you can check if post is not equal to nil. If post, you can do add comment. Add comment. So we can also do is actually the same thing here. We can do comment is equal to get comment by post idea, the same thing here, and then we just attach the post, because every single post must come with its comment. It is comment. All right. So you understand that even this one too, once you get the post here, so we need to do the same thing. We also need to do the same thing there. Get post by categories. So once you get the post, you get the poster, so you can check if we can do things. For example, here we can add also comment. It's good to add comment. Category, get post by category. To return, so to return, we return posts, a promise, and then we as post. But also another param, we can also do add post comment included. So here we can add comment included if the comment is included. Like that. Okay, this is it. So we need now to, this is it for post and comment. So we need also to create, you can close this one. So we will get back to this one later once we go to our front end. Right now we are in the back end, so we are just working on create some functionalities, API functionality back end, setting up back end, all of that. All right. Next, let's create also to a function, another function which can use also to but first of all, we forgot another model, which is a contact or message. No, we have, do we have message? Let's check if we have message. Oh, we have message. We have message. So since we have message, let's create first of all message before creating now, before go to projects. Okay, form message, we can, this is going to be contact, going to be contact form. If you go to our original application, this is our original application. So this is going to be the contact form here. So once the user send the message here, so we need to store this in our database at the same time you send also the email. So to do, let's first of all create a contact service from our back end. Okay, let's go and do that. All right, so for contact service, we can create a file here within our utility. So I can close this one, but okay, I need to close all of this one. Go back to utils, create a file called contact service. We can call it contact service or contact grid, so that doesn't matter. We can call it a contact grid. Contact grid .ts. So because this file, the job is just to create, update, delete. All right. So for contact service, we need to do the same thing. We need to import this one, and then so we need to import database, and then also import. We need to import message, and also interface message or iMessage. Okay, so once we have that, first of all, let's add comment. So we need to do create new message in the database. So we take the param is actually our interface, and then we also need another param, which is equal to email. And then also need another param which is called sender, which is a string, and to return. So return promise, and then we return our interface. What's next? All right. So let's create export default. Okay, let's follow AI that way so that can speed up. Okay, export default. Export default. So we pass message, we take messenger and message, email, and then sender. This is the name, and then we will pass. Okay, here we pass our we use a promise, promise, and then connect to our database. New message is equal to new message is equal to a message dot, and then we pass message, we pass email, and then sender. We pass message, email, and then sender, and we call dot save. So it's saved message, and this is the one we return. So if you also want, you can put this in the one line, doesn't matter. So this is for creating a new message. But in here, I want to be clear a little bit that we only need create message and delete message. We don't need the update. Or create message, delete, and get message. So here, let's do get message. Get messages. So we don't want to do get message, a single message. We just want to get all message. Get message or get paginated. I can call get paginated message from the database. So for this one, we want to pass the page, which is a number, and then page size, which is also number, and then the interface. We return a promise, interface. All right. So get messages. Work on get messages. Okay. Get messages. All right. So what I need to do, I can create. Sometimes following the AI is a bit tricky. Export async. Export async. Export function async. But what I want to do is, so we want to pass. We want to pass all of this one. We want to pass these guys, and then say as now params. So the params are here, whatever params you are passing there. But we can actually do limit is equal. Let's set the default value limit. Let's say okay. Let me delete this one first. AI sometimes is tricky when you're following the AI content. It's a bit tricky. Generated data. So export async. So export async get messages. Get messages. Okay. Get messages. So is equal to function. Is equal to function. Let's do this way. Is equal to function. Sometimes following AI, letting the app auto the application Codenium generate the content also got much errors, so you must be careful once you are using it. Right. So what we want to pass here, we want to pass page. We want to pass some default value. Let's say page is equal to 10. We pass 10. and then page size also we pass to 10, but not page size. You can set actually offset, because are you using offset here? Okay, we want to pass offset. Since we don't have it, we need to change it to offset. Offset is equal to number. Offset is equal to 10. Let's say offset is equal to 10. And then we don't need limits, but I think we can remove page. Since we have here, we can remove page, just use limit. So up here, we can change this to offset. Just say it's equal to number. Okay. All right. So once you have this, you can connect. Connect, and then message is equal to we can connect. We do a message dot found, and then pass limit, sort by, limit, all of that. But before that, we need to add promise here. We need to add what the promise, and then we pass the message. We need to return an array of messages, and then we need to return an array of messages. But we can add this in curly brackets, and then return a couple of things, messages, and then return also total, because you need to return the numbers of what we have. So let's say, for example, total count is equal to numbers. Total count is equal to numbers. Since we have here, so we need to also do the same thing. You need to tell you need to do the same thing here, or return. So you need to do, just copy this and paste here. So this one need to return. So need to return messages as a message interface array, and then count this is equal to numbers, right? For messages, we do messages dot found, but we can also do sort by. A message dot found, we can do dot sort dot sort nope, dot sort, and then sort by created that there data. So that means get the latest message, latest message, right? And then we can do skip. We pass limit, we pass skip, and then execute. Finally, we'll return messages, but first we can do const count is equal to message dot message. We take the model dot count document, so to just count the total, and then we return. So to return now, we need to return message and then count. Save that. So this is what we need to return here. So need to return messages, variable here, and then count, which is here. All right. So next, get single message. We can do get single message. We can add get single message if you want, or we can just work on messages. I don't know. We can get message by ID, but let's just do delete message. Let's see delete message. Clear this one. This one was generated by AI. Delete a message from database. So we pass the ID message ID as a string, and then promise is void, so we don't return anything. So we do const delete message is equal to export the delete message, and then we just take the ID string promise, and then down here we just connect, but down here we do message dot found one by ID and delete. So we pass the ID. That's it. All right. So this is it for the message. What we do is we can actually go through a little bit up here, but we will also get back because this is just back end setup. We will need to test it from our front end. All right, let's go and add a project. Add also project create before starting our testing from our front end. Okay, so we need now to add project. So we also need to create a project grid. So project grid.ts. But we will need to update something in the post. But before that, let's work on the project first. This is actually the same thing. It's the same thing. I could have just pasted the content and explained to you. So we copy this one project. So we need this one. Sorry, it's supposed to copy database. The database, and then also need to import project and project interface, which is this one. All right. Okay, so let's add some comment here. Create a new project. Okay, to create a new project, so we need the project data, and then also we will return a promise, which is the interface. We return a promise. So we can do export const create a new project. So we pass the data promise, and we will return the data. Here we will return the promise. We return the promise project. But one thing we want to do here, we didn't do in we didn't do in a post, is we want to we want to use the UUID, so that we can add the link, the Slack. So we can import the UUID. Remember, we installed the UUID. Import, or you can call. No, we can import Slack file called Slackify from Slack. So once we have this one, we want to create a link, Slack for the project. So we will also use the same method for a post, so that we can get a unique Slack for every post. All right. So in here, we can do first of all. To ensure that do generate Slack, and ensure it is unique. So we can do if project.slack. If there is no title, the data we are passing, but because we want to get the title. So if there's no title, remember we have a title in the if you go to title is required. If you go to our project, so let me just show you what I mean. If you go to project, so we have title. So we want to use this title to generate a slug. So if you don't have title, we return an error. So now we can create a slug. So we can do a project data.slug. Project data.slug is equal to slug file. We take slug file and then we pass project title, project data title, and then to lowercase is equal to true. We can also pass strict. Say strict is equal to true to make sure that this is going to be unique. All right, so once we have that now, we can now return this one. So we can do, so we can also even do check if the project already exists. So we can pass exist project, we can pass project.fund1 the slug ID. So we return error. The project already exists. The project already exists. So we throw an error. Else we're just going to create a new project. A new project is equal to the project dot creator, and then we return the data. So we can do project just a second. Yeah, so we can just call project dot create, we save, and then we return the project. So this is for creating a project. We will check. We will come back to check if we have an error. For now, we just create the functions. Right. Next, get a project. So we can do get a project or update a project. Say update a project by its ID. So we pass the project ID and then project data. Slug, we can pass ID or pass slug, which is equal to string. String and then the data. Okay, so what we can do here, we will return nil, or for returns, we can return nil, or we return the data, project data, or we return nil if means that that project does not exist. All right, so we can try to follow AI to speed up. Let's see. Export function, and then we just pass the slug, we pass the data, and then promise pass the data. We pass the data, we connect to a database, and then find one and update. We do find one and update. We do find one and update. So once you update, you can now execute and then just return the project here. That's it for update. So we can always come back to check if we don't have if something went wrong. Get a project by slug. So this is actually AI is helping us speeding up. AI is helping us to speed up the development. All right, so get project by slug. Get project by slug or just get project. Can just call get project. Get project, so we will take slug, and then we just we can return. Here we can return project if we get it, or return nil. So this is what we do in here. So get project, we also need to return the auth for the project. We can return user. Can I return auth, username, name, and biography? What next? But if you want, you can wait for project const. We get the project and then we return it. We return the project, but we can also check if there's no project. If there's no project, and throw error if you want. So you can throw error, no project found, but we don't want to do that here. We will do that in our controller endpoint. Right, this is get single project, but we have get all project. Get all projects. Get all project with optional filters and pagination. With optional filter and pagination. Right, so we want to get at param the page, which is number, and then page size, which is also number, and then filter, which is a object. We need to pass also at filter, which is going to be an object. Okay, so what we can do is we can do export get projects. Let's see what AI has generated. Okay, get project. So we pass the param is number, page size, and then filter. So we'll return project. We'll return a promise with project array. We connect to our database. So we create skip. Skip is equal to page minus one, and then page minus one times size, page size. So project, so we do project dot found. So we pass the filter, and then skip, and then limit, which we pass the page size, and popular. So we get the auth, username, name, and then image and bio. So we return the project. But we can, what we can do also is we can clean up the filters to ensure they are only a certain defined values. So what I can do, close that one. We need to return this one, but we can do validate filter. We can validate the filters. So we can do const, say clean up the filter to ensure they are only contain the valid keys. Valid keys. So what you can do is const validate valid keys. Valid keys, a valid filter is equal to, we can do object dot entry, object, we can do object dot from entries, and then what we want to pass here, we can pass object entry dot filter, or you can do object entry dot filters. Let's remove this one, and then I can do dot filter. We take the key. We take the key. Okay, we can take the key and then take the value, the key here. So we have key and then value, but for now this could be optional, so can do underscore to make sure that this is optional. So we take the value, if is not equal to the value if is not equal to undefined. So if the value is not equal to undefined, okay, so what we do here is validate valid filters is equal to object dot from entries. So object dot entries, and then now we take the filters, which is a filters here, which is supposed to be this one. This one could be called filters. Change this to filters. Okay, filters, and then filters. Okay, filters. So we just filter the data. This is the actually supposed to be the key, but optional. Yeah, it's optional. It's empty. It could be nil. Let's see. It's supposed to be 2 underscore. Let's try 1 underscore. 1 underscore like that. Okay, so once you get now, we can now pass the filters down here. Let's see where you're passing the filters, but you can pass the valid filters here. We will get back to that to see if we have an error. You can check, we will check that later. We'll check that later. All right, so and then we're just going to return the object. Going to return project if you get the project. This for get project. So this is one we do filter. So I will show you how we get to endpoint to controller. But for now, we are just creating the methods, the functions can be used to make grid, uh, create, update, delete, all of that, get the data, all of that, fetch the data, all of that. So this one is we need also have update, but we need also delete a project by ID. So param is our project ID, and then to return void, so we don't need to return anything. Okay, so for this we can let's see, AI can generate anything. All right, so with AI has generated this one. So we just const delete project is equal to async. We will pass project ID and then promise. Return the promise, which is a void. That's it. So there's not much for delete project. Okay. What next? We can also do count project. Let's do count projects, the number of projects in the database. So return, which will be number, we return the numbers. So if you also want to really pass the thing, I think you can correct this one here. I don't like to see that error. You can pass key, but if you pass the key, it's still we're still not going to use it. If you want to ignore it, allow unused variable. That's correct. But I also want to get the same thing. We can use it down here. Okay, down here, what you want to do is count the project. So count the project. We can also do filter. For this one also, we can take get filter, and then we return counter. So we can take param here. We can say the param filter is object. Since filter is object, so we need to change this one. We need to change this to pass as curly bracket, so we pass number, and then also we pass, but you can just pass like that. Just leave number. For filters, we also need to pass filter. Don't need this. Instead, we need to pass filter. Sorry. For filter is equal to object. But return, actually need to return the numbers, not to return an object. So need to return the count, which is just an object. So for filter, actually, we need to filter. So if you pass the filter, we can pass filter as param. We can use it, but it's also optional. Okay. That's it. What else do you need to return? What else do you need to create in here? We have update. We have a count project, delete, get projects, and get project, single one, and update project, and create project. So I think this is enough for now. All right. So this is enough. What we have to do, right? So I think we are done here, but before going further, I want to show you that we can update something here. So just scroll a little bit. So where we are creating, we need to use this one. Let's just copy this one. Go to post, grid, get post. Not get post, but create post. Where is create post? Do we have create post in here? We don't have create post, so we need to add create post in here. We have get post, so we need to add create post. Right, so we need to add create post first. Okay, create posts. So for param, create post param, we have we can do post data, which is equal to post interface, which is supposed to be that one. Okay, so at return, we'll return promise and then a post. So we can do export create post, which will take this one. Or we return a promise, but we'll take promise. The param is a post data. So, but before creating the post, so we need to check. We need to do this operation. Remember, the data we copied from the other place. Let's post this one. All right, the data we copy this one. So you need to use this one here, the data here. So you can remove this one, and then I also need to import slug file. Okay, import slug file. So we take poster. We can change this because post title is required. So we take post title. If is post title is, if there's no post title, we return error. So post title is required, but we're not even supposed to do this one here because from our controller we'll handle all this one. So post title, we pass the slug, and then we just create the slug. We create a slug. We assign a new key or new folder, new field, which is a slug file. And then we pass. We create a new slug to assign here. Right. So once we create that, once you assign that, and then we just create a new post, and then save or return the post. Looks like we are missing a couple of things in here. Yes, we are missing. So we needed to add, let's say, update post. Update post by Slack. So remember, Slack is a kind of an ID here. Is very important. So param Slack, we pass the Slack. Actually, remove this one, which is shrink, and then second param, which is post data, and then make sure that is actually match the post interface. Okay. So once you have that, we can now export the function. We can now export the we can now export our function update post slug string update post. So we pass the slug, which is string, and then post ID. We can also that way is correct. That way is correct, but we can also do this way. Yeah, we can pass slug which is equal to shrink, and then post data which is equal to post data, and then pass this. Let's see, we could have actually copied this to type everything again. I think we could have just copied this one and the pass. Anyway, it's fine. We can go that way. Yeah. So make sure that you pass the slug, and then also the rest of the data. Slug and then data. Slug which you use as an ID. All right. So once we get, I don't think we needed to update the slug. So you don't need to update the slug. I don't know. You let me know in the comments if you want to update the slug, so you know what to do. You can copy the slug and then regenerate a new slug. So this depends. Right. As this is for update, but we can do. I can do delete post. Delete post by slug. Sorry. All right. So slug is a string. It's equal to string, and then to return, we just return promise and void. We don't return anything. Yeah. What are you returning up here? Up here we return post or return nil. So if you get post, we return it or return nil. Make sure it's the same thing up there. So delete post. Where's the delete? Okay, so let's do delete post. Okay, AI can help us generate this very quick. Okay, for delete post, so we just create a function delete post. We pass the slug promise, and then we return. Is a promise. We connect, get the found one, do post dot found one, and delete. So we pass the slug execute. So we don't return anything. Okay. Right. So this is it. What else? I don't know. So the rest we can first of all we can go to start now working on component. So what first component we want to work on first is integrate Guild.js, Guild text editor, Guild Guild.js, the text editor, so that we can create posts. Guys, so
Right.
once you come to okay from application. All right, so we need to start now with the first of all, we can at least edit some stuff here from our app header. If you go to our application, this one here, you see, this is showing my logo, actually the current logo. So the one you download from, the one you clone from GitHub, so doesn't include this logo. So once you download, you just make sure to come here and change your logo. So you to make sure that you place your logo in the public directory. So this my logo is actually SVD. You can use SVD or any other format. All right. So this is the logo. We just need to pass the size. So what I can do is I want to go to the home to the header because I want to do some few things in here. You can see here we are loading the app logo. So you need to load the app logo here, the one from the component. App logo, you pass the size, and then also you can change the name. So you can put your name. I can put, for example, SM software. Yeah, I can put SM software. So if I save that, this is supposed to change here. Just give it a second. Yes, it's there. You can also make sure that we can say that heading, or let's say heading. This is the one. So we can heading it in small. Let's say heading, but if it's a medium flex, let's say heading and if medium flex. So if you go to small screen, that one is not there anymore. All right. So you can see that you got the menu. So this menu is supposed to be toggle. If you go to our original application, this is our original application. You can see we can toggle the menu, show it, close all of that. So you need to do that. You need to do all of that, and then also you need to design this post template. So another thing I also want to point is that is so I've changed I changed this name. So the one you found there is blog. So try to change blog to post so that can at least match our API backend. So we don't need to have confusion at that point. All right. So this is it. So couple of things we need to do. First, we need to add session. We need to add session. This is our original application. We need to add a session. We need also to handle the path. You can see, for example, currently is a post. That's why you see here is active. If I go to contact, so this one will be the active part. So you need to handle all this one. See the active part, all of this. So ours, there's nothing actually for the moment. So I can go to application to handle that. Is a couple of things you need to do. First of all, so make sure to go to app header, to go to a header, component, and then header. So we need to add a few things in here. First of all, we need to import. We need to import use state. So we can have use state and then also use effect. We also need to import. Um, also need to import the use session from Next.js, React, and then import use router from Next navigation, and then also need to import use path, use import use uh, use router. We don't need to use router actually. We don't need to use router. Instead, we need to import use path name. For this one, we can import. Let's import logout icon logout icon from uh, from at material UI, material UI logout icon. What next we need to import? So these are a couple of things we need to do to import here. So once we import that, we can create so we need to create some variable here is mobile menu open, and then another one is const so data, so session data. So here we imported session, but we can also import the sign out. So sign out. Also need to import sign out. Okay, so here when you are defining, so we also need to define the status. Status. What else do you need here? You can also now get the path. So current path name is equal to use path. So get the current path name. What else? So we can use session. Add some comment here. Use effect to update the session. So what you can do is use effect. We don't pass anything there. We just want to update the session. So the session here to check the session. So we will get back to the session. If you want here, down here, we can scroll just a little bit here. So it's a couple of things we can do in there. If you check the original application, if there's no session, we show getting started. So if the session, if you have session or current user is logged in, or we will show a dashboard. So to handle that, we can do if session is equal to you can show this. You can show if it's equal to authenticated show dashboard or login. But that is the start. We want to check if the status is equal to loading. If it's equal to loading, so we want to show loading. Else we can show get start. And show this. Yeah, we can, if it's equal to loading, we show loading, but else we can show something else. We can check if session show dashboard, or if it's equal to authenticated, if we can show dashboard else get start. So we can show this one. So if you save that, got a couple errors. So if you save that, go back to application, imported use state, or you need to correct this. So you can use client, can add add use client there. Save that, and then you see that one get start. So if you click that, it will probably take you to, it will try to take you to the dashboard. So once you hit the dashboard, it will send you back, to login. So that is the magic behind that one. All right, this is it. But we can for the URL, for the path, we're just trying to send you to the dashboard. So it doesn't matter. Once you reach the dashboard, you redirect you back to the login. Okay, so this is for the session. But if you want for the path name, we can also use the path name. We can use the path. Just a second. Okay, for path, you can take the path here. If you try, you can console.log this. Just console.log even here, or even here, console.log path. It's a path name. Let's see. Go to log. We need to reload there so that those errors can go, but we just want to see what we have in here. So if you try to look the pad, this is the pad you are getting. It's actually nothing. So if you try to go to, now you see you cannot open the menu, the other menu. Right. So if you try to hit, for example, service, see up there is service. Now you can see you are getting the pad. So we need to change the color according to the pad. So what I can do, according to the pattern. So what I can do is copy this one. So if you come the about us, you can see that the about background is white, is a green, BG is green. So we can copy all this one. We can copy all this, remove this, and then just replace with curly bracket here, curly braces, and then pass that. Not pass the backfill like this one. So we want to so what I want to do, I can remove BG background color, or first of all I can pass $sign, $sign, oh sorry, okay, $sign, I can pass $sign, and then we want to check the path name. So if is equal to about, so you can put active class, but the active class, we don't want to use the active class. What we can do instead, if is equal to about, we can pass, for example, so we have shadow. We can pass shadow, shadow class. So it depends with which style you want to give. So let's say, for example, if is active, if is equal to about, so we can pass, take this background there, here, and then we just pass it in here, and then we pass also, we change also text. Say text to white. Yeah. So let's see first of all what you get in here. You can go to main screen. So here, if it's equal to background, we want to make sure that if it's equal to about, we want to make sure that we get a background here. So to do that, by default, there's no, it's just a mobile menu. Nope. Let's see, try to see if it's a mobile menu. It's not. We can put, let's remove color, text color for now. You know, we got two link here. We got two URL. Actually, just one URL, but we have two way you are calling it. This is the menu. So this the same menu. We set the URL, we change just the style to block or flex. so depending on the screen size. Right, so in here, if is equal to about, so we want to set the background to green and then text white. So let's try to go to about. So we looks like about page does not have anything, yeah? So we need to add that. So to get about page, about template, we want to see if you have about. This is about. There's nothing in about. That's why. So to handle that issue, we're gonna go to a page. Here we want to. So we want to use the menu. So I mean, I have to copy this one. Can copy this. What we want to what you are returning here. So we need to return. Let's return this one. Then close. But we also need to pass the header. Import the header. So I like to import that with at app component whatever. Done that. So we also need to get the footer. So if you want, you can pass this main component, main tag, but after main, so you can pass footer here. So for footer also, we can import the footer from footer. So if I save that, we're supposed to see change here. Let's see. All right, so now you are seeing that here. All right, so now this is about so what you can do is, if the path is about, we want to show if the path is about, what is the path here? Okay, if the path is about, so we want to show bd green, but what is the background color for all of this one? Where's the want to see the background color? bg transparent. Can I remove this one? Don't need this. And then text green. Okay, let's see. And now this is what we get. That doesn't look nice. Text white. Text white. But else you can pass bd white or bg to transparent. What is that so you can pass that transparent, else you can pass the transparent. But so this one, this means we need to pass some padding here so that you can get the size. But text color looks like it's not working. Another way you can do it. Okay, I'm trying to see why the text color is not showing. Since we have a text color here, we can overwrite this one. Text color. Oh, this is the text color. Sorry, I couldn't have. I cannot see that. It's just here. Right. So now the update. Oh, but you need at least some padding. So just add padding, and then add padding X to 4. So the active one will show you like this. So you can change padding X to 4. What else do you need to pass here? Or you can set padding to 4. Set padding to 4 or padding to 2. I'm trying to see why the padding is not showing. How many paddings you have in here? So can you reload? How many paddings you have in here? You have a block, and this one can set this to 3. What else? Okay, so what I can do, can copy this one for now. Copy this, and here can also can I replace this one. I can, let me see how many places need to change. So you can do Control F to see how many places. For example, here I need to change 4 places. So to speed up, what I can do, I can just replace with this one. Let's see. Did you replace? Up, got an issue, so I need to clear up that one. So I can do Control plus Shift plus L to clear that. Let's see. Up, we didn't do it properly, so we need to redo it again. I didn't do it properly. How many places do you need to change? So we need to change. Need to change here the whole block. So I can do Control plus Shift plus L, and I can try to clear everything, and then replace with the other one. This is perfect. So if I save that, but we need to change, for example, here, if the path is equal to post, and then here, if the path is equal to contact, and then if the path is equal to resume. There is another way you can just do it dynamically, but for now, let's go this way. If this path is equal to service, another one, if the path is equal to about, all right. So I can save that back, and can save that. So we need also to, but okay, save that and then try to reload now. Okay, can save that, but we looks like we need to update. We have about, and the path is equal to project. We also need to change this one project. And now try to see. Okay, let's go to block. Block does not exist. The last one, the path supposed to be post. Up supposed to be post. Okay, let's reload. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, try to go to block. So now this the active one. So we can play around, add some padding for the link. Can try to add padding. Let's try the last one. Okay, the last one. So this is you can actually add we can add padding or shadow I think we'll get back to this one. So we just have to actually complete the rest. Because we need to work on the mobile menu first. For mobile menu, okay, sorry, I'm going very fast. So copy this, the um, copy the is mobile menu, open. So we need to create a function here. Then create a callback. So once the user clean or click, once the user, we can create a toggle menu. AI Smart to help us. So toggle menu. So we set this menu. So if it's not active, you set it to active. But we can do something. For example, we can create a prev. Create a prev, and then if the prev is not equal to active, so now we can resolve the conflict. If we get a conflict, sometimes menu can stuck. So now we copy and scroll. I'm trying to go faster because we got much to work on. All right, so what we can do is we scroll faster, scroll down. Here, this is the button where we're supposed to use now to toggle the menu. So if you go to small screen here, so this is the button. We need to toggle the menu. So if I can add here on click, add a on click function, and then we call the toggle menu. We don't pass anything. On click. Okay, so what we can also do, expand area. Where's the expand area? Since I know there is expand area here, we have collapse the expand menu, expand area. Yes. So this is the expand area. For expand area, we can actually make sure that this is going to be dynamic. So we can pass curly braces. Then we pass is open menu. What else do you need here? So that's it. Okay, so another thing is this one, we have this two. We have this one. You can see this one is show. This one is block is actually showing, and this one is hiding. So we can handle this. We can do like you want to show this open menu. You want to show this one. Else, you want to show this one. So just cut this one and paste it inside here. So save that. I hope this is it. We don't have anything else to add in there. Just give it time to rebuild. I'll try to give it time to rebuild there. So now you can see that now when you are loading, we show thing here. So the menu is actually open. So you can see the current part is blocked. That's why it's showing here. And then this one here, but the button is not there. The button is not there, so you have to check it why the button is not there. It looks like we got an error with the button. We're supposed to check if it's not there. So here, expand, we can do true or false. True or false. So because the button is not showing, yes, now they got the button. Got the button, but the menu is not. The menu is still there. So we want to show this one. Oh, sorry, need to remove this class. Okay, now let's click Okay, but now this menu is not, we need now to hide in this one. If we click the button, so to handle that, I need to copy this, copy the use menu, scroll down a little bit, somewhere here, uh, somewhere here. So we need to find a way to show hiding or block, hiding or block. So this one here, we can show, we can add. What I can do actually is I can copy the whole thing. Copy the whole thing, and then I can replace with the curly braces like this. Okay, so now in here, uh, yeah, in here now you can show block of if it's active, show block or hiding. So if I save that, we just give it a second. Okay, now we see if the menu is active, we show the cross here, else we show the menu icon. Right, so that's it for the menu. Congratulations. So what next is we will come back to this. So I don't want to spend time. I hate stalling. I don't like to stall. Sorry. So I don't like to stall. Okay. What next? So for this icon, we want to use logout by we want to have a logout button. So for example here, if you click in here, I want to show you that logout button. Getting start is a bit slower. I don't know, Next.js compiling is a bit tricky. I think it take time to compile every time. Okay, let's just give it a second. This will redirect us back to the login. So the login, you can actually sign up. I want to try to sign up. This is our original application, and this is our development, the one we are currently developing. So I want to sign up. Copy this one, agree, and then sign up. So this will take us to login. So can log in. I want to change the email. So I want to show you the sign out button. So this is taking us to the dashboard, but I want to go to the home page. Give it time. Okay, this is the logout button. So we need to work on this logout button. We can also sign in to our current application, the one under development. Um, okay, so let's try to sign up. Agree, and then sign up. Okay, so this is taking us to the dashboard. So we don't have anything in the dashboard, but I want to go to home page. Right, so home page. Now we can now see the dashboard is here. The status is the same thing as this one, but we need to add this button. So to add that, I can go back to here. Where is the showing the dashboard? Right here. So I can add another button here. If I add another button, say sign out button. So we can do if session, we can show a button. Let's call let's see, trying to follow AI so that I don't need to type everything. What is missing here? Must have title. Data model. Can do a span and then class. Let's do a class screen reader only, SR only, SR only, and then it says sign out, sign out. So we need to fix this error, this warning message from here. Since we are using material UI, so this is helping us. This one is missing. Area attribution. What is it here? Let's try to. We will get back to that one later. So, but now if I go back to application, we have a button here, but I don't want to style. I don't want that style. Since you don't want the style, you can just remove the class, the whole thing. You don't need the class. That's the whole thing, and then we just have a button. So the class is not there. We just have a button, sign out. So if you click the button, so this will sign out. But this is supposed to redirect us back to. It's actually redirecting us to the other application. Doesn't matter. We will correct that from the .env file. All right, so that's it for the header. Now we need to work. We need to go to work on a post template or block template. So we need to go and work on this. Let's go and do that. All right, so to work on this one, we need to go back to our app. We can close this temporarily. We will get back to this. First of all, something I want to do here is we want to wrap this. We can remove this one. Remove in here. Make sure that this is outside of the box here. So if it's like that, so we also need to wrap this in app provider. App provider. Sorry, app provider. Like this. So we need to make sure that it's in this way. So if you go to our post, this is the post there. So need to do the same thing. Remove this out, and then also this one. Make sure that this one also is out there, and just cut everything. Wrap it to the app provider because we will use some free stuff from the app provider. So you don't need to wrap the whole app, the whole application, just some session, some template which we see that we can use app provider, material UI for some stuff. So can do app provider like this. So I pass this one. App provider was imported automatically. So if you see, is here. So if I save, this is the post. Remember, this is our post. I can remove this one. So get this one here. Okay, for testing, here is where you are fetching the poster. So for testing purpose, since we don't have any poster, so I linked to, I've tried to connect to the same database as this one, as this application. So you don't need to do that since you are following along with me. So I will try to stay in the line so that you can keep follow along with you. So this is just to help to fetch the data, fetch the post data. so that we can test for development. All right, so what we want to do here, we don't want to load that. We don't want to load this one. We want to work on the design first. So this one, we don't need it for now because it doesn't exist. I mean, yeah, the app is actually here. This is loading the post from here, so we are not using it for now. If you console.log the data console, or you can also view it from here. Let's see. You can see that from here. If you reload, you'll see that we are loading the data from. We are fetching the data. Yeah. So this is actually giving us error because of how we are loading the data. So we can ignore that for now. We just want to focus on the designing. So for the designing, if you go to our original application here, if you go to blog, you see that we have a kind of a design we are using. We could have also just get this type of template from Material UI. So I wanted to just play around with the Tailwind CSS so that you can see how you can implement it. Because in this course, you are trying to implement Tailwind CSS to play around with Tailwind CSS plus also Material UI. Okay, so so if you want to do this, first of all, we need to have sidebar. So we can do to have sidebar here. This is supposed to main. So we can wrap this in another component, in another div. We can actually remove this one. Just to replace text here, lorem. Let's say lorem. So just replace with the text. So we don't need that one on the middle. Okay, just text. Right. So what we want to have a sidebar left, and then also sidebar right. So for this one, for the sidebar left, we can do a side, and then this is the main content. So for sidebar, we can do a side tag. So we're just going to pass a side like this. Close the tag. I want to close the tag. So you can also pass lorem, and then also a side. Side tag, HTML tag, and then just pass. Pass lorem. So this will show everything. Just doesn't make that sense. So we need to correct. We need to work on the design. So we need to wrap this. You can wrap this and do div. So for this one, we'll have flex column, and then gap to 8. So now if you pass this one, this will show you something else different which is not expected. So to handle this, we need now to specify the side. First of all move this one, item center row start. You can do wide to full if it's small, and then flex one. Flex one. But if it's large, we can do wide. We can do wide to let's see, wide to 2. Let's see, to 2. Okay, like why to 63%? No, to 50%. You can use 50%. So the rest now 25, 25, 25. So now you can, if you take this one, you add class here. You can add class and then flex. This is supposed to be now the top one. The left one is supposed to be 25. So for 25 now you pass one here. That should be 25. You can do the same for the other side too. So 25 too. So this kind of template you can actually get it from Material UI. You can actually it's actually easy to use with the Material UI. But we don't need this one. Supposed to be flex column. Nope. Move column. Okay, so this is what we get. But we need now to, so if we go to small screen, we don't need to show this in small screen. What we want to do is we can add in this one, the left one. So if you go to this menu, we don't want to show that in the small screen unless you want to show it, but we don't want to show it. You can add in it. So you can show, you can say add in it, say adding, but medium. So you can start with this one, adding, and for medium or LD, for large screen, we can set to block. This is the one. So we want to show that one. Here too, we don't need to show that one. Can do the same thing to this one. We don't need to show the sidebars for the small screens. Okay, so we don't need to show all of it. We just need to show the content. Yeah, only that one. But if you go to if you try to expand the screen, you see that once you get the large screen, now you can now see this one. All right, so this is it for the body designing. The rest now, we need now to split or to create remove all of this from here to just different components. So we can create, let's say create for example, let's create for example left sidebar, left sidebar, and then we don't have that one, we will create it, and then right sidebar. Okay, so we can go to component here. If you want, you can just wrap this in another, create another folder here, say sidebars, and put here left sidebar, this one. Sorry, why is it again? And put left sidebar. Left sidebar dot tsx, and then also create right sidebar dot tsx. Okay, now we need to work on the content for both sidebars. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so for sidebar, let's start with the right sidebar. If you see, the right sidebar, this is actually just menu. So this one you can get from Flowbit. go to Flowbit and just search for sidebar. Sidebar. This one is actually for the dashboard menu, but we just prefer to use it here. So I can expand the code, and then I copy the sidebar from here. Just copy the sidebar up to here, and then it will take to our application. So I want to create a function and call left sidebar is equal to a function. So we don't get anything. We are not taking any proper. So we can export the function, export default. Okay. Right. So we can now just paste this in here. So since we have another sidebar, so we don't need to wrap this one in the sidebar. We can actually do like this. So just pass this. Okay, so you can remove this one. Can I remove this, or can I remove it from the other side? It doesn't matter. For now, let's fix all the errors. And then here, so we make sure to replace this with the link, with the material UI link, navigation link, or next link. So this will link this to the dashboard. Let's call dashboard. Yeah, and this one, I don't know which one is supposed to link. So this depends on whatever you want to link here. Doesn't matter which you want to link. So it's just the example of the design, how we can handle all this design. All right, so here let's link also to dashboard settings, something like that. And then link, we can link to dashboard, something like dashboard, and I can say, for example, tab is equal to inbox or messages. Doesn't matter. What else? Can also link this one to just users, so we don't have users. Tab, let's say for example users, and then here also you don't have product. You can link to dashboard products or just products, and we don't need the sign in, but you can use the sign in. For sign in, if you watch our previous video, you know what we are doing. We do auth and then do action. Action is equal to login. Yeah. What next? Sign up. We can get rid of this one. Sign up, and then upgrade to pro. You can also do link to dashboard settings. What next? Documentation. We can link to documentation doc. And what next? Component. We don't need that. You can get rid of this. What next? Help. We can create help. So just going to put slash doc document challenge logs, kind of, or docs, and then help center, link. So what is remaining here? I think this is it. If you save that, go back to application. Application is this one, so we're supposed to see that, but we want to see it until you go back to here and then try to get left sidebar. So we load that from the component here. So we can change this to app and then load it that way. So the right sidebar too, we can do the same thing. You can copy the same thing, but you don't want to do that for the right sidebar. We can just do const right sidebar, const right sidebar is equal to function, and then we can export it, export default. So if you do right sidebar is there. I can change this to the app. So save that. We can now get this one here. So for the right sidebar, we don't need much. We just need the tags. I can just paste this one there. We're having an issue. Right sidebar. Let's see. App component and the right sidebar off. Need to save that. Right. So this is what we have for left sidebar. We need to correct a little bit, so we can go back to our template. This is the template we have. So we need to correct. Let's see. Fix. We don't need fix. Top, left. We don't need all of this one. And size, all this. We don't need this one. Even this you don't need it because you are not using it. You are not using Flowbit integration. So for size, this is what we have in here. So you can actually change this. This is a side, but you can change this to div since we are already using another side there, a side there. So you can change this to div like this. So here now we can change this to a side, a side. Okay, so I want to show you something that if you see, this is the application, but first of all, if you see our original application, this original, the left side is actually sticky. You see it's sticky, it moves at some point and then it got sticky. It stops at some point. So to handle that, you can, let's see. So to handle that, we don't need this one. I don't know, but let's find out first. We don't want to fix a sidebar. We can do sticky, can add a sticky class and top. Let's say, for example, top to 3. Let's see, it will stop from where. Let's give time. That's supposed to stick, but for it to work, you need to have long content in here. You need to have content in here, so you can do lorem, for example, 300. So this will generate a long list of content So now it's now sticky. Okay, looks like this one is supposed to be bigger than both this one. Looks like they're the same size. I don't know. Let's find out. You can go to this is 50%. And this is 50%. Oh, try to remove this one. Flex one here and flex one from here. So remove this one, and now we have the size. Yes, now we can have the the middle one is bigger than the rest one. Okay, so okay guys, so now let's go and let's integrate the change this one, the footer, before working on the postcard and then the right sidebar. All right, thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed, make sure to hit that subscribe button and enable the notification. All right guys, also okay, for the right sidebar, I have some content here, so I'm just going to paste this one here. I don't want it to type it because it's a static content. So just import chip from a material UI. So import chip from material UI. If you just type chip, this will import from material UI, and then root use the router. We just get to router from next navigation. So we define this one. This we just define an array with this tags. Tags. So this is actually the tags we see. Right. Sorry. This is the tags you see on the right side. Yeah. So once we have this one, we trying to go to query, search query param. So we will define this. We don't have it for now. So we just push the new URL here when we click. So so we have sticky top 10. We can also change this one to top 10. We have sticky, and then with this, what we do is a recommended topics. Just a recommended topic. So we do flex. So you do flex and then flex wrapper, cap 2. So we do now a map. So we map through that recommended topic. This is the one. We map through, and then we use the element, the item. We wrap item with the element. So we pass this guy here. We pass the index and then the topic, and then on click, so we just call handle click, this one, which will just send us back to a new push the URL, the path will send us to query search or to search template. So this is it. And primary cursor pointer, and then we pass on the hover. That's it. And export, you see the same sidebar. So if you go back to application, now we get this one. So there's nothing complicated. So if I click, it will take us to a template doesn't exist. That query template does not exist unless you create it. You see, the query template doesn't exist. So unless you copy this, the search, you can close this one. I go to this is our app. This is our app. I can create another folder in here called search, and then for search I can create a template called page.tsx. So for template, what I can actually do is just copy the whole thing, everything from post. This is post. This is post. Copy everything from the post and then add it in here. Add this in here. Yeah, so the everything we are copying, we can so we are copying the poster, the template, but some of the things here we don't really need them. We will delete them for now. For now, you can just keep it. So we get rid of this. We can you can just type here search say search a result. Mm, search result. Move this one. So, for example, you can get the posts and then look through the posts and display them. So these are search results. So if you go here, we're having an error. So if you reload, the default export is not. Oh, let's see. Search a result. Okay, let's give it time to see. Give it time to reload. Okay, this is the search result. So that means once you hit here, so we send you to this page, and then we take the query, we take this key, the value, this is the key, and then the value, we take the value, we just send the query to the database to search for this. But for now, we are not going to do that. We want to work on something else. We will get back to this later. So you can go back to our post. This is the post. So this is the right sidebar, but now let's focus on the footer first. We need to clear the footer, and then we can work on a post card. So temporarily, I can close all of this one, so that we can focus on post. Can also close this one. This is so you can also add the template name. Add the template name. So this will help you. Can do, for example, app and about. So this will help you to know which current page you are. All right. So we want to look for footer. You can search for footer. So if you clone the app or you've been following this since beginning, you will find that we have the footer. We have the footer is already included. So we need to fix some few things in here for footer. We need to replace the anchor tag with the link, or this will throw an error on the feature. So link. So the link is actually next link. So for logo, we need to we can pass the name. So the name also, I wanted to tell you that the name, there's a way you can use the name dynamically, but let's focus on this one. We will work on that, loading the name dynamically. So you can also pass the link here. Make sure that the app logo is not wrapped in a link, another link here, because we have a link ready. It's ready on a link, the logo. So you can remove the image now, but you can also add app component and then footer to know where exactly we are, and then we can add app component, and then app logo. So with this one, let's see what we have, but we can, to keep the same design, we can wrap this in a div. We can do flex space x to 2, and then it times center. Okay, so if you save that, you want to see what you get, go back. This is what you get, but you must set the size let's say for example, this is equal to base. Let's say text base, and for large screen, text base for large screen, text to XL. Okay, so text is small. So for size, you can actually pass the size, for example, 50, if you like that to be bigger or you want it to be smaller. So now the app logo is here and the menu is here. So you can also fix uh, privacy. For example, let's fix some fitting, a couple of things here. So you can link to about, and then we also link to privacy, and a link to licensing, and then link. Make sure that the link start with the capital L, otherwise you'll get an error. And then link to contact. So for the bottom one, I'm going to add link to home or about. So I can also pass the name, the same software. Um, what was it there? Oh, so we can pass the same thing, same software. All right, reserve. That's it. So if you save that, wow, want to see what here. This is what we have. The, if I click here, this will take us back to the contact. Okay, this is the contact. We haven't worked on that. We will get back to that. And this can take us back to about. So you can also take a homework. You can do the same thing. You can use the path for the bottom if you want to do that. Okay, let's try to. This is loading, compiling the home page, the about page. Yes, it's compiling about page. So this one of the thing I don't know with the Next.js is a bit tricky. Compiling, it's compiling the about page. So this will may take time. Okay, this is about page. So about page, we don't have much there. We don't have anything. We will get back to that. But now we want to focus on the now. First of all, we want to work on a postcard. So we want to have a postcard like this one. This postcard, you can edit. User can edit, delete, share. Tags, show the tags. What else? Yeah. All right. So we want to work on the postcard. All right. Let's go and do that. All right. So to add a postcard, to create a postcard like this one, so is few things you need to consider. This postcard is it's got so much here. So it's actually displaying the HTML content. So, but first of all, what we can do to simplify this the design, we can first of all get a Flowbit card. Can go to Flowbit and then search for card. Tailwind CSS. So search for card. So here you can get a card, different cards. Let's get the one with image. You can get this one, which we can use here. So copy this. So we want to use this card here. So what you can do is get the card and go to this our application. We can go to here. Let's create another folder in here called posts. Oh, okay. You can call it post partials, or just post component and then post. So in here we can, let's create a component called post card for feed. So this card we use it for feed .tsx. So say app slash component slash post post and then post card. Okay, so for here, what you can do first, you can create postcard. We want to return that, so this will take a post there. But for now, we don't need to use the second. For now, we don't need just to take a props. You take props post, which we need a post there. You can use post IP, but what I want to do is first of all just focus on building. Another way also, you can import the post. So you can import the post interface. If you want, you can import the post interface. You can do import import post interface. So from at app util and then interface. Let's see. So I need to import it this way. So if it doesn't have let's see, doesn't have a default export. So that means we need to go to where is the poster in util and then types. Nope. We need to import from the post. Can we import it from the post? Let's see, because we want to use that interface here, so I don't need to create another one. Since we have an interface, you can use this interface here. You see this one, we got title, and then here we got title, content, category, tags, or to Slack, and whatever. But this will meant throw an error. So the best way to do, we can create a different one. You can go to types, where we have types. This is the types. So we can create a post. Can create post, can create about us. Sorry. But this will create it create a conflict. Okay, sorry. So we can do a client. I can do interface. Say client about client about, and then also can also create let's say post. So this was, we can also create export interface post, but this also could be client to avoid errors. Interface client post. So for this one, we'll have ID. We'll have ID, title. Why we don't want to do that in the post? Because the post does not have ID. The interface there does not have ID. There's some field that is not there. It does not have ID, and we also need auth. Auth. This is not actually a string, because we need to create auth here. Let me show you. We also need to create auth. So auth. So interface client. So this one will have ID, a name, image, which is a string, and bio, which is also string, username, username. So this is the one we can use. Sorry, I don't need that. Come on, come on. All right, you don't need that. So this one will actually use the author here. So you can also create comment. So this is the composition of the interface we are using for the client. So it's totally different from the one for model. That's why we need to create a different one for client. So you can create, let's create comment. Comment. So for comment, you can also do export interface. Export interface client. We have this blah blah blah, but we also have this the author. So this one include the ID. What else? This is the one we have in here. We don't need this one. Okay, we need much more. For example, project, all of that. We need a different one. We can also need, for example, messages. We can create a message. So message. So interface for message. So we can also export for message client. We have message sender, email created data. You can also have for project. So for project, you also will have the same thing. We'll have ID, string, title, content, created that category, tags, auth, which is the auth client, and then is features, so boolean, status, Slack, created that, all of that. Okay, what else do we need? I think this is enough for now. So back now, we want now to get the post client. So this is the one now we can use in this card here. So we need to use this in here. Pass this here. Okay. So we can fix this. Let's fix all errors, and then so change this with the link. For image, you can forget about this image now, because we will change. We will change this sooner. We will use HTML, QuillJS to show up all of these things. And what is this again? We don't need this one. Oh, sorry. This one is there. Is the club but never used. Okay, the card now we can export the card. Can export the card, but we have a couple of things here. We can do what I can do. For example, can do if not post to return. If there's no post to return, but we don't want to do that because it will return there's no posts. So what I can do, if there's no posts, we can just console.log no post. So to avoid that error, so I close this, and then we can also close this. So this is the post card. We will fix a couple of things in here. So this image, we don't have it. Just will throw an error because the image does not exist. You can also just go to like Pixabay. I don't know, Pixabay. Just copy a placeholder image, which can help you to just hold it there for styling. For style. Just copy any image. This one is not that bad. just copy the link, so I can replace this one here because I know that we're going to have a problem image. So this one you can forget about this one now because we are going to change everything here. But link, maybe you can add link about, and then also link here. Okay, so if you save that, you don't see anything because you need to now, you can close this. You need now to go to post. If you go back to close this one, go back to page, and then here is the post, and then this one, your posts. So here, instead of showing this one, we want to show posts. So I can just show post card, say post card for feed, post card for feed, and then she require post. No, require post, not posts, a single post. So a single post, you don't have it. This will trick an error. What you could do here, you can also set it in nullable. Another way is you can just remove this one for now, since we don't want to see the problem. Just for now, for testing, so we don't pass the post. Okay, we don't pass any post. Save that. You need to see that post in here. So we want to work on some functionalities for Quill. So integrate the Quill so that you can now start showing the data. Let's see first of all. Oh, we have issues in here. This one, we needed to change it. Now I change. I've changed everything at once. Stroke wide. That one is showing. I mean, clip rule. I don't know. Stroke wide. Okay. Try to save that. So we just want to pass the card here, but we have much you need to update. That one is coming from, let's see, get comment much. That is coming from one trying to see this image. You can actually just use IMG. Let's use IMG. You get the warning, doesn't matter. Okay, the card is there. You can set wide. Let's just set full. Wide is full. Supposed to be full. So now we can start now styling. We just give a little bit of style. This is the card, a little bit of style we can give. So much more we will do with the GUI. So we are not going to use this one. So what you can do is wrap this, let's say flex. Okay, let's do flex. Flex and what? First of all, just flex, but we can do item and justify and to set this one can come to the end here. Okay, we have much to do. So this was an example of the card. So if you see the original card, we have this the header, the menu. So this one you need to work on this. So Okay, this is an example I show you how to do, but what I want to do is actually I can paste the content here. So because I don't want to style everything here, so I can paste the a template to speed up so that we can move to the next next step, which is create the functionalities. Because we've got much functionalities than design. All right, let's take it. So I have a card. So what I can do, let me post this card here. I just paste the card here. So the card is here, but we require some functionalities to use. So this one we can change to, can do, change that to iClient, iClient posts. Well, that's the one we have links. So this, we need to create these functions. Menu options, we need to create a guild, allow tags. We need to create a couple of things of them. So for this one, if I save, it won't work because it requires all these functions. We need to create this function. But I want to just take a, we can take a look with you, because I don't want to type the whole thing, which can take much time. So import the same function, the same interface we created, and then we also import the format. So this one is just to format the date. So if we take that, scroll, this is just to format the data. Somewhere to format, sorry, to just format. We also have the what do you say? We have something I want to talk about here is menu options. Sorry, is menu option we don't have. So this also is got something to do with the HTML type. So HTML content styling using material Tailwind CSS. So we will talk about that. So we have this function is not there. So to fix that problem, we can go to, we were going coming back. I'm coming back to explain to you. But first of all, to fix this, we can create function in here. Go to utils and create the functions dot dot ts. So let's create this one. Export, create this function. We take shrink, and then we just do allow tags. We will do allow tags. I will explain to you allow tags. So we just export this, but we need to export more. So if you, what you can do, maybe you can do export default. If you want to just export that function, you can do export default or export, and then from the other side, you can handle the export from here. Syntax tags, all of that. So we are going to create all of this. All right, so let's continue with this one first. So we export this. This function does not exist. We are going to create them, all of them. So we're going to create this. YouTube allow tags, we don't have it, and then function we created, but we don't. Actually, that shows the wasn't the correct one. So we can change this. Can change this like this. Allow tags, and then also truncat HTML. So we will work on them. Don't worry. We just create this const truncat HTML is equal to HTML, and then we pass the limit. This is what we do. And then we can also export that function. So if you come back here, let's try. Cannot find module functions in YouTube. Let's try again. Functions. Okay, that one we will create it. We create that one. So we import these functions, and then this is our card, post card fee, card for feeder. So now we do React. We pass, but we could also pass the same way, yeah, we did before. So if you see, if I go back a little bit, let's all right. Just okay, keep waiting. You don't want that's uh, okay. So this, I think I need to paste again the content. Let's try to paste again the content because the editor. Okay, so um, we import it. We create this the rest of the function. So we can also do the same thing as we did before. But here we just pass React. We pass the props. The props which we have post, and then post, and then we pass handle delete. This is a callback, which is doesn't return anything. And here we just have this one here, this content. Let's see. So this one you could have done the same thing as before. So this is still going to work. The rest, open option menu, options menu, is open options menu. You set that is false, and then tags and truncat first image. So first image, this one, the function is here. We also import the function here. Get first image. This is not doing the same thing, but we will we'll handle that. So this is just to retrieve the first image from HTML. So I'm going to explain to you once you get there. So I don't need to spend time there. So these are options, menu options, which we will pass. So just create menu options. Array is equal to array, and then we pass an object, label, label, and on click. So on click is a callback. So this one you can just leave nothing. You don't need to pass anything here on click. We don't need to pass anything since we are not doing the editing the this card. And then another label, we have delete, and also on a click. So we handle that function which we pass here. So make sure to pass this is the function callback. So make sure that this function is here, and you pass prop, which is a param which is equal to post. And post, we use our interface post here. So pass this one. Make sure it's this one. Right. And the class name red. The other one is share. On click, we just alert share, share click. There's nothing there. Okay, so this is the only functions we have in here. So you can just go ahead and type all of these ones, because I have to type more. Okay, so we have a div. The thing we have is here is we have a div, which is just to wrap the whole card. This is the whole card, so we wrap it in a div, and then this is the here is actually the content for the card. So justify between, and then the background, say the background, the shadow, all of that. So that's, please go ahead and add the classes. You can also change the different classes. And also we have this article now. This is now for the card. So once we, with the card, you can also pass this style classes. And then once now we get to here, we can now, here we can now show the tags, because first of all we do flex. So the many div here, we separate this with we do flex, justify between, because one side we show the tags, and then another side which we show now the created that. So this is a created that. We make sure it is a relative because we will have a created that. We have a date which is created that, and then we have options. So you also pass, we also take these options. Yeah. So in case you didn't catch anything, everything, you can also request for the card. I can leave the card on the GitHub repository. All right. So this is the options. So on click, we just set option. Set is options menu open. Set is options menu open. The function here, the callback here for the state, to update the state for our variable. So here we just pass the prev, and then if not prev, we just update to true. Okay, and this is the button. So the button, since it's stuck, if you go to our original application here, see the button. Once we click, this little guy here got us position absolute. So to handle that, that's why we put a relative on top here. Scroll a little bit, have a relative position, and then the rest. Now the menu himself, which we don't have, we will create it, so it should have the position relatives. So the menu, we just check if it's open, we show the menu here, and then we pass the items options, which we have here. These are options which we have here. Okay, so the job for this button just to show and close, show and hiding the menu items. And post title, we take the post title, so we take the link and then we redirect the user to post, and then we pass the slack. Okay, and we pass the post title. So once we get the post, we pass the title. Yeah, and then the rest now is much more to do with the QuillJS. So we have to work on the QuillJS to print the HTML. So if you see, is we have to secure the HTML to make sure that there's no there's no malware put in our HTML where we are printing to the end user. And then we have here, for example, here you get first image. I want to explain to you for first image. So first image, the function is here. So get first image. So this job, the job for this function here, we take the content, the content which we retrieve from the post. So here we get the tags, content, title, and created that slack from the post. So this is the post. This is the post. So once we get that, the content, we pass it to here. So once this guy get the content, get the first image. So we can get the first image or first iframe, which is video. If you go to this one, you see that we can show a video. Detect if you have video, we show it first, like this one, or if you have image, we show whatever amount of images you put in your poster. So we'll only retrieve the first image. So this is the function. This is the job you are going to do. So we haven't done it yet. You are going to work on it. Right. So once we get the first image, we assign it here, and then also this is the truncat. So we pass the amount. Truncat also we haven't created. We have created, but you haven't worked on it. So once you get this one, it's the guys now we are coming to show. If you have first image, we will show first image here. We show the content. Dangerous, dangerously set inner HTML, and then we pass the HTML. We pass the first. So this content we pass here as the HTML, and then this guy will print the HTML. If we have truncat content, we will show them here. If we don't have truncat content, we don't have HTML, no content or measure available for this post. So if you see here that we don't have much style, we don't have much style except we don't have much style except um, uh, functionalities. All right, so this is it. Um, so we want to work on a couple of functions. First of all, we need to work on this one and then also this one. Okay, let's go and do that first. All right, so we can start with this one. So we want to create the menu. We are not going to create the whole thing here. We can just create the placeholder and we will get back to that. So we can create menu.tsx. .tsx. Let's see. Just give it time. That sometimes happen in the VS Code, so we have to wait. Let's see. I'll try to cancel that. So that was created. Right, so that's going to be in app component. Components and slash I think my VS Code got an issue. Just give it time a little bit. So anytime you can go to const menu const option menu, so you can create const or export const option menu options menu is equal to so we do react so react .fc. So now we can pass our we will pass now our props and then we can just pass items. Say this one will take items. So sorry, this will take items. So for here, the option props, option menu props. Which one we want to pass here? So we can actually create one, but before that, let's try to complete our function first. All right. So we'll just return parentheses our HTML. So we can return URL list unordered list. So we will go to add that one. Okay. So for props, what we can do interface. Can skip this. This is the one showing the VS Code. We can do interface, and then options menu, props. So what we will need to pass in here, we need to pass items. So for items is going to be in object. um, items as array, as items as array. So item, a single item here will have a label. Remember here in the card, I showed you here in the card, this is the item. So we have a label and the callback, label and callback and class. So depending on if you want to pass all of that. So you can do label, label, which is equal to string, and then on, oh, sorry, it's not an object. And then on click is equal to a function, which you also void, doesn't return anything. It's a void. And class name is optional, and is string, array of strings. Okay, so this is the option we pass here. All right, so okay guys, so my code editor looks like it got a problem, so I have to restart it a little bit and then we continue. All right, so for option menus, I can just post this HTML content here, which actually we also loop, do map. We just look through our options, or uh, look through the items. So I can actually correct this one a little bit. So right, so what you do here, we have a class of absolute test. So this is what I've told you here, that down here we have a absolute, a relative class. So that's why we have absolute, and then write zero, write zero, and also z index to 10. What else? The rest is just HTML, just styling. Right, and we just look through the items. We use list them to look through the items. So we, and then we print a button with the on click. We pass now our callback here, and then the label and classes. So if you have a default class, more classes, we can just append it to existing one, and then the label we show the label, and then also we show the on click. All right, so that's it for options. But let's work on this one first. See that we are complaining we don't have this. So we can go to util. Can go to util.ts. We create this utils, and then we create this QuillJS allow tags. So we create this function, this file. So we need to add the function in here. First of all, let's make sure that we know where you are. So you are in util slash QuillJS allow tags. So we can now create this. We can create this. I can just do like this one, and then finally we can export the function here. It meant end up exporting more function. So we can do export. Sorry, export, and then we'll just pass our function there. But we need to import something in here. Sorry. Need to import DOM purifier. So remember, make sure that you install the DOM purifier. If you follow along from the beginning, we installed some packages. We also installed DOM purified. Where is it? DOM. Where is it? It's somewhere here. Yeah. So it's here actually. Right. So we import that. So we pass the content. So content as string. Um, can correct that and as string. Let's see. No, we need to return. First of all, we need to return. Um, we need to return. Let's see what we're going to return. What we need to return is okay. Don't purify.sanitize and then we content. But okay, we pass content, so we need to return an object for what we need. We need a couple of things we need to return. So this is an object. So now we can now allow add say allowed tags, allowed capital allowed tags. Okay, these are default generated by AI. So we got a couple of them. Sorry about that. We got a couple of them. Um, we got a couple of them. So what I want to do, I don't want to type all of them. We can actually type. So these are the tags allowed. So these are tags allowed. So we got many. Got many. We can also use AI to see if AI can help us add more. So we got div, span, uh, bold, icon, ordered list. So you can save that. This one, I don't think we're supposed to import this. Import just DOM. Yeah, DOM. Let's see, DOM purified like that. So the error is gone. So this is these are the tags allowed. So if you are using Codinium, you'll be lucky to have this automatically generated for you, because these are common tags with HTML tags. This is the only things we allowed in our HTML Quill editor to print for HTML. All right. So here we want to try to import that. Say allow or Quill. Let's say Quill allow HTML allow tags. So now we imported that. It exists. Items. We can also see. Okay, we will get to that after. All right. So now, if we continue, um, these are just more options. Hope you have seen that, and the rest is just link. We pass the title link to our posts. If you get first image and then truncat content. All right, so let's work on the first image first. So the first image is here. So this is the function. We could have use it here, but we want to use it in these functions because we can maybe use more. We can have more. We can reuse it somewhere else again. Okay, let's work on this one first. So what we need to return, we need to return a function, but um, first of all, let's make sure we know where you are, where we are. So we can do app, app, and then you utils, and then function. So in here, we want to get the HTML. So once you have the HTML, so what we want to return here, we want to return string or nil. So string, if we don't have, we can return nil. So string or nil. So here, I can close this. What I can do first, can do const pass. We need to get the first element. If you go to our HTML here, so in what if you go to the content, the print here, this is our original application. The content, the print here, so we need to print a first HTML. But for you to understand this, I need to show you an example. I have prepared some data which is connected to actually this database, the database for this portfolio. So I want to connect to this one so that I can load this content and I explain to you how it works, so we can understand at least before us start creating our own project, our own posts. All right, let's go first of all print the data. All right, so I have a database linked. I have just the database linked, this one. So we got data in here, but for it to work fast, we need to start the application is not running. Can run our application, run dev. So once the application starts running, you can go to post. Uh, this is our, so you go to post there, post route, and the page. This is the page, which is a route. So we want to make a request to post. Let's say API slash post, like that. Want to make a request to API slash post. But if we go to, we can close these functions for now, because we want to work on something else in the back end. So we want to link the back end first to fetch the data from the back end. So this is the post. So you go back to API, go back to API, and then close this one, API, and then post. These are post, and then the route for post. Okay, so this is the route for post. We want to receive the get post here, get method. So we need to fetch now the data. So we can call this has no. Let's try to find that it's not there. So you can do at app. Sorry, at app slash API slash no, this actually is from the grid, so we need to access the function we created earlier, which was I believe in post grid here. Okay, so we need to use these functions. So in here we can now use utils and then post grid. Okay, so we call it get post. So for get post requires few things in here. Required, if you go to get post, where's get post? Get posts, all posts. Okay, get post required number, so you can pass. Let's say pass, for example, 10. Load comment to true. So pass. Well, for example, if you see here, we want to pass the page. How many? And then the size included comment to true. So this is the one we just want to do here. But what I can do is, um, this one we can actually do it automatically. Yeah? We can actually handle that, get the request. So we can do, what we need to do is, we need to pass a request. Pass a request, but we need to pass this one. Response. You need to pass the response. So what else we need to pass? That's it. So once we have that, we can do try catch. But what we want to do first of all, I can wrap everything in try catcher to catch the errors. In case we get an error, so we need to print the error. So you can wrap in try catch. You can speed up by autocomplete. So try catch, if we get error, we can console.log error, or we can return. Let's do return error, and then but we can also console.log, console.error. and then you pass the error. So we can do, for example, fail to load post, and then you pass error. So once here you can pass the post, you can also pass the post, but before that we can get the params from the URL. We can do, for example, we can do const search params. So we do search params. So search params to get the search params is equal to new URL. So to get the URL params, parameters. So once we have that, we can do const. We can now get the page. Page size const page is equal to page dot search. Page is equal to search parameter dot get page. So in the URL param, so that means if you pass like here, the pass get, and then we say page is equal to 100, and then whatever you are passing there. So we want to get all these params. This is what we are doing here. What else do you need to get? Page size. We can also do const page size. Page size is equal to let's just put this in lowercase go to sorry, where param page size. So if is not, we can pass 10. If it's not, we can pass 10. Default set to 10. What else? We can also get, since we want to get the included comment, because we need also to know if you include the comment. But we can do const is comment included. Is comment included is equal to is comment count. Which one makes sense? Is comment equal count? Is comment included? I don't know. This could be fine also. Is equal to if we get comment included in our search params here. If we get comment, or if we get something like include comment, or I don't know, any key will pass here. For example, here, sorry, here you can also pass something. For example, and let's say and comment is equal to true. And pass and comment, something like that. So we will get it here. So if it's comment, we will also get this one. So if you have that, we can pass here. Sorry, we can pass here. And then we can also pass the page here. You can also pass the page size here. This one, page size shrink. Okay, for page, we can do page. We can pass if you have page, or we can pass 1, or if you have page, you can pass 1 or 10. No, that's not correct. But what I want to do is actually what I want to do is I'll actually convert this to integer. So what you can do, search param. So pass integer. I can do pass integer like that. So you pass now this to integer. So even also this one, by default, this everything from the URL is string. So you must convert it to integer. Since here we are requesting, we require integer, and then you can just pass here 10. So even here, um, even here I can convert this. I can wrap this in integer pass, pass integer, and then what you can do is, if we have whatever the page size you have, if you don't have page size, we pass 10, and then also we convert it to integer. So here down we're just going to pass the page. So now that error is gone. It's going to pass the page, and then get the post. So once we get the post, okay, once we get the post, we remember in the post here we have a couple of things we are returning. Where is it? This is the get post. Yeah, this is get post. So what we are returning here, you see that we include, where's the post? This is post. What we are returning, we need to include the page size, all of that. So we need to include page size. So you need to include the page size, and what else you need to include? Actually, the response will have page size ready, so we can also print that here to see. Okay, but we can test this. So if you save that, you need to save that and see what you get there. If you save that, so we need to watch here to get to the errors. Let's try to load this. Looks like we have an error. Postcard feed. Postcard feed. That one you can go to, where is the post? Here. This is the poster. Postcard. So postcard for feed. What's the name for the card? This is the card we need to use. This one. So can change it. Try to update this. Postcard for feeder. Let's try to update this way. Makes sense. Postcard for feeder. So if we back here, we want to import postcard for feed. Yes, we change it. Postcard for feed. Let's try to change. Nope. First of all, let's try to change down here. Okay, postcard for feeder. But remember, if you get the post here, if you get the post, so we need to loop through the posts. We need to do the loop. So what we can do is we can check if it's loading. So we can check if it's loading, catch the errors, and if you have a post, and show them. First of all, let's do that. Right. So the way we can handle that, this is fetch post. So we can, let's say, for example, let's create a function here as comment. Let's say handle or say display error messages. Okay, so for this one you can do const display error is equal to, so this one can be, this could be a reusable function. Display error is equal to a function, and then a function, we don't get any params. We just return let's just return HTML. We can return if let's say, for example, just text failed to load posts. Okay, So down here, what we want to do, we can check. Let's see, do we have is loading? We have is loading and error message. So down here, we can check. Um, we can check if it's loading. Yeah, we can do first. Got an error, so let's clean up this error first. I don't know where is the error is coming from here. Okay, we want to track that error first. Okay, so if it's loading, we can check if it's loading. Yes, and the loading is actually here. So we check that. So if it is loading, we just set it to true. Error we set to nil. So finally we set it is loading to false. Right. So here, if it's loading, we're just going to show is loading. Show is loading. Else if it's error, want to call it show error. Uh, show error, which is actually this one here. Show error, or is it show error or display error? Is display error, sorry. Display error. And else we can just call, we can remove this one. Else we're just going to you can also call another, can also create a, let's say, a show content. Let's show content. Yeah, so this one is going to show post. So show post, you can also just create a function here. Let's say show a const show post is equal to we get post. We get post. So we check if we have post, or we just check if you have a post. We look through post and then we pass post card. For now, let's just go and show this one here. Show post. But show post, we can check if we have post actually. So we can do if we have post. We can check, for example, if post.length. So we can do this map, this loop. Else we can just return there's no post. Return no post. So you can also do you can also shorten it by just checking. Yeah, so if you have post, show that. If you don't have post, show the return. If you don't have post, return. Else you can do this. So you can return if post is equal to 0. Post dot length is equal to 0, and then we just return this one. Let's see. Did I do it correct? No. Return 0, else return 0, return no post, else you just look through post. So just pass this one here. What is it here again? Yeah. So for post, post is so we can pass like this. Let's see. No, no, wait, just a second. We just want to try as we will work on the props after. So down here we can pass post. What is it here? Show post declare but never used. Right. So what we can do now, we can instead of being returning this, so we can actually wrap this in a list. So we can wrap, first of all, we could wrap in a list, but let me show you what we want to do. First, we want to return tag, article tag, the article tags. So you can also, we can also remove this. We can remove this and just use it in a different component. So we can pass this one, but we can also wrap this in we can wrap this in an ordered list. Let's say an ordered list, and then you do the map, and then also the last one just going to pass the link, the list. Just going to pass the list. Which one is this one again? Oh, just going to pass the list. So we need to remove this guy and then add it here, pass it here as a key. But you can also just comment this one, and then just print Lorem like this. So if you save that, sure this is correct. So you can actually remove this function. You can remove the whole thing, just pass it in use it in a different component. So we are going to do that. So if you go back to our application, it's here. I'm sure the server is not running. So you need to run our server again. Need to run our server again. Okay, let's see. So just give it time. Okay, meantime, so we want to remember we are doing console.log in here to see the data, to see the poster. So I just want to show you an example of the data we receive of HTML data, QuillJS data, so that once you now start working on printing the data, so at least you have idea for what is happening. So this is the data. We will correct this one. We'll try to find where it is and correct it. This is probably somewhere we will find it. Correct. Let's just point to the data. Let's wait for the post. The load now is loading. So we're supposed to see just lorem here. Okay, we are seeing the lorem. All right, exactly. Now here we have the data. So this is an example of the Quill data we receive. So we receive the ID, but the rest of the data, the content, you see that this is the HTML. So this is HTML, we get HTML classes, all of that. So you can see we have a paragraph, all the tags. So once you go to allow tags, here, this is the things you are trying to only retrieve here. Okay, first of all, let's work now on showing the card. But before that, we can also add some style here, some class. We need to add some classes, class name. We can say max wide to full, max wide to full, divided, divide. So we pass the divided, and then also we can pass divide color. We need to have some line. If you go to our original application here, for content, you see that is separated by a line. So this is what we are trying to do. So we say divide line color, and then if it's dark, divide is equal to 700. What else do we need here? That's it for the card. So if you have that, we can also try to add another class in here. You can do, for example, padding y to 4 or 3. But now let's try to show this card now. We want to catch those errors. So I want to show you now how you receive the content. This is the original application. So this is our current application. So let's see the content you receive. Can you load? Okay, now got the data. We got the data here. The card is here. Let's see. Loading the data, fetching the data. Okay, so this is the card, but you see that we are missing some field stuff in here. Image you are not showing, image, video you are showing, but is small, so we need to style it, all of that. So first of all, let's go and work on the style for this one, and then also work on the image loading, showing the image. All right, so first of all, let's update our CSS, our global CSS. So you scroll down, go to global CSS. So what we have here, I just want to add this, so I can explain to you. It's just CSS. Sorry. So what we have, we just set the background, the route styling, which was there, but all of this was there. What we are concerned much is just QuillJS. So we actually, so you add this one to style the Quill content, the Quill content. Because if you see the data you are receiving here, I want to show you the data you're receiving here. You see the video got class of video. So we got a class of video. So here, down here, we are also styling the video Quill content. So Quill content is a general class for the QuillJS. So down here we are styling the Quill video. We are styling the format IMG image. We're also styling the Quill the fallback for all the browser. What else here? For the body, just general fallback for the customer properties. So you can actually follow along. Just go ahead, please type all of this one. So you can, what I can do is start from the top. So we didn't make the change for the top. We're just adding field stuff in here, which is a Quill editor to update this one. Just have some style here. So body, but most importantly is this one. Is Quill content. Which one? So you can type this one, and also the code, Quill code. We also target the code of this one, and then also Quill editor container image. Container image. Also here also we target container, and then iframe dot Quill video. This is the last one, so you can type this one, sir. They are not much. It's not much. Okay. All right, so you can just, we save that, and then back to our browser. This is our application. We need to reload. So now the image is now full. The video is full, but the image is missing. It's still missing. So because we haven't worked on the image yet, on the we haven't worked on the whatever image yet. So let's go and work on that. For get first image, we want to work on that one first. Get first image, we haven't worked on that yet, I believe so. So the one you have before was this one. Okay, for get first image, what you can do first is you can do const. You can do const pass. Const pass. Const parser, or called parser, is equal to new DOM parser. So new DOM parser. Okay, now get the DOM parser. So we can do now doc is equal to DOM parser dot pass from string. We pass the content which we pass here, and then also text HTML. What we want to do next is let's get first image. Get first image. So we can do const first image is equal to doc.carry selector imd. So we select imd. So we can check if the first image is not equal to nil. If first image is not equal to nil, if the first image, if you have it, so we can return what we want to return here. Instead, we want to do something like this. We want to do img. So we want to create img like this. So create the image tag, and then now we want to get the source img. So we want to pass the source as this one. The image you get the first one. So if you pass the first image, what next we need? So we need to pass almost all the attribute, HTML attribute. We pass the image alt. Yeah. We can do img attribute. So can take the first image. First image dot get attribute, or get attribute dot get attribute. All right, and then okay, what you want to do in here, I can do, okay, image get attribute, but we can also do else. We can also add else. Image get attribute else. Actually, the tag here, let's say image get attribute here. So we need to do that inside this so make sure that is inside the carry process. Right. Next, we can just return that image, but class. So for class, it doesn't matter since we are targeting the class already on the CSS. So we can also do get the first frame. Let's see that what AI can do. Okay, so get first frame. So we do first frame is equal to doc.selector carry selector. So we select only one. If you do carry selector, so we don't select one, the first one. So if this one is not, if we don't get image, so we'll jump to the next one. So we only select the first one. If you don't get the first frame, iframe, which is used for Quill editor, text editor to embed our video, YouTube video. So if you don't get that, we just return nil. So if we get it, we just pass we create a HTML and then add all the attribute and then return it. Okay. For the truncat, first of all, let's save this one. Let's save this. Let's save this one. So we need to reload. Can try to reload at least. Okay, try to reload, but it looks like we have a couple of issues here to correct. So we will check on that. First of all, we are not showing image. If we remember, we are this content we are using here, this post data we are using here. So we are using from our original block, original application. So I'm just doing this to help speed up first of all the development. So this is the data. This is actually the data we are receiving. So we make a request to the database, we get this data. So this is the one we are receiving. So if you see this one, which one do you have? Do you have image? So we got image. If you see this post here, I got image. So I can try to see, but here I'm not receiving the image. So we need to work on that one. But first of all, let's work on truncat. Can work on the truncat, which is this one. Okay, so for the truncat, we can let's create for the truncat. We need HTML, which is string, and then limit, or you can say limit or max limit, which is also which is number. So if you don't have HTML, you just return. Okay, so if we have okay, if you have HTML, you can do let's do let's truncat HTML, or let's call it truncated. Truncated is equal to empty for now. So we can set it to empty, and then we can also do let character let characters let character count is equal to 0. So we can do const pass is equal to new current. So passer, the same passer is equal to new DOM passer, and then once we get the DOM passer, so we need now to pass we need now to get the content to get the content, convert the content to string, to pass the content, and then also try to retrieve the text from that. Okay, all right, so we get that. Next, what we want to do, so what I can do next, we can create another function here. Can create another function. I can do const traverse node is equal to, so you pass the node and then child, node and then child. Let's see what this guy can generate. We're going to follow step by step. Right. Okay, where we pass the node, so we check if the node is equal to text. So what we are trying to do here, just we want to cache the text, because if you see the truncat here, the truncat we are passing here, so we only need to get the text. So if you don't do that, what happens that sometimes you can catch the HTML even when it's not where let's say that you can cut the text plus HTML. So we don't want to cut the HTML. So we want to select the text, remove the text, get the HTML text, select the HTML from the text from the HTML, and then do the truncat. So we'll just check here if you have text, that text content, Text content, what we can do is okay, text.content, if node.text.content, not the text.content, or we can set to nil to avoid error. We set to empty string. So we can do remaining, do const remaining is equal to remaining is equal to limit minus character counter, sorry, limit minus character count. And then what we can do now, we can now take the truncat. We can check if the limit, we can take the truncat. Let's take truncat or truncated. So the truncated is equal to truncated plus. So you just append the remaining to the truncated, which is right now is empty. So we just what we get here, we just append to this one, to our truncated. So we can also do character count plus, and then we just pass the text dot length. This text we count the length to contain the character. Okay, we don't need this one. Not this one. And this one here, we don't need that. Okay, we need to close. Let's make sure that that one is correct. Okay, so if not else, what can you do else? If let's see, generated else if else if node dot type is equal to element dot node dot node, if node dot type is equal to node dot element node element, so what you can do is we can do truncated so we can do, we can just append the HTML. So you can append the node. You can, what you can do is, okay, truncated, and then can pass node tag, node.tag name, can pass node.tag name. I don't know what you, or we can do something like this. What I think we can do something like this. Let's do node as HTML, node as HTML element. HTML element is this HTML element, HTML node that HTML element as HTML element, and then we can do node as HTML element, but we must wrap this in a curly bracket. So what we want to do is, okay, node that HTML element, and then we do tag dot to lowercase. Okay, that we append there. We now add to our truncat. And then we can do node dot children can do for each, and then you for each and then we just look through our traverse node, and lastly can do truncated, and then we just append again the this guy here. Okay, lastly, so make sure to close this. Lastly, so we can just do doc.body.children and then do for each. So we just append whatever we will get. We just append whatever we get there, and then we can now return we can return truncated. We're just going to return truncated here. This one. Going to return truncated. So if you save that one, hope we don't have issue. So this is our current application. So I need to reload it and then to see what we get in there. So it looks like we still have a little bit issue with the HTML, but we'll also have to correct our card. So I'll have to walk you through the card again, the post card, card for feed. Okay, now this is our HTML. This is now what we get there. But you can go back to here. Let's see. So you done. Okay. First of all, we need to fix some things in here. Yeah, we need to fix some things in here. And then also we need first of all we need to stop our server and then try to run again. But you I can also delete the build there, the build. So what I can do is stop the server, and for that I can use git batch. So git batch I can do remove rf files and the folders, and we want to remove .next. So we want to remove this one. It's actually gone. It's gone. Remove the build, Next.js build, and then I can go back to this terminal and then just run again, npm run. So we want to check for this styling. So make sure that it works. If it doesn't work, so we have to review our style a little bit. Okay, we're still waiting. Let's have a look. Still compiling. Okay, still compiling. Right. So first of all, I think we need to check image. Image is not loading, so we can correct this by doing fast image. Fast image. Fast image dot get attribute. Get attribute, and then you pass we set the source. We set the source, and then also yeah, I think this one, let's try to. And another thing also we need to let's see, for image we need to add a class. For video, sorry, we need to add a class. Let's see if you be able to load image. I'm trying to see if you can load image. We didn't load image. Okay, let's fast forward. Let's go here. So for here we can add class. Say class name is equal to, remember the class name we use it there, which we use it in our CSS from which is so we can actually got things to fix here from iframe. So we need to add this class iframe. We need to add this class. Where is it again? This is the function, so we need to add this class. So for image also, we can let's try to add class name. Let's say wide to fuller, height auto. Let's try that. So we are targeting image video. We are targeting video. So looks like we got some issue to fix faster. I think we got few things to work on first, which is actually stopping our. So we need some errors. So let's work on some errors faster. So we need some errors. Let's work on some errors. All right. So we had an issue here, which is supposed to add to close. If you see, you're supposed to close this one, so you must close iframe. So we had that issue here, and then also you can add frame border. So this is just for frame border. Okay, but so at least I added some comment, so to help us. You can, if you are using Codinium, it can actually generate for you automatically the content, the comment. All right, so the one we had, the same content we had, the same function we had. All right, so we just create the same function, add at least the content. So there's no change here. Everything's still the same, but at least make sure that the function is void. This function is void, doesn't return anything. And then after, we will just want to pass, we want to do doc.body children child nodes dot for each, and then we pass now this guy here. Finally, we're just going to return our trinket and get first image, called our get first image, which is here. Get first image, which one? This one, yeah. Which one we're using here? So if you save that, and then let's try to see if you save that. Okay, now our image now is fixed. Our iframe was fixed, but for image, I think we have a couple of things there to correct. First of all, there is a problem actually. Sorry, there is we have a problem where the way we save image. Sorry about that. I didn't tell you. If you see, I want to show you something. I want to show you how we save the image. So you see image, you see the source. So we don't have this image in our saver. In this, if you go to our image, we don't have public here. We don't have. So we need to work on uploading image. So don't worry about this. We are going to work on this one. So that now we can load image, because the image is not there. It's supposed to load, but we don't have it in the server. Right, so what we can do, we will need to work on uploading image, or sorry, create a new post where we will upload actually the image. Okay, let's go and do that. So what we want to do first, we can stop that. We can work on a single post. On click, we're supposed to go to single post. So we can work on that first, and then you come back to complete now. We can now work on add new post, create new post. All right. Let's work on this template first. You see the template doesn't exist, so we need to work on that. If you go to, you can go to page, upper, and then post. So single post. This is what we have here, single post. So single post, if you see, You see the single post is actually the same thing. If you go to single post, if you go see the single post, so can give it time. It's trying to go to single post. You'll see that we actually is the same thing. Right, so if you see here is the single page, you can see it's the same thing. We got the both sidebars. So what we can do, if you go back to our application here, we can go to our page, close this one, and then also close this one. Also close this. We don't need this one. So this is the page. Um, if you see the page, everything is actually the same. Everything is the same. We can copy, just copy the everything. Copy everything. We can close this one for now. They go to single page. This is the one, the single poster. So we can just replace everything in here. Yeah, everything in here. So we can actually fix this error by adding up. So that means we don't need to keep changing the path every time. Anytime we change the file, we change the path. So we can just access it from app. Okay, so if you save this, you know what will happen? We will load the all posts, but we don't want to load all posts. Instead, we want to load the single post. So we want to load the post by Slack. So if I save this one, I just save it and then go back to our application. This is our application. So this is the single page. You see now that single post. Now we are getting this. But instead of this, we want to get the single post. So what we need to do is we need to make some modifications here. First of all, we don't need the we don't need the for loop. We don't need the loop. Instead, we don't need this one. Instead, we don't need this one. We could return this with the div. Okay. You can just pass that one as a div. So instead, you can just return lorem. So I just want to show you what you get if you return that. So you want to get loop animal. And another thing I want to show you is, we can change this to, we can create a reusable template. We call a post template. So post template. You can call post template, or if you want, you can keep it here for just this tutorial, but you can also change it to different one, to a reusable component. Right, so here we want to make a request to single post. So we need to fix this so that we can make a request to single post. Let's go and do that first. Right, so instead of, we can first of all start by correcting this. Instead of get posts, you can do Control plus Shift plus L. Instead of get post, we can do get post. So get single post, and then we need to pass slug. So you need to pass a slug here. So we can do, we don't have that slug, so we need to get it. We can do post and then pass the slug. So where's the slug? We don't have it. To get the slug, to get the slug, you can use the params. You can use, so we don't need this one. Remove this one. We don't need that for now. This is post. We don't need this. If you go also to post here, we need to correct this one. So make sure that we remove this. Instead, we will use our we're using the post again. So we'll use I client, I client post. So use I client post. So if you watch a video from the beginning, we already know where we created this one. So this one we created on post grid. No, is it post grid? No, types. Types here. We have this one here. So if you see the interface, we are including all of this one. Okay, so we can do the same thing. Okay, we can do the same thing from let's see here what I getting in here. Can close this card for now. We will get back to fix the errors. Here we need to import the same thing, and then we can use this interface in here. But here actually is not that, so it's not array. We just pass post, and then it could be nil. This could be nil, and then also this one is nil. Okay, so this is how we get post. But this one, instead of post, we want to change this to post. So single post, and then set single post. Set single post, and then set post data. Here we don't want to check for post length. It say if post, you can just check if post. If post, no. If there's no post, if no post, we return no post found. Else we just return that one. Yeah. So show post, we can change that, update that to show post, so that can make sense. If you want, you could also just use the you could I've told you before that this could be a component. You can just remove everything, paste it in a different component, a reusable component. Okay, so for Slack, to get the Slack, we can to get the Slack, we can use import, use Slack, import use path, use param, import use param, not path, param. Okay, so once you get the param, well, we can get this. We can first of all we can do const Slack is equal to. We can just get the Slack, retrieve the Slack from this guy here, because the Slack is here. So we want to retrieve this one in here. So this I just want to explain you something a little bit. Explain to you something. Yeah. So this could be also another way you could do this. You could just have just post. We don't pass this one. We don't use this Slack here. So we just have the post, and then we pass something. For example, Slack is equal to the post Slack. Say any Slack here, but in this case we are using the Slack. We are using the nested router. Okay, so once you get the Slack, we pass there. We pass here to get post. So we pass to post slash, and then we pass the Slack. So if you get the post, you assign it there. Okay, if you have error, we will show error. So if you had tried this, we'll probably get an error. This is the this one. Let's see. Correct. The ID is actually underscore. The ID is underscore. Okay, you can close that. We will get back to this later. But for post, single post, if I save this and then go back to our browser, I reload, we will get an error. Yes, this error. I failed to load post. So another thing also we want to correct here, we can create a component, a reusable error. Create a component here at show error, or handle display display error, display errors.tsx. So I can do const. For that, we can do app slash component, and then slash component, and then handle display error. Yeah, that one. So we can do we can just create the function display error, but we can take error as let's take error, I don't know, kind of a string, or say error, then we pass, make, if you say as a string, you can pass a string or custom error. We have custom error. So custom error is custom error. Custom error. First of all, let's check on this one. Then we'll get back to the function after. So we can do custom error. What do you want to do here? I want to display the error. So we can do handle error, custom error. If you have error, if you don't have error, return. And then what do we want to do? We can return this. Let's follow AI. So we don't want to work on this styling or everything. So can follow AI to help speed up. Close error. Okay. If you also want, you can add a callback to clear error. So that means here you can do something like this, but you can show if error, else show error plus if you say plus error, I don't know, we will see. You will see. So okay, we can now go back to here somewhere you are using error. So we can do let's see, what's the name for the function again? Handle display error. You can call now handle display error, and then we need to pass error. We cannot pass error. Type string. Is it type string? Let's see. I don't know. So sometimes it depends. If you go to the error we have here from our type, custom error. See, we get response data and sometimes message. So this one, argument type string is not assigned to parameter type error as a custom error. This one is not there. You can do custom error. So I think the way we are returning, oh, actually, we need to correct here error. So here you can correct it as you can set error, can set as custom error or nil. Custom error if you get it or nil. So here by default we just set to nil. By default you set to nil, and then now down here we don't need to pass this guy. Now the error is gone, I believe. So what do you get now? Custom error is not assigned to Let's see. We have that issue here. Oh, where did I correct here? Oh, set it to nil. Make sure that you set it to nil. Yeah, you set it to nil. And then try to remove this one. Come on. We will give AI to follow up this one. Custom error, if you get custom error, else you pass, you set as nil. Okay, so if I try to just save that, we will handle that with TypeScript later. So you can go to here and try to see if you got errors. First of all, 404. We get 404. It's showing loading. We can also handle the loading. For loading, we can do class. You can also create a loading if you want. You can also create a loading. You can just create a class name. Text center. Let's say can do flex justify center. Justify center. So we don't need this one. Justify center. So I need to have another block here, which you can also set. We can use material UI progress and do circle progress for material UI. But I can do kind of block here because I want to show text at the bottom, and then share loading text. So I can show something, for example, just a text. And if you want to show screen reader only, you can show that as loading. So if you save that, try to reload. You want to show is loading in here from the middle. Let's see. Okay, it's loading. So since this one can be reused from different places, so you can we can reuse this. You can actually create a component which we can reuse here. So that means you can go back to the components, create another component called handle is loading. Handle loading progress .tsx. So this is going to be an app component slash that one, handle say handle loading progress. So we import that one. So we can show, you don't even need to show that one. We can just create a function const handle, let's say handle loading, and then we can just return this one. We can return this. So we can export it, export that one. If you want to export that, or you want to export as we export as default. So here, instead of passing that, we can just pass handle loading progress from component. So we don't pass anything there. Yeah. So show loading, handle errors. The files we imported this the file here, the component here, so you can remove this one now. Okay, so it is also a good best practice to just use find a component you can be a reuser different place. So just create a component. A template can be reused from different places. So you can just create a component and call that component. All right, so if you go back, we need to see the loading here again. Let's see. Now it's there. Okay, so we can reuse the same component in posts. I will show you. But for now, we will get error, and we are not showing it. So we're supposed to show error because this does not exist. The route does not exist. The endpoint from the API. So we need to create that one. But the error, we want to display the error is very capital here. All right, let's go and do that. We can check for display error and go to poster. So this is where you are calling. Actually, we're supposed to pass curly bracket, curly braces. So now we get the error here. The response. Okay. Let's see. What I getting? Display error. Okay, let's try to give space like this. But if you see the error we have here, the custom error, so we can have a response.data. So we can check, let's check, for example, if we have, if error, if the first one you can check, first of all, let's check the first one. And check if error dot response dot data, else we can show the other one. Let's see, what are you showing here? Response dot data dot error. Okay, dot response dot data dot error. So if you have this one, we can show that error. Else we can show, so let's say something went wrong, kind of that error. So you can save that. So we want to check which type, which error we'll get here. Let's wait for it to load. You can also try to reload. So if you check here, you want to see what you are loading. Okay, we want to make a request to the, we want to see if you are making a request to the server to post down here. Okay, and define, get an error and define. Okay, so okay, now we know we get there is an error. So now there is an error. So we can close this temporary. What we can do, we can now go back here. So we can now go back to our poster. This is the poster. So you need to go to API and then post, and then need to create now Slack. Can create Slack. Access a single poster. So we can do, since the Slack is going to be dynamic, so you can do Slack just like the page. Okay, so for Slack, since you already know what we are going to do in here, this is what we have. So for the Slack, so I can just paste the content here because we already know how we are going to handle it. So I'm just going to paste the content for Slack. So we're going to do route. So you must create a route.ts. So in here we can do, this is from app and then API and then post and then Slack. Okay. All right. So for Slack, get post by Slack. So this is what we have. Get. This is the get. Let's start with get first. So we don't have much complicated in here. So we directly access the Slack. If there is no Slack, we return error. And get poster. So remember the get poster from here. So call the get post get poster, which we pass the Slack. So once you have post, you can console.log the post here, but we will return, if there's no post, we return the post not found, but else we will return the post. Let's see. So we do try catch if there's no post. We do try catch. If there's no post, we return there's no post, else we return here. Error also we show here. Delete for now for delete post, the user must be authenticated. So the user must be authenticated. So we use now auth options. So auth option from here. This is the auth option which we are using here. So if you watch our previous video, you already know about the auth option, or you can watch our next authentication. So this is what we have. All right, so we pass, we call the options, so which we use the session. We also call the session. We call the session. So the functions we have here, we have get, delete, and then update. So we can also add a post method or create post. So down here, for delete, to delete the post, we get the session, get save a session, and then we pass the options. So session, if there's no session, you return error. And then also we want to make sure, if you want to delete, check if the authenticated user is the auth for the poster. So this is the one here. If post dot, so first of all we get the poster, we make it get post by Slack. If there's no post, we return there's no post. If you get the poster, if you get the poster, so we check if the user is actually the the current authenticated user on the poster. If not, we return the error. If we call the delete poster, if we go to create, we have delete post, it's here. So just delete, and we don't do anything. If the post was deleted successfully, we return error. If we catch, we return the successful deleted, or we catch error and return it. So we have put. Once we make the put, so we will do the same thing. We get the server. We first one get the URL, get the server, get server session. We check if there is the user is not authenticated. Also check the post. If post does not exist, you can also use the same thing here. So you can also check if the user is actually can check after checking the authenticated the session if there's no Slack, but here if okay, we can actually, this one actually is already including here. Okay, this one. So we can now pass the post. So post, we need to pass now the data, which will pass the title, content, category, tags. So we will handle that error. Is the one you see that the argument type is not assigned to the post IP. Yeah, we can we will check that error. We will check that error. So you can go to update. update, where's update? So you can scroll, where is update? This is update. Okay, so here you can actually pass, you can change if you want, but we can work on that later. Let's focus first of all on something, yeah? Because we are not going to do update now, eh? Let's work on this one first. So this is it, and then if we get the, if it's updated successfully, we just return post updated successfully, else you catch your error and return it. So that's it. So we will work on this one. Let's go and work on this one. But before working on that, we can save this and then go back to our browser. So we want to see that, make sure that this error goes. If this error go, if we reload, if you reload the page. All right, so the error is gone. Now we get the content. So if you go back here, reload, now this is the content we get here. We console.log this, we log this content. All right, we need to show the content here, to display the content as here, like this one. Okay, for post, let's close this one. So for post or single post, this one here, sorry, this one here. So once we get the post, so I want to use a template. We can use a template to show post data because a template the content also is much more. So what I can do is I can create a template in here called post template. So you can call it anything, post template.tsx, and then I'll just pass this data in here. Sorry, pass this data, and I'm going to explain to you. Is the same thing as the postcard. It's usually the same as postcard. The the post card for feed. Which one is it? Postcard for feed. Oh, actually, this one you can pass in the post. Okay. So postcard for feed. Right. So here you see we are doing actually the same thing. We are getting the post. Here we get the post. But we need to change it just to client, to iClient. Say iClient. iClient. We don't have this one, so I'll just put this one here so can create. We can create this together. All right. So what do we have in here? Comment list. We don't have it, so we need to create comment list. Comment list. We don't have it. But before creating that, let me just walk you through what we have. What we have here. So we have post template. Post template, which is the function, the template, and then we pass the post, post, and from the post we get the title, content, and the auth, and then we'll get the data. We say session as usual, so we need to get our session. Get the session, so session data, and we also use the same is option menu open, so we use it to show the menu. We use it to show the menu, this kind of the menu. So we did this one in a postcard, so this is the menu we want to show. So we use this one. By default is equal to false, and then is editing also, and then we also get the router. So this we import the router, this one. So once we import the router, okay, we also have a use effect. As usual, they uh, use effect from React, use effect and use state. So we'll check content if you have content to update now the code. Okay, so for here, if you notice that in a postcard for feeder, so we use the truncat and then the first image. But for here, instead, we will only use a sanitizer. So we'll only sanitize the content, the Quill content. So if you come back to here, we will only need to do sanitize. This is the one. This is the only function we need to use here. So if you could scroll down, sanitize. Actually, two. Okay, here. So we use a Quill. So make sure that you have HTML. We use a Quill. So make sure that you have this package, all the packages installed. Installed. So we use a dangerously setting inner HTML, and then we pass. We set the inner HTML. We sanitize the content. We pass the content. The content we get here. This content here. All right, so it's the same thing as the postcard, postcard for feeder, except here we are not doing the truncat. So here is just to open the menu, set menu. So this is a handle delete. So we also want to delete the function, delete the post. So here we call post.delete. So we want to use this one here, but we will do it differently because we don't have this method. We don't have this method. The method we don't have it, so we will work on deleting the post. What else? So these are menu list as usual. We have a menu list here, and then so you can actually type this the handle delete post, which we just confirm if you really want to delete the post. Okay, the rest now is the HTML. I can minimize that. You see that the rest is just HTML styling. That's why I don't want to type everything. So I want to focus on a few things because we got much to do. Right. So we also need the GIS user avatar. We don't have it. If you require user avatar, we don't have it. So we can create. You can go to component, and create user avatar.tsx. For user avatar, you can do const. First of all, you have to know where you are. App dot component dot slash dot user avatar dot tsx. So we can create that one. We can create user avatar, and then also we also need to create what else do we require here? Comment listing. Also, this we can add in a post. The comment listing dot tsx. So also need to add comment listing. So app component slash posts slash comment listing. Okay. So to speed up, I don't want to type all this because it's not. It's just most of them is just HTML. It's the styling, the Tailwind CSS styling. All right. All right. So okay, I created this user avatar and the comment listing. Comment listing. So for comment listing, let's start with comment listing. So comment listing, we need to load the post. We need to get the iClient post, and then also we need to get the session. So we don't need, we can just pass the session from here. So we don't need to do actually much things here. But for comment, you can see that this complaint that there's no comment, but we will work on that. First of all, I want to walk you through what we have. It's not complicated, it's as usual. So we just have import the usual components, but this time we have now, I created this one, so we can also import. You can also change this one to client. Change this to client. To client. So client does not exist. User client, you can go to types. So let's find it first if that one exists. You can go to types here, and we need user or client user. So you can create export client user, so which will have ID and the rest of the fields is auto completed. So we have the username, name, all of that. Okay, so I can save, and if we go back to this is now our component. So now the error is gone. So we import also the image. That's it. So this is the prop, which we just pass the prop here, and then the default size for the. So this one user avatar, so is important. So we'll reuse it. So different place. For example, add comment, create post. So we will use this component. So we will now pass the prop here, and the rest is just now the HTML. So if you have auth and auth.image, we will return this one. We return image, the default size. Put this default size. The size, if you pass the size, if it does not, we use the default one. Default one you can also pass like 50, something like 50. Okay. The class is a rounded full, and then auth.source. Sorry, source is equal what to the image, and then we pass also the name. But if you don't have auth and the auth.image, we will just pass this HTML. So this one, you can pass any HTML. You can go to here. You can use this Tailwind. If you type user, you can get any of this component here to pass it. So it doesn't matter which one you pass here. So we just pass this one, and then you pass if you have name or whatever, so you pass it here. So this is what we have here. You can use it. You can use this one. What if you have the name, and we can get the first name, we show it, else we just show you for user. Okay, that's it, and export the user. So there's nothing much in here. So you can close that. So this is the one we import. You can also close this one. But before closing the types, because I want to show you for closing these types, if you go to client post, so we need to show, let's say comment. Comment is optional, and then is also we pass the comment there, interface client comment. Right. So here now we want to see that error anymore. Okay, we want to see that error. All right. So listing the comment, we pass the post, so we require the poster and the session. Session, we can actually import it from here, but it's optional if you want to import it from here or you want to get it as param. So once we get the session, we can now show, we'll get some variable here, some states. Is dialog open? If the dialog is open, by default is false. Comment current one comment default is false. And then comment list is actually the comment list we get here. If there's not, we set to a nil. Okay, and it's loading. Handle dialog open. So we set the dialog open, handle dialog close. Set dialog close, and the handle add comment. This one here. Okay, so if you have comment, add comment. This is add comment. We are not working on this one yet. We will work on it, but this is the function. So this is the actually the important one. I can explain to you. If you take a look, what we have here. So we just have the function. We take the comment, our string, trim it. If there is nothing, if there is no comment, if the string is nil or empty, we say the comment cannot be nil. They return. Else, prepare new comment for object. So new comment is equal to, so we pass the post ID and then the content. So set is loading to true, and then we put we post here. So this does not exist. This API does not exist. We need to create that, and the method is equal to post. Set the header and then the body, which just pass the new comment. So if the error is not equal to nil, we return error. If the response is not equal to okay, we return error. And then const save comment is equal to await response.save, and then set. So the current, we take the comment we have, and then we just we take the preview, and then we just add the comment. So take the comment, we just add to or update the local comment state, and then we can show the toast. So another thing I want to show you that okay, we use the toast. So we can use the toast, or we can also use material UI snack bar. So we will use that once start working on the dashboard. You can also use it here, but we don't want to repeating the same component, explaining everywhere or typing it everywhere, the same component. So this is the only thing we return here. If you catch error, we return error, and then set, finally set the loading to false. So this is just HTML session discussion. We show comment.length if it exists, else is 0, and then the button add comments. So this one now, this is the one we use. Scroll up, this is the one we use now to open the comment, to open the dialog. Yeah, so the dialog, we don't have it yet. We will work on that. If you have comment, so we just loop the comment. We loop through the comment, and then we pass through the comment. This is a comment. We do articles. We do map, and then we pass. We print article, and then the style. So the style, at least you can give any style you want. So it doesn't matter. But this one, if you see that we have flex, so we do flex where we show the auth, and then we show the name, and the other side, we pass the ID. If you go to our original application here, this is how we show it. User, avatar, and then you show the name, and then the date. So you can play around with this. You can play around with the styling for the list. Right, so this is the dialog material UI. So we use material UI dialog. It's here material UI. So we import the dialog. We import the dialog progress content, dialog title, dialog content, dialog action, and button, text field, and circular from material UI. So down here from a material UI, so we just have a text. If the session exists, once they pass the session is up here. So with the one you receive from the param, if it exists, if the session, where is it again? If the session exists, so you add comment. Else we get an error. You get an error. You need to sign in. You need to sign in to add comment. So they will redirect you back to auth, and then action is equal to login. So this is just our text field, which we show avatar, current user avatar, and then the name. We have text field here, which is the row is equal to 4, and then set comment on change on update. Okay, actions, button, cancel, and add post or add comment. Sorry, add comment. So this is the only thing we have in here. So if you save that, you don't have error. I can close these types and then close also this and close this one. This one is very important, so make sure that you have this one included. So now back to working on a post in a post template. This is the post template. Okay, so for post template, now we comment list. We can import comment list. Let's see, comment listing. Comment listing, export default. We can change that. Let's try to change that. See. Oh, but we need to pass in a post. Sorry, in a post. It can remove this one and put it so. Okay, so we also have avatar. Avatar, what's the problem? Cannot find module avatar, user avatar. Oops, where is it? The user avatar. Okay, it's there. So create post, we don't have create post. So we need to work on a create post. So for create post, we can go to, can make sure that we post in here. So post, create post. So in here, and then we can just add create post.tsx. Okay, what we can do now, we can let's do app.component slash post slash create post.tsx. Okay, so for this one, we can actually do create post, create post. Can do that one, and then also export it. Export create post, but we will get an error because create post actually required some few things to do in there. We require a few things to do. So create post, if you see, let's see what we have. Create post. Okay, yeah, create post is actually a dialog. You see that dialog is open, handle dialog close, set editing is false, post, all of this. So this we pass post. So for create post, once if you are editing or you are creating post, you can pass post to edit it, or you can just create new post. Okay, I think we need to work on this, or you can work on this, or you can just comment this and test first of all the component we need here. Create post, can comment this. Okay, so this is the template. We got some errors in here. User auth does not have Slack. Okay, auth does not have Slack, so we need to go to types. Auth, but you can add Slack. You can maybe put can make the optionally. Okay, so back here, that one is gone, that error is gone. Okay, so for here what we can do actually, and comment this, and then comment this one, comment this one, and then okay, back now to our post. This is our original application, and then back to our current post. So we need to see that, we need to make sure that our template look exactly like this one. So you can try to reload, but are we using it? That's the question. So we need to go to a single post. Can close this. Okay, we need to use this one here. So we can actually remove this one, and then just call post template, post template, and then we pass post. So save that. So we need to see it here. Let's see if it's compiling. Post was loaded there. Let's try to load this. So loading post. Exactly. Congratulations. So the post is here. I show the post here, but if you click this, nothing. This if you click, actually will get the. If we click that, where is post template? Where is this is post template? So if you are not logged in, you get an error. Where is the error? This is post template. But oh, sorry, but that one is in the comment actually. The comment. So if you are not logged in, that's why you get this error. Sign in. If you change here, sign in, you'll see that yeah, because the current user, I'm not logged in. So if you are logged in, and I will this will show me to add the comment. All right, guys. So what we need to do next is first of all start adding a comment post. So here we will get back here the image you want to load, because we don't have this image. Remember, the post we are loading, we are just using the data from this application. So next we want to now start adding our application post. So to add our post, we need to go to, I can show you example here. To add post, if you are logged in, you will see, let's see, you'll see a button here to log in, but we're still waiting for the session. So this is what we want to do here. If you are in the post, this is what we want to do here. So for posts also, you see we need to change this one, so that you can reuse our component. Let's first of all change that one. So you can go to posts, posts. So this one show is loading. This one, this is the post. Handle is loading. This one is posts. Oh, you need to go to posts, all posts for feed, or feeds post. So we need to show, you can just replace this with the handle is loading. Did you import it? You want to see from the symbol here is a handle is loading. Yeah, this is the one. Oh, actually is a function. You need to call it as a function. Handle is loading. Let's see. and called handle is loading like this, and do handle handle loading. No, not function. How are you loading it here as a function? Handle loading is up. So if you are doing that way, so you need also to replace to make sure that it's actually here already. So you can just save that and then try to reload. So this is our post, but we want to see that loading progress. We want to see that so that we can now start adding the posts. So this is it. Now it's showing here. Now showing the loading progress. All right, guys. So let's go. Let's go and work on adding post. All right. So first thing we need to create. First thing we need to integrate the Quill editor. So I can go to components here. I can create a file called Quill editor. So Quill editor .js, or we can call it for it. We don't want it to confuse you, so we can call custom Quill editor .js .tsx. Okay. So first of all, this one is client user, so you can say use client. Okay, few things we need to do in here. Import React, also import use effect and then effect, all of that. Use effect and state. So we need to import. We don't we actually are not importing a React. We are not using a React. A React Quill. No, we are not using that. Instead, we are using React. We are using a React JS Snow.css. So the first one we are not using it. We can get rid of this. Sometimes we are not using it. I'm not using it in here. We can do import. So we can do import the Quill from Quill from Quill. Yes, it is there. Also can import session. Can also import use session. Can also import Axios. So these are a couple of things we are importing. Okay. So we can define the function which will just return define the function, and then we will just return this. We can just export it. Can do export default Quill editor. So for the function here, we have a couple of things we need to get. So we need to get a value, and then also on change placeholder. We don't need all of this one. We don't need all of this. Just value and on change. This value is a content, and on change is a callback to update the state. Okay, so if we have that, we can pass as let's say value is string, and the callback Sorry about that. Value is string, and on change is actually it doesn't return anything. Yeah, doesn't return anything. Okay, so now we need to start now doing now the serious things here, right? Um, we need to go to get the session. You can get the session. Also, you can call the editor. Can create the editor. Um, editor. So for editor, we can do editor is equal to, or I can let's call it editor or editor ref. Are we importing ref here? Let's see. We also need to import the ref from React. Editor ref, and then we need to set that editor ref. We need to import that first. Reference or use ref. So editor ref. So for ref, okay, let's let's do this again. Since we are updating few things here, we are doing a reference. We want to reference to the HTML. So you can do const const ref is equal to use ref, but we can do HTML. Do HTML div element, HTML div element, and so we can remove this one was generated by AI. HTML div element, and so we can just do a couple of things here. So we can set Quill instance, so Quill instance is equal to Quill, else is equal to nil. So this is what we are doing here. So what you do, the Quill reference is equal to use HTML div element. So if we have that, we can just set this one, Quill instance, and then we set this one. Okay, this is what we use to reference the div, the HTML. So we have the session there already. Sometimes you can just check if you don't have session and then you return. So we can do, if you want to, we can do the session, use session. We just want to return. So we just want to use the session to check. So we can use the session because we want to update. We want to make sure that the user can create the post only logged in user. So you can check if there's no session. If there's no session, we just return. Or we can set error. If there's no session, we can, let's do like we set error. Set error. But we don't have error. So we need to create errors. We can do, sorry, const error is equal to set error. So it's string by default. So we can set, if there's no session, we can just set error. You must log in to create a post. Okay. Can also return. You can also call the return. But else, set error to nil. You can set error to nil. Set error to nil. Next, here we can pass the session so that we can update anytime you reload the page. Okay, next we can also use editor to check for editor. Let's use state. So we can use state, use effect, use effect to update, use effect, update the editor. Oops. So we can use effect. Use effect. We can do QuillRef, this one. We take this one. So we check the current and if QuillRef.current.kill instance. So we can just we want to do a couple of things here. So what I can do instead, let me check my notes. First of all, down here we will call, you can pass value and then session and on change. So if we can check, okay, we can create a quill. So let's create a quill. Quill is equal to new quill document. So we pass the ref. So we pass the ref. So we want to the ref.current, and then we can define the theme and then define the module, all of that. So let's start with the theme. So we can do the theme. Theme is equal to snow, the one you imported up there, and then we can also do module. Module is equal to is an object, so we have a couple of things we need to pass in here. So if you can allow me to just paste it to save time, because we got a lot of typing there. So I'll just paste the content and then explain to you. All right, so I pasted some content here, some code here. So it's from Moodles. So we have a toolbar. Toolbar, you can change what if you want to change. You want to show this one. Want to show this one? You can also go to Quill. You can go to QuillJS. React to GitHub repository. You can you can go around there, at least try to go around there, get more information about this one. Okay, so we have header. We set the header, couple of things, header 1, header 2. So you don't need to set this. You can just, in fact, you can remove these headers if you want. And the word at least bullet. So these are all the things we are passing here. Sorry. And then also we have image. We are accept image, and then we accept video, and also accept code block. So I don't need code block for this one. Code block. Okay. If you think some we don't need it for a tutorial like this, you don't need it because it will take us much time to complete. Okay, so here now we have the header. So we set the header for module. So for images, once the user select image, we want to get now the image. So input is equal to document.create input. Create input, and then input.set attribute type, and then file. This is the if you go to this one, okay. At this user we cannot add. You cannot add. You are not able to add post. You said you can. Let's try to log in. I just want to show you how to log in. Because once you select now the image, accept the image, so you click, once you get the image, we now target the on change for that image. We'll get on change for the input. we get file from input.files, and if input.files, we get the first element, and then we just if is empty, if the file is empty, we return yes, we just create the form data, new form data, and then form data dot append file, we pass our file, this one, and then quill const quill dot editor refer to cannot find the name, we need to check editor. This is the one we are using here. Okay, so quill editor, quill refer to current.quill instance. So this is the one. If it's empty, if it's nil, we return. But if it's not nil, so we need now to upload image to our server. So we use the Axios to upload image to our server. So we do API API/uploads. So we don't have this one yet. We will go to our backend to work on this API/upload, and then we pass the form data, and then we pass the header. So headers, make sure that the content type is equal to multiple form data. Okay, and if the response is not equal to 201, so we return error, fail to upload. So this could be 201 or 200. So you can check whatever you are uploading, you are returning the status. If you are returning 201, so make sure you are right here. Make sure to be right here, to be correct here. Sorry. So insert image in a way, insert image with the full white style. So we can get now image range is equal to quill.set section, and then range quill.insert embed. So range.index, and then we add image, and then res.data.path. So we just pass the data we get from here. This is the image, and then we want to append that image, because what we are going to save in the database, not the whole image binary, but we are going to save a URL. So we upload the image to our server, and then the server return the URL, and then we assign the URL here. That's why you see the image we have in here is not loading. Image here is not loading. Why? Because the image is stored in the server. But if you go to this one, this current application, you see that the current user can actually, the current application, this is our original application, the data from the post, you can actually see the image, because the image was uploaded to this one. So for ours now, once we upload an image, we need to return the path, and then we can add now the path here. So we are going to work on the back end. Let's finish this one first. Okay, and then const editor content is equal to quill.route.inner HTML. So we just pass the inner HTML, and then we call on change and update this one. If you catch error, we return errors. Okay, so that's it for the Moodle. So now we need to continue now with the rest of the things. That was it for Moodle. So once we have that, what can we do next is okay. Next we can do editor. What is our ref we are using there? Oh, QuillRef is equal to QuillRef is equal to current.quill instance, and then we just pass quill, and then we can do quill.set content.json.pass, and then pass the value. The value, and then quill.onText change. So we will also call this one. So this on change is important for us, so that we can update. This is our main component to integrate Quill. So we have we can now reuse this component, call it to reuse somewhere. I will show you how we can reuse it now So we will pass this on change. It's very important to get now the updated data. Once the data is updated, has been updated. Okay, so we can do inner HTML. Set initial content. So for set, let's do set set initial content. So we can do quill.route. Let's see. Can do quill.route inner HTML with inner HTML is equal to value. But if you have value, we can show the value. We can put the value, else we just we set it to nil. So that's how we update the quill. Next, listen for change. So here we just want to listen for change. Listen for change. So we can call on change and then update them. So on change, what we can do actually is let's see. We don't need to do this here because we are already done it. So on change, we can do quill root dot inner HTML, just like that. Okay, so down here we just just passing the value. So we need to make sure to keep checking for the change. Anytime you user make the change, but you can also use another effect. Let's use another effect. We can do use effect. Okay, that's this one. So use effect, which we can check for a couple of things here. We can pass the value. We can pass the value. So we also need to track the value here. But up here, this was generated by AI. Yeah? So we can do const quill is equal to quillref current quill instance. So take the quill instance again. Okay, we can check. We can check if quill and quill dot inner HTML if is not equal to value. So we can update quill.root inner HTML. So we just updated the new value. We set to nil. You can just set to nil instead. All right. Okay. So this is it. But scroll up a little bit. You can check if you have error, because since we are checking for session here. But so we can also down here we can check for errors. If you get that error, check if error, we can return. So you can do return, and then you can just return div error like that. So you can also return. Remember, we have our errors. You can return show, or is it show handle error? Let me try handle display error. Yes, this one, and we need to pass error. But now this one is a string. if you want, you could change this, the error here as a, remember we have custom error, custom error, custom error. So for here, if you want to set error, so that means we can do error with message, then pass like that. So down here, we just show this one error, this error. Okay, so that's if you have error, and return that. So the rest, we can just return HTML. We want to return HTML. So HTML, class, we have a class and then editor container. So we pass this class. So if you go to our global, remember I will show you. If you go to global CSS, edit container, this is the one. It's the class we pass here. We pass the class here, and then we can also pass div. You can style it however you want to style it. So we pass div, and then we pass the ref, and then we can. I also want to pass another class. Let's pass. Let's do, for example, wide to full, and mini. And do mini to mini mini height to 6.4, and let's say height to full, and then item center, and bg to translate maybe 100, to bg to select maybe 100, and then if it's dark, bg will be select maybe 800, something like that. So save that one. Okay, so we will have to go through it. We can go through this one to check for errors. First, we can start with the top. You start with the top, but what I would like to do is on change value, and change your value, which is content. Okay, so to save time, we can just keep moving. So if we get error, we will get back to this one, because we still have much to type. We will, first of all, we need to create. We need now to extend this one, or use this component from our create post. So let's go and first of all to create a component. Create post. Since we have it here, so let's go and add the data. Extend this one. To save your time, I have just posted this content here, so you can save your time. So we just import our client poster, but here we import now our custom editor. This one. Create post. You can close this one. Try to close all these ones, and this one. Okay, we just keep this two. Okay, so for create post now, so we have this one. So we import as usual from material UI. We import all of these ones. And then we create a list of categories. If you go, we don't need to go spend time there. We can just work on it. So we create a list of categories. So you can add much categories. This is just an example. and then create post. For create post, we take a proper. We take we take some props which you have if is open, if the dialog is open, is boolean, handle close the void is the function doesn't return anything. Callback on post created is also a callback, which we pass the post. Okay, and then post to edit. So if you pass a post to edit, and then here I'll just pass the param here, which you see dialog is false, and then handle close and all that. Okay, so down here we create now the same. We create the content is equal to nil is empty, title empty, category tag is a string, and also is empty, is a string, array of strings, and it's empty. And then tag input, and the errors is submitting all that. So we use effect. So use effect. So this to populate the field editing on existing post. So if the post exists, so we can just update, populate update the state for these variables. We pass this here. Okay, for tags now, this is a function we use to add the tags. When we call this function, just check if the tags of the length is greater than 10, we return error because the maximum we require is just 10. If not, we return. We return error. We set error and then we return. Else we just new tag is equal to input.stream to lowercase. That's the tag, and then we just add tags, add a new tag to the existing tag. Set. This is it. We clean the input and then clear the errors. Okay, remove tag dot filter. We take the tag and then we just remove it. So on submit, on submit is a function. This is on submit. So post title, post or post dot split dot. We can check if the post is empty, we return error. Or if there's no post title, we can set default poster and title poster. So if you get post title, if there's no post title or content or category, so we set errors. Please fill in all the required fields. Here set error to empty and is submitting to true. So let the response. So we can now for response, if we have, for example, okay, in this case, since we want to edit or create a new post, so if you pass post to edit, if it exists, so we want to update the post, we could also just we could have just separated this component, create one component for editing and one to create post, but we just want to put all of them together, just make things all of them in the one at one place, in the one from one file. Response is equal to await, fetch, make fetch, then API post, and then slug, post dot slug, and then methods put and the headers, put your header, and the body, we pass the content. But if you don't have that, so that means we need to create a new post. So we can do post, and then method is equal to post, we set the header, and then we pass the body. So if the response is not equal to okay, we return error, and then we can create the data. Else we get the data, await the response of the data, retrieve the data, we call down the close, handle close, set content to empty, so just clear the content, the tags, all of that, and then call the on created post, which is up here. Okay, if you catch error, we return errors, and then submitting a set is submitting false. So this is the dialog. So we return the dialog as usually. We pass the title, edit, or if we have a post to edit the post, else create new post. It's the title, and then if it's submitting, we show the progressing. Else we just show a text field title. The title is required, and then now the interesting one is this custom Quill editor, our custom Quill editor. So which we pass now on change. We pass the on change. We just pass inline function on change new content and then set content. So we update our content up here. Set content. Set content. This one. Okay. Okay. Form control. We also use the form control to use select categories where we select category. So on select, we update the category that changes. So we do event.target.value, and then we just update our category to new one. So here is our list of category, which is this one up here. So we just map through the categories to show what we have. For tags also, we also map through a list of tags to show it here. So we use the chip to material UI chip to show the tag. And this is to add tag. We show this one value tag input, and then on change we call them on change set tag. And the key up. So if you press enter key, so we will we call the add tag, or you can also press the button add tag. That's it. So if you have we just this is the end content, and then the actions, which is cancel. You can cancel, close, or post content. So if the post edit content edit post exists, so update, else publish new posts. So that's it. We can save that. Now go back to our post. We need now to try this to see if it is working. And before starting, we can try to make sure that you have React Quill installed. npm install React Quill. We could have done is to install React Quill -- legacy. I can do -- let's try to do. We also want to install the dev dependencies .dev, and then can do -- legacy legacy pure -- okay. So this will install the dev dependencies, but you can check also. Let's just wait for this one to install. All right. I can see once the installation has completed successfully. All right. The package was installed successfully. Installed as a 14 packages added. Let's see. Try to run dev. Okay. First of all, here. So here we are showing now add post. Here is add post. Here is edit post. Sorry, but first of all, let's try to load. So we can show the add post. This is what we're getting. Can't solve this one, so we need to install also this one. Need to install this. Okay, we can run. Let's try to do npm i dash dash save dash dev dash dash legacy, and then pure devs, and we want to install Quill. I can check it. Okay, looks like we need to install the package, the CSS. We can go to Quill editor, documentation, installation. Here is the installation. Okay, so this you can install this one. If your project use bundles such as Webpack or Vite, it's recommended to install Quill via npm. So install like this one. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if you can still getting error. So you need to check for packages to make sure that all packages are installed. I will also leave the project on my GitHub repository. You can just clone the project. Oh, this is taking time. All right, let's see. In the post, we need to have this card here in the post template so that we can have the user and then also this button where you can click to get this upload. This is our original application. So let's take a look for what we are getting. Still compiling. Okay. So we need this card here. Okay, we need a card here so that we can use add post, all of that. Okay, let's go and do that first. So to show that card, so where you want to show it exactly is before the poster here. So to show that, you need to go to poster. This is a post page, and then you take the post, whole post template. So we want to show it here. Show AutoCAD, AutoCAD. So we want to pass this. I have some data. I post this one here, so it will create error. So we will going to wrap in fragment. So just copy everything here and cut. So what we're going to do is you can pass. You can use a div. You can use a division or just anything. It's okay. So once you paste it, you will have these errors. You need to import. Oh, sorry, move that one. Okay. Session. We need to check for session. So we don't have session in here. You can import session as usually. Use session, and then down here you can do const session. But since we have that, you need to update. Need to pass session in here so you can check it. Okay. What else? This card we need to import it. User card. User card. User card is not defined. So you can import user card. This one. At app. That's it. Okay. So session, user session, if it's possible, define, but we can pass optional to check if it's not empty even here. So here we get our user card. Remember, user card we can pass the size. Okay, auth. Huh. For auth, we can remove this one now because we are not working in a role, users role. What you can do, you can remove this, just get rid of this, or comment this one. If you want to comment it, and then just use this one here. So you can import this icon. What is the icon name again? Import IO what? IO add circle. We didn't import it. Can you import it? Let's try if you can import. Nope. So we need to import that from material UI icon. Can do import IO icon from that's from, is it from material UI, from MUI? Nope. Let's see, that was from React. Okay. With next, this one. So add post. Now we need to create add post. For add post, you can scroll just somewhere here and create a function called add post. Add post. So add posts. So you can do const add post is equal to as the function. So right now, if you want to do anything, we just want to save. So we go to application. This is our application. For install, you can install it however you want. You can install the card, this card, or however you want. It doesn't matter. But one thing we are not doing correct here is that show post. I want to show you what I mean here. We need to show the card here. So it doesn't matter when it's loading or not. If there's error, we need to show it here. So that means we need to remove it from this one. Need to remove auto card there and show auto card in here. So if you save that, so you want to see still compiling. Yeah, still compiling. Okay, the card is here. Okay, the card is here, but if I click, nothing will happen actually. So we need to show, we need to do like here. So if you click, so we can now load our custom editor, custom Quill editor. Okay, let's go and do that first. All right, so what we want to do, what I've added these two function. This is the one we had there. So I added the variable which is up here. So is open is by default is false. Is open post model is by default is false. So and then also handle post created. We call set open to false, and then we set the post new post, and then we just concatenate add to the beginning or add to the beginning of the post list. Is the one here. So right somewhere here, if you go to post template. Let's scroll down a little bit. Here we are using we can copy this one, copy this and go back to the page. So we want to show this guy somewhere here. Doesn't matter where, but maybe just somewhere here. And for this one, okay, we can call create post component. We can remove this editing. We don't need that. So for this one, we can call set is opening to false. Set open set is open add post to false. We don't need this. And on created, we need to update the current post. So we don't need to do that. There on created, yeah, on created we can call handle created, yeah, and this one if is open, if is open add post model. So we show that. So we have to make sure that we have imported create post successfully. We can correct this one by just add up. Yeah. So if you save that, save, still compiling, go back here. So try to click. You can see thing is still compiling. Yeah, and give it time. Yeah, just give it a little bit time. A little bit of time. We can also fix can fix a little bit. We will work on that. But what I want to do is on click, we are not seeing anything. On click, we are not seeing anything. Got much one in here. On click, so on click, we have to make sure that add poster. On click, we need to make sure that we handle that. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah, but we can also try and try to do on click alert. Yeah, we want to try that to make sure that we are actually clicking the poster, the button. On click, we get alert. Okay, so on click, we set that to true. So where's the variable? This is the variable. We want to make sure that we show this one here. Oh, we are missing something. So open dialog open. Dialog open is equal to on click this variable. Yes. All right, congratulations. Now we have our custom edit here is actually here. So the category, we show the category. Okay, next we need now to paste the data to the database, to our database, all of that. Okay, let's go and do that first. All right, guys. So before starting our back end, what I want to show you, I want to tell you that okay, I added some comment. I add some comments, so I use AI to add some comments so that I can speed up development. Right, so we still have the same our same code, but I just add much content to explain. So from the top, import the necessary React hooks, custom edit component, and add this is a bit more detailed content, which help us, which can help you see exactly what everything we have. We still have upload image, and we still have our QuillJS, and the last one is here. Okay, so one more thing I want to explain to you is once you go down here, we can also use AI to add comment here. But one thing I want to show you here is if you see, if I go back to my application here and go open, we can actually add, but you see it's too close each other. You can give some space between them, between category and that. So if to do that, we can come to this guy here. This guy here, we can add style. We can add style as a placeholder. Nope, we don't need place for that one, but we can add style, which, for example, this is the title. Yes, this is the title. So we can do style. Let's try. I like to use Tailwind CSS. If you do class name, margin to 10. Let's try this one. I want to see if you can get space bottom. Oh, but we can also use break. Let's use break that way. So we want to get some space between. Is it still compiling? It's a bit tricky. Still compiling. Close. Just wait for time. Still loading. Okay, let's try again. That is the title. Let's see. So what we can do instead, we can do SX for style. So we can do Margin bottom. Sorry. Okay, Margin bottom to 2. This one we can leave that one, but controller we can add Margin bottom, because controller we have this one. If you do, let's try that. We want to see the space between this one. See here what we have. So you can use material UI to see how you can add inline style, all of that. So if I go this one, we have that space, but I need space instead from here. So I can copy. I can remove this one instead, add it here. Let's see. Because we already have enough space between this one. If you want, you could. Oh, sorry. You could wrap this. This is actually our editor. You can actually wrap this in a box. You can wrap this in a box. Say box. We import box automatically. Oh, import box automatically. Let's do Margin bottom to 2. That's the box. Okay. I hope the box is there already. Margin box to 2. Let's try to save that. And now I can pass this guy here. Let's try to see now. Just taking time to compile. Okay, let's see. Now we have that. Okay, I think that's enough. You don't need to spend the time installing. Okay, so back to create post. Oh, this is still create post. Um, what is our API? Okay, this is it. Create post. So we can go to API, and that's API/post. API/post. This is the one. So it means we need to add post method in here. Yeah, we have post method. So we can, if you want to return, we want to get the data. Let's see if AI can help us speed up everything. Let's try. We're just trying to see if AI can help us speed, and then I'll explain to you. Return a response. Try catch. Log error, and then return error. Okay. This is this is from AI. Yeah. This is from AI. So AI occupies the request body to get the new post data. So new post body is equal to the JSON. So press the data, and then we want to get the title, content, category, tags. So if it doesn't exist, all of this will return error. So we can also do one by one. But here is suggesting you to do a fetch request. So we are not doing fetch request because we just want to connect to our database. So what you can do here, we can return post created successfully. We want to return anything, but we can console.log post data and whatever. We can actually do post data, and then pass the body. We just want to test the request. So if you go back here, let's see the route. So this is from API. So API, and then posts, and then route. So you can add this method. Well, this method is supposed to add in here. Make sure it's not in the slide because we don't have slide in that way. So we want to post to the route. So back to here, I am using fake filler. I can try to just console.log this. Let's fill the content, and then add, get the tag, and then publish. Okay, let's see what we get. Post data. So now this is the post data you see. Okay, this is you can see now the type of data we are getting. You see that we are getting a paragraph. So if I change this, if I can use again fake filler, and then I want to try to have a H1, and then hello world, hello world from me Shabani Juma, Shabani Muswamba Juma. So if I add category and then add also tags, so we want to see it from the back end. Yeah, now you can see we have the data here, title, and then if you go to the content, we see we have a H1, and then we also have this one, and then you have a tags. All right. Okay, congratulations. Now the second step, we want to check if the current user is logged in. We are not checking for permission right now, but we just check if the user is logged in. Next, we will check. We will when we start adding the permission, we will update that to make sure that sorry, we will update that to make sure that the only logged in user can access, can create post. Logged in user and with permission to create post. So here we want to add this guy here. Okay, looks like got an error. I need to copy this one. Let's see. Okay, session. We need to import session. Can do import get server session, and then all options. Import all of this one, these things, and then we will pass here options. So if the user is not, if there's no session, we return an unauthenticated user or unauthorized user. Please log in to update post to create post. Please log in to create. Please log in to create a post, a new post. Please log in to create a new post. Okay, so we want to try again to make sure that since this current user is logged in, you can see the dashboard. So we want to try that. Let's try. We want to catch that data so that now we can start create add now the data to our backend. Right. So the data. Let's see. Okay, the post. Did you already we created that one? Let's try again. Want to try, let's say, category technology and then tag. Okay, the data is there, so we didn't get error. So if you log out, you will get an error. Okay, so once you have that, so we need to store the data. We need to store this in our database. We need to store the database, create the post, and then we return the post. Let's go and do that first. Okay, so once we have this, we need now to create code. Remember, we have I can close this one temporary, and then this one. If we go back to our utils, this is util, and then you see post create. What is post create? This is post create there. Now we want to see the function to create the post. Where's the function to create the post? This is the one. So we see that the post. Oh, this is the object. Sorry, this is the post. Close that one. Okay, for to create the post, you see that we need to pass post data. But if you go to post model, now you can see the interface we have here. You see that the user, the title, the content, category, all of these are required. So here, first of all, you need to get this. But before that, we need to get the auth. So say get auth. So for auth, we can since we have the session, we can do const auth is equal to session. You can take the session dot user and then dot id. Since we only want to get the id, and then now create the post. So to create the post, we can now do const new post. Const new post. We don't do that here. Const post is equal to await. So you need to await, and then we call the create post. So for create post, we will pass all of this data, but we have to make sure that we import create post here. Up here, import create post from grid. We want to import this one. Let's see. Create post. So create post. So create post, we need to find how we can update this one. String array. We can do a partial and then promise. Let's see. Create post. Post create. Post create. Let's do partials. We can do partials. Partials. And then let's go back here to see what we get. Category, title, category and title. So if you want, you can also just do it from here. You can copy, you see the whole thing. So you need to connect to the database and then do all of this here. But one way we just do this one here is okay. If you want, you can copy, remove this function here, because this one you only use it once. So it's okay. That depends on what you want to do. Now you can return a message. Let's return message and post. So we return message and then post. So this one, you can check if you have error. We can check if the user exists. We can ignore that error for now, but we can also console.log post, see if the post was created. Say new post, new post created, and then we pass the post. So we just want to see it. So wait for wait for the Next.js to compile. This ignore this 404 images. Trying to access images you don't have. All right. Now let's try to go again. Add post, and then category, finance, tags, and then publish the post. We want to see. So waiting from the back end to see. Okay, still creating the post. Wait for it to complete. Okay, we want to see the log. New post created successfully. So this is the post. I see the post. Okay, you don't worry about something here. What you see here, because we ask Next.js, ask React. We have asked React to keep updating anytime you close the browser. For example, I go to the back end, I come back here, so React reload the page. This is exactly something happened with Facebook. It's mostly happening with Facebook. So once you move away from the browser, you get back, it automatically reload the browser, because we are using use effect to update the post frequently. Anytime you move away a little bit, get back, and then we update. All right, so our post was created successfully. What do you want to do next? Okay, the post was created, so we want to back. Right, let's go first of all back to the post. This is the post. This is the from the page. This is page, and then post here. So here, once the post is created, so we want to push the post. We want to push the post in here. So what we are receiving from this one there, create post. Let's see, create post. So if the post was created successfully, we call this this guy, and then here we take the post, then pass it here. But first of all, you need to go to GIL, no, create post component. This is the create post component to see what this guy is returning. After post was created, wait, here we call it create post method. So if you get the post, this is the data. So, but from here, if you want, we can you can correct here what you are returning. Just return post. You don't need to return the message. So just return the post. So if I go back to here, so if I create again the post, so in that case, we will want to return the post. And once you return the post from here, this place, you see now we just get the post data. We do const data is equal to our JSON. So you pass the data, we pass the data, and then we just pass the post to on created. So let's see if back here and then click hello world, and then the category, just publish. Just the post was created, so you can see the time, the date, because you are not showing the time, just see the date, and down here you see that the post was created successfully. So if I can try to create another one, this new post created by Shaban, and then this one is H1, and about this new post, and then category, let's select category to technology, and then tag, let's say new post. Tag we want to show because now the post is here. The tag won't show because I didn't save it, I didn't add it to the array. All right, so the create post is successfully, but now we need to work on uploading image. So we need to work on this one. Just want to show you anything it won't work. It failed to work. Why? Because it's showing you 404. That endpoint, the route is not, the route to upload images does not exist. So we need to work on that. If you go here, upload image, you are getting 404. All right, so for upload images, upload files, we need to go to our API. So we need to work on an API. Let's see. In here, we can create another folder, uploads. So we create a route.ts. Okay, so from route, you have a couple of things you need to do. First of all, we are in app API and uploads. So this you can import import the response, and also need to import the path from path. Import also write files. Also we need to import the UID, and then we are just I just want to tell you we are going to upload to our local server, so we are not going to use cloud in no. In the next video we can work on that. In this, let's work on so we can do import write file. Let's say write file, import write file. What else do you need to import? Oh, sorry about that. What else do we need to import? So we also need to import fs from fs, and then we also need to import. Oh, we have UI ID already, so we have UI ID. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, let's define construction constant. Define a constant for destination, for valid files. Let's say for valid file, valid file types. So we can do okay, first of all, const max size. What is the max size of the file we need the user to upload? Max size is equal to 5 times 1024 times 1024. So that's MB 5 MB in byte. And then allow tags, allow file types. We're going to have an array. How many you want? We want image, and then image JPEG, image PNG, and what else can I add here? Image web, if you want to image web too. What else? We also want I can also add XML. Not that, but instead we can let's add let's also allow image slash JPEG. No, actually that one is there already, unless you allow that one. Okay. So next, we create now the function. So we can do export export function, export const, and then we just post is equal to function is equal to async, the function. So we do try catcher, try catch request, and let's follow AI. So you can follow the AI to see how it's going to complete this one. Okay. I think I need to go like this. I don't need to follow AI because that is going to be something else. So you can do try catcher, try catch. Come on, AI. It's tricky with AI. I'm using a coding, so it's keep auto completing the code. So it's make it sometimes difficult to complete. All right. So what we can do is first of all we need to pass pass the incoming, incoming requests, to get the form data. So what we can do is okay, const form data is equal to await requested form data. So we get the form data. So we need now to get the extract the file. So we can now extract the file. Extract the file from data. So we can do const const file is equal to form data dot get file. Okay, so once we have that, we can check if the file is not empty. If the file is empty, or if there's no file, if there's no file, we return error. we return no file uploaded or no file to upload. Okay, we returned error, but sorry. But we can check if there is no file, or here we just want to check if there's no file, and we do, or if type of, we can do type of, if type of file is not starting with string. If it's not string, if it's not string, we return error. If type of is equal to string, we return error because we are expecting the binary. Okay, next we are expecting the file. Or next is next, what we can do next, so we can validate the file size and type. So we can do const, we can do const file type is equal to file.type. So we can do if it's not allowed, if it's not allowed file type. Have some coffee. Correct. So if it's not allowed, file type dot include, if so allowed, if it is not allowed, file types dot included. So if our type is not included, so we need to just return also error. So can you return response invalid file type? We can also check for file size. Let's just add comment here. Check for file size. Check for file size. Okay. So we can do const file size. We get the size. So we can do instead of that, what I can do is const buffer is equal to buffer dot from, and then we pass dot from. So we can await file to read all the file, file dot array buffer. So we get all the buffer data. So we check now if buffer dot byte length is greater than max file size, we return error. We return error. So we can return error including the size, all of that. So let's say, for example, we can return, since we want to check for the size, all of that. So it also depends if you want to include that. You can say include file size exceeded the maximum limit of whatever. You can do that. Okay. But this one we can return 400, and let's try 113, and the top one also invalid file type can return for, this is invalid, no file, and you can return 15, 415. Yeah, so depend on how you want to handle it from the front. So if the file is so if you get the file, we can now sanitize and do sanitize the file, sanitize the file name. So for the file name, we can do we can do a file name is equal to file.name.replace. So we just do regex here to replace dot, if there is dot, replace with nothing. Okay. We can also do const file extension. You can do const file extension equal to dot x name, and then we pass the name. We want to get the extension. Sanitized file name, and then we pass the UID. So we just want to create a file name. I want to show you an example of the file we have in here. This is a file. This is how we remove. So we can remove if the file contain some numbers, some names. We remove some special characters in the file, replace with nothing. But you can keep numbers if it is there, and then we just generate a unique file path extension file path. So what we want to do next is now we can do a const create a directory, but for sanitize, we can do this one. We can sanitize this way. So origin file name. So we just replace everything with the underscore, and then unique. So you create a unique suffix for the file name, because we don't want to the file with the same name. So we do that date.now, the current date, and then underscore, and we use a UID to generate a unique UID, unique file name. And then here is the file name. Okay, so we define our path. So define the path. So we want to store to the public directory. If you go to here, we want to sort in here with another folder called posts here, and then posts, and then image. So we want to sort in a public directory, in another folder called posts, and another folder called image. You can have another folder called video, so it depends on how you want to handle that. Okay, so once you get that, you can do ensure the directory directory exists. So we can do if wait, the problem for AI can automatically generate the code. Okay, if fs, the one we imported up there, if fs dot exists dot exists sync, and then we pass the directory, our directory, the directory, so we can create a different one. We can check if the directory doesn't exist to create a new one. So save the file. This is how that one is generated to AI generated that one. The file path is equal to file.join, and then we pass our file directory, and then pass the file name, which is that one. So this is the path. We need this path, and then we write now. You can do write write file. So you take the file path and then pass the buffer. We set the buffer, and then after that we can just return the file. You can return the file. So you can return something like this. Can return, can do messages, file uploaded successfully, and then also pass the file, and pass the file. So we can pass the file name and then also the path. From the front end, we need the path. We need path, so we can do pass like this one because we need this one. We need to access this one. But if we get error, if it fail and get error, we can lock the error. Let's see if I can generate this one. Can lock the error. So can do console.log console.error, and then we return the error. So I think that's it. That's it for this one. So you can return the status 200. But if you go back to custom, so go back to custom Quill editor. Here, if the status is 200, so you can check 200. If you want to return 201, you can go back. Where is it again? It's the route. You can go back and return. Make sure that here is 201. You can save the change. So if it's not 201, you throw error. Another thing, we can do here, we can show loading process, uploading process. So we can create a variable here. Let's create a variable const uploading. Let's say uploading. So we want to check if it's actually uploading. So can update, show the user the processor. So from here we can just set uploading to true, and if we get error after this was completed, we can also set upload to false. Say upload to false, and then also down here, if you catch error, you can also set this upload to false. This one, where is it again? You can actually put this up here. Once you get the response, or whatever you get, we can just, from here, we can just set upload to false. Okay, so if you want, you can show uploading process here. If I can show you that, okay, here, let's just do some lorem here. So I want to show you it's optional. If you want to do this one, that is not included in our original application, so it just optional. It's optional if you want to actually show that. So we want to show uploading here, so we can show kind of a percentage or whatever, but we don't want to spend the time on that. So I can just show you uploading, or you can also say disable that if the video another is uploading. We don't need that. Just give it time a little bit. Let's see. That is not showing. Let's see. Artificial container. Or you can also use as a callback to show a few things. But I think we can get back to that after. What we want to try to upload the image. But if you are uploading image, we could also show that we are uploading image. This is what I'm trying to do here. All right, so I just added this one to show if loading, but we can get back to that because we are not going to spend time on that. You can now try to upload an image. Let's try to select any image. Let's see. You can also watch for errors here. Compiling upload. Still checking. So we're checking for error if the image was uploaded. So the image was uploaded. That's get. Let's get. Let's see. Okay, now image was uploaded and we return the path here. This is the path. So we need to see. You can go to. Let's try to upload another one. Let's try to upload another image. You see, another image. So you can check for network. Make request. So the image was uploaded. Image is uploaded. Let's try to expand this. Okay, here is the file uploaded successfully. File name, and then message, and then this is the path. Okay, this is the path. So if we go back to our application, here if you go to application, we want to check for that from the public. Now we see we have a public we have a public directory. In our public directory, we have a new folder post and then a subfolder image. And if we try, you see that the image is here. Right, congratulations. Now we need to show that image. In here, we need now to print the image. You can see that if we get the image erase the data, so we get erase the data, so I need to show now that one. So you can also try to just alert that. Do alert path. Let's see if you try to upload another image. Try to upload the same image. If you get image, so we want to alert the path, so we want to see that path. Remember from the back end, I told you that we require the path, so we need to get the path, this one. Okay, so let's see. But we didn't assign the path. The image was uploaded and we didn't assign it. So I think we need to fix this one. We need to we need to return the path, the path, the related path. So we can return a post, and then since we want to access, go to public, and then access post folder, and then also sub path. So I can use backtip post and then file name. So this is what we want to access. If we go here, this is what we want to access. So we want to go to when you are in public, so we want to go to post and then go to images, and then we pass the file name, so we access it. So this is what I want to do here. So I tried this one, it works. Okay, so we can I can try again a different file. Let's try with this one. Right, so the okay, now the image was uploaded successfully. Okay, can I close that? So if I try to upload another image, can try to upload another image, the image is there. So you can do hello world from my new post. And then for post, we just let's just pass this one. This is a new post. The new that's it. Just publish. Okay, congratulations, the post is there. And then you can see now we got a title. If you click on this, it's supposed to take you now that single post. Let's see, take us to single post. So it's compiling. If you check on the back end, you see that it's still compiling. Single post is compiling, yeah. The session, where is the post? Is it single post? All right. So now loading now single post. Huh? Okay, so this is the single post. Okay, so we can work here. We can work on delete the post. So we can delete this post or edit it. All right, all right. So for delete post, this is so you need to go to, you can go to component. Remember, we are using a component. We are using a post template. So to display a single post. So this is a single post. So we have this component here, which we use. If you go to post, and down here you scroll. No, actually post from poster slug and then route. You go that you see that this is the one we are using. We are using this template here. Show post, show post, and show post. We are showing this one. Show post. You can also remove this function. You can remove this function if you want. Just pass the thing, but this is this is the one we are using. So in show post here, so we have now the list. Where is it? Menu options. These are options. You take the main options. It's not there. It's actually somewhere here. Component and menu options. This one. Main options. So we have the callback. On click, callback. Okay, so here we want to handle delete. So on delete, this function we call now this guy. So root.back. So you just delete the function, just delete the post and then back. So if I click on delete, so I expect if you want to delete the post, so but you just return us back, just push us back. So if I click this one, ask me, are you sure you want to delete the post? If I say yes, we return back. Okay, so before that, we need to delete the post. So we can use Axios. You can do Axios. We can use Axios or use this one. So your method is delete, and then header. It's not. Mm, just give the second. Okay, you can use Axio or use this one, and then okay. So instead, we can just delete the post from here. So we don't need to do anything else. We can just delete the post from here. Just give me a second. Let me check what we require. We don't require much. We don't require much, but once you get the request, the data, so we can check if the response is not equal to okay, we can set error, and then we return. We can just return. Okay, but return doesn't do anything. We can set error. It says set. We do have error in here. We can check if you have error. Can create error. Const error set error. So we use the custom error. So if we fail to delete the post, we can do set error. Set error. Sorry, set error. So we can pass error, but we don't need this one. Instead to throw, we can set the error. We can do fail to load, throw new error. What else do we need in here? And throw new error. Huh. What do you need to? Okay, well, but we just show error if we get error, but let's see. So you need to make a request to post and then Slack. So if you go to API, this is our API, yeah. So API and then post and then Slack here. Okay, we've got some errors in here. We need to fix it. So if you go to post service, we can fix this one before continuing. Go to post grid. Here we need to add partial. It's raining out here. Around here it is raining. So for upload post, this is what I'm trying to see. This upload poster. So we need to let's see, what did I do for it? So we need, once you are passing the data, you need to tell the okay, this guy is going to be partial, yeah, partial. So the data is not you can do partial like this. Then back here, update data, update posts. This one, let's see. Okay, the error is gone, but we want to work on a delete poster. Delete post. So delete post, scroll up. Here we have delete post. So we want, if you make the request with the delete, so we want the delete post is already there. You can just try it. So if you go back to the post, okay, it is raining heavily outside here. It's raining heavily outside. So let's complete this one first. So to try, we can create a poster. Let's create our own post. Create hello world from my second post, and this is the post title. This is the title. You can let's add image. You can add image, any image. Yeah? So it's uploading image. Once the image was uploaded, you'll see it here. The image was uploaded, and let's add category, and then also add tag, business. So I can just press enter. This will add say tech, like that. So now let's publish the post. Okay, the post is here. Now let's go to that post. This is the post. So I want to delete it. So if I go back to, let's see, this is our back end. So once we hit the delete, we want to just log here, console.log here, delete delete post request received, and then we can check the session if the user is authenticated. Secondly, we want to get we want to get the slug from the param, because here we pass the slug, so we want to catch this slug from the back end. Remember, this slug is kind of our idea we use, and then we get, if the slug is not there, return error. If we get the, now make the request to get that post. If the post is not there, we return error. Now we check if the current user, the auth user, the post auth and the current user match. If it's not, we return error, because you cannot delete a post is not belong to you. And then else we return we call the delete post. From now, delete post is from, if you go to post, client post, delete post is here, somewhere here, I believe. So we created this one, all of this. For, okay, this is the delete post. It doesn't return anything, just execute. Okay, delete the post. If the post was deleted, we just console.log the successful message, and then we return also the successful message. All right, let's go and try this. From here, now, I want to try delete. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. Let's see. It's deleting, but you want to see from our back end. Which error did we get? Okay, now receive the message here. That's the log. Receive to delete the post, and then post deleted successfully, and then it's supposed to return. Okay, it's supposed to send us back to the whole post, because that post doesn't exist anymore. So this is what is happening here. So once you hit the button, so we call this confirm. Are you sure we want to delete the post? If you accept, so we close the menu, and then we make now the request to delete. If you delete successfully, we return to the home page. You could also have shown the message, but we don't want to do that now. Okay, that is for delete the message, delete the post. We can now remove this console since it's working. Since it is working. But one thing I want to tell you, that if you delete the post, we are not deleting the image. So we are not deleting the image. So we can also delete the image. So delete image, or or delete measure of files. So this could be image or video. Delete files, associate. Oh, did I write it correctly? Associate with this post. Delete all image, delete all files, So we are not going to do that now. We can do that in the next video if you request for that. Okay, what you can do next is edit post. So let's create another post. or we can use this one, create another post. This is another post. You can pass the category. So we want to test now the patch method, update the post. So create that post. The post is here. This is another post. You can go to that post. So from here, we want to do now edit the post. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so up here, this, let's see. Okay, this is the delete post, and the callback is we set is delete to true. Sorry, is delete. It's editing post. Sorry, editing post is to true, and then if editing post is equal to true, down here we call our create post, the same component. Here I can save the same component. We call it, but this time we give it a post to edit, which is the post, which is our post. So post to edit. So we give it the post. So once this receive the post now, we and then on close we also set the close, set edit to false, and then post edit post to edit we pass a post, and on created we call the on created. So on created we will just update the current object. So this is what we do here, object.assign, then you just update the current post, because remember we're still in the same post here, so we just update the data. So if you go to, I can just show you a little bit, we don't want to spend time here. The query, this one, this is not fin actually here, but is create post. So if you go to create post, this is our create post. You see that the create post also we accept the edit sorry, post to be post edit. This could be a post to be edited, edit to be edit, but this is actually the post. So we pass the post. So on on mounted, we just check if you have this guy, if you have the post, and then update the value, set the title, the content, category, tags, all of that. Yeah, so we check anytime on mounted. So what I mean is, so if now we call the edit, you press edit, you can now see that, okay, we just pass the post, we pass the post, selected category, and then tags. So you can add a new tag. This one is added, and then the post, four posts. But we want to check, so we can close this one. We don't really need that. We want to check where do you want to make the requests. Oh, actually, the created post. Remember here, down here, we check if you have a post to editor. So we assign it to API slash post slash post. We pass our slug. Okay, so we go now. We make now. So we can go back to our route here. Since we have get delete, we also have put is here. So we want to receive the request. Want to receive the put request, and then we also get the options. We do the same thing as usual, and then we check the slug, and then we get the we get the title, content, all of that. Or if this does not exist, we return error. Down we get also the post. Make sure that the post exists, and down here, if now the user is not there, is not the user ID does not does not match the current the post auth, we get that error. We return the error. Else we just update here. So once you update and then return the post. So we can just try, yeah? And let's try to update and then we see. We can also check from back end if you have any error. See updating. Okay, congratulations, the post was updated successfully. So if, for example, go back to post, the post was updated. If you go back to post, you will see that if you be able to see that post, where is it? Yeah, you can now see that post is here, and then we got the tags. You see the tags are here. Congratulations, guys. So I think for post we can stop here and work on projects, showcase project, and create or update project. So this is going to be the same thing. So some template we will just fill them, just paste the content because it's just paste the code because it's actually going to be the same. So before starting the project, let's work on the comment first. I almost forgot about that. Almost forgot about this. So for this one, we can just add comment. So if I try here, we get error. We get error. Failed to add comment. So to handle that, because we haven't worked on that, so what I would like to do is, okay, we can first of all create a backend. So this is go to API. API, we can create comment here, another folder here, but we can maybe just nest create inside the post. Inside the post, create comment. So if we comment, I can create a route for comment. So I have some code here. I will paste it. Is the same thing for which we did for post. So we just get the body and then the session. So it's repeating the same thing. Yeah. Check if the user email session user email. There's no user email or whatever we return. So it doesn't matter. We can just check ID. If there's no user ID, we return error. And then also content and post ID requests are required. So now we create a new comment. So new comment. For new comment, we can go back to our util. This is our util. This is a grid for comment with the one we created before. So this is the one we want to use. Create comment. This we have create comment. We can also make sure that this is partial so that we don't get error. Okay, so first of all, let's go here and try to get that and go to say comment grid. No, Moodle not found. Util and then comment. That one. So we need to create post and get create comment and get comment. Okay, for this one, we need to update here. Create comment. So we can do here. Where is it again? Here you can do partial, and then you pass this one because the data we are passing. Sorry. The data we are passing is we are not passing as the interface there. We are passing one by one. Let's see. Update. We don't actually. We do have update comment. We have it. We don't even. We don't really need it here. Okay. For comment, this is it. So this is we have also the second one is get comment. If we haven't finished this one, so we'll just call the new comment. We create comment, we pass the body, user ID, whatever we return in the comment. So get comments. This get all the comments. So we need require post. Require post search. We want to get the post ID. So once you have, if you don't have post ID, we return error. So if you have post ID, you can get the comment by post. This is it. So this is what we have in here. So if you can go now to front end, go back to this one. Where is the comment? You must go to single post. Single post, but we need to go to the post template, which is this one. So we want to see where is the comment. So we must go down. This is the comment list. Sorry, comment list. If you go, this comment lists are here, and then we have add new comment. Post comment. This one we saw this before. So add comment. This is so we can change. We can update this guy. We can do. I just wanted to show you how we can nest this route. So we will go to API/post/comments, and then we do posts. So if I try again, we go back, let's just post that and give it time. Let's save it. You save it and give it time to compile. Give it time. So try to paste again the comment. Let's see. You can also check from the back end. Yeah. The comment was added. Let's see. Did you create the comment? Let's try to reload to see if the comment was created. We will see it. We will see it here. But we can also try to where is comment? We can close this one and this one. So where we create comment here, we can log the message to see if we actually received the data. Console.log comment data, and then we can pass body. Let's see. Okay, let's try to post comment. Let's try again to see if we actually receive data. Okay. Comment data is post the ID, and then this is the content. But we get error here. We get error. 401. Where is that? Mm, 401. If user if there's no user, let's console.log must log in. Let's try again to post that. The session is there. So User not found. The current user, do you have session? If you console.log so dot session dot user, you want to see that, I don't know why. Sometimes you see loading, I don't know. You can give it time to compile, but actually we are receiving what we wanted to see, that we are receiving the comment here, so we want to check for this error. Okay, let's try to add comment. Let's see again. There's no user ID, that's why we could check for user email. Yes. And check for, because if you see the session data, we are not returning user ID, but you are returning email, so you can use email to check. Okay, all right, so let's try again. Add comment. We have to give it time, still loading, or still compiling again. Want to see, it's still compiling. Sometimes it's a bit annoying, but you just have to stick with it. The comment data, comment was posted. Let's see, did you really create the comment? Nope. Let's try again. Okay, now comment was added. The comment is here. Right, congratulations guys. So what we want to do next, let's go and work on the project. So if you go hit the project, let's see what we get in there. Can close this, remove comment, and also remove that one. So for comment, we are not going to do much because it's just the same thing. So we don't want to keep repeating. Can also close this one and close this. So go back to a project. So this is the project. We don't have anything in here. So we want to display the project, start now creating the project. All right, let's go and do it. Okay, so for project, we can go to, let's start with the front end first. Here, we can create, we have a project here and page. We don't have much in here, but what I can do, I can paste this one. I have some content here. It's the same template as what we usually do. We require project card, and then also we can change this. We can add I here. The project, let's find it up. Let's try to find it. If you go to utils, and then we have this called project, but not project. This is it from project or projects? So we can create project here. Oh, this is a project client. We also require auth. So we can change this one. It's actually there already. So we can change this, and then I'm just going to explain to you. This what we have is the same thing. We don't have project card. We will create it. If you want, you can just create a card here. You can go to component and then create a project card .tsx. Say app component. / card.tsx. So we can do const, we can do export, I don't know, export default, then create project card. For that, can just return, let's just return project card. This one project. How do you export it here? If you're exporting it that way, we can let's try. Let's see, are you able to find it? Project card. So you can remove that. So it's there. All right. So for this one, actually project card will take we will take project card will take a project. So we'll call project. This will take project as prop. Let's see. That's probably take okay, this will take project as proper. Take project, take project. So for project, we can use project I client project. You can change this here at app, and then um, we can pass project in here. We can just pass project here. Let's see, something is missing. What is it? I didn't do it properly. So I can do, we take project. Actually, let's try to redo it again. Const project card. We'll take this, we'll take project, and then we'll get the ID, all of that. We can just return project, return div. Let's see if AI can speed up this. Okay, and then we can export project card like that. So we will come back to correct this. It's not there. But in the project, this is the project. Yes. So in the project is usually the same thing. We are not doing much here. So we are just setting up a project and then loading an error page, and has more is a variable, because it's something in here I want to explain to you. I want to show you. We could have just done it from the post, but I wanted to create a different type of data so that I can show you. Has more, so we want to add this scroll more, load more on scroll. So fetch the project. So this will just pass the same thing. It's the same process we pass, but this time round we want to pass the project. We want to go to the project and we want to set the page. Remember what we talked about in the last video. So we stock the page. So if we go to our back end, in a previous video, sorry, in our previous video we talked about this. We talk about these things. Let's show you. Let me show you. It's a project, but in the API, if you go to API and then / project, it's not that. We don't have project in backend. We will work on that. So I will show you that. Okay, these are important. We need to get all these params, and then we just get the data as usual. So once we get the data, we want to update the current project. So we take the previous project, and then we just concatenate with the new data we'll get from this one. And then also in this, the return here, we will get the projects array, and then also we get the project property, and then also we'll get the total size of the page. But for here, we're just showing this. Just get this one. If we catch error, if we have it, we just print the errors. But here now we can, if we have if the data.project.length, we can update this. If to update if is more. So this is we can do that. We can set to true or false. So this is the same thing. Finally, we set that false. All right. So here now is the on scroll. This is the function I wanted to explain to you. So we can do on scroll. On scroll here. So up. Where is yeah? This is a use effect. So we use effect in Vue.js. This is mounted, so I like Vue.js much. I use Vue.js a lot. So this is mounted. So on mounted, we just um, uh, listen and scroll and then update that. But React makes it much easier than Vue. Vue we have to do much couple of things to accomplish the same task. Okay, so that's it. So on mounted, we just load this, load the page, load the project, and the page we pass the page to keep, because we need to keep updating the page. You see here right now is 1, so we need to keep updating. Anytime you reload, you refresh the window, or you load the window, we have to update the page value, page state. Right. So the rest we just have we have this one. We have a header. We pass our header and bottom. We wrap in our provider. That's it. So this one we don't have much style. We are not doing much style except to show the title, and then we map through our project. So we pass the card, and that's it. Load more. If it's loading, we show the loading. If there's error, we show the error. If there's more, also we show the more. We show more. So if I save that, we will get error because we don't have this back end. We need to create that. So I can save that. We get error, failed to fetch the project. So what I can, to handle that error, we need to copy this one. We go to our API, create now this folder, this route, and then create now the router .ts. So can do app dot um, app.api dot project, this one, then tsd. So this will is actually we are going to use the same thing from poster. So there's no need to type everything, because it's actually the same thing from post, from comment. I can post the content and then content the code, and then we just I will just explain to you. All right, guys. So for back end, can paste this code here, and there's a bit of comment. Small comment can help you. I will also leave the code, the whole project on my GitHub repository. So we can get to the project. So project create. Why is not working? Just give it a second. So we get to all of this. Project count, we can check for that. We don't have it. So what this guy does is just, okay, we do the same thing. We get the URL. Now we want to get the page number. So we want to convert this to number. You can get the URL. The same I showed you here, that okay, we pass this the page, which is a number, but by default everything here, the browser, if you get any param from the browser, is string. Everything browser converted to string. So this, the whole thing is string. So the page and the page size. So this is what we get here. So we'll just get a page. If there's no page, we take one. by default we set 1, and then page size, if it's not there, we also set to 10, but we have to convert it to number because by default is shrink. So we can pass to filter. We don't need to do this, but we just want to do it a little bit. So we can filter. Want to filter and then do search parameter for each to filter. You can follow the along with this one, or we can just fetch the project because I wanted to have the project so I can explain to you much more we have here. And then count, we just count the project which we will create that one. So we return now the project and then the count. That's it for get. And then for post, we can get the session, check the session as usually, and then get the data, pass the data, and then also check if you don't get this return error. And for this one, and then we have create post here. If post was created, we return post was created, project was created, and then we return this. So this is it in here. So we can correct this a little bit. Create, if you go to project grid, we can say that okay, this guy is partial. It's a partial, and then we pass this guy. Nope. Copy this one. That is update, create. We can also update this create. So if you go back to project, let's try to update this one to see. But with some things missing, count project, we don't have count project. Do you have a count project? Delete project and you have count projects. You can change this to count projects. Okay, here. Just give it time to update a little bit. Okay, that was updated. Yeah, that was updated there. So that's it. So now if we go back to our front end, another thing I want to tell you that the database we are using in this project, so is linked to an existing project, and so which we got the default data, the sample data to test. So for you will have to create the data, but for now, if I load here, we will see the data. Why? Because we have sample data in the database, MongoDB database connected here. Let's just reload that and I'll show you. Try to let me try to reload. See, okay, let's have a look for what you are getting here. See, before we got this API API slash project slash project question mark and then page. Yeah, we pass all of this one. Right now, so we okay. This is what we get there. Get again this time. Let's see. So from our front end, where is the front end? This is the front end. So from our front end, we can actually we'll see some errors here. Some error related to SVG. We will check on this errors later. But let's go to a network. We want to see what we get in here. So we want to load again project. Let's see. Here is project. That's the document. Is okay. The last one, let's see if you load the project. Okay, this is the request, and then this is the data you get. So these are sample data from the server. These are sample data which I'm connected to a server which got sample data. So it doesn't matter for you as long as you follow the same data, the same method. If there's no data, you'll get there's no data. So down here, once down here, if you have the data and the data dot, if you have a project and project dot length will show this one. But else can show no project. So I can do this one. Else we can now add else here. No project. Can add no project fund. Let's save that. So we will get no projects. If you don't have it, you will get here no project. So this is not showing because if you go to product card, we are not showing anything here. We could have shown something, for example, project title. We show the title, so this should print the titles here. Oh, is expecting something. Let's see. I see. At app slash util and types. Still checking. Okay. So we get the titles, but we could. So we need to design the card. We need to design the card, so we can show the product cards. So next, now we can now show a button. We can show a button somewhere to add a new project. So that will be exactly the same as post. So this is exactly the same as post. We will also going to use we will also use QuillJS, the text editor. Okay, so guys, for card, just I think that we can do something like this. Is the same thing, yeah? We don't have to spend time typing styling, yeah? Since we already know how to style and everything. Okay, what we are doing here, we were getting project IP. Uh, just get project IP. Sorry, I client project. So this is the interface for the project, and this we get it from our TypeScript. This one. So once we have this, we also get the link. So these are all necessary stuff. And then we use the same get project, get fast image or iframe, and we use truncated because this is we want to show just some couple of stuff. We want to show few lines of code of text, and then if there is image to show the first image. Since we are using truncator, we will use QuillJS to for the text editor. So that's why we want to use this sanitize the HTML and then get the first image. So option, we don't have much. We are using also the same options. So we just have just share, nothing much here. Okay, this is all we have in here. The rest is just HTML. HTML. So we use box. We get the box from material UI. Box and button from material UI, and we style it. This is the style we have. This is the style. This is the whole style we have, and then we have flex scroll for the card, the card header, which is start from, this is the card body, and then the bottom, which is view all. This is for the bottom or footer. But if you take the header, this is the header we have. We don't have much here. We don't have much here. You can actually remove the background color. If you don't want to see that, you can remove. So the style, it doesn't matter. You can play around with the styles. Most of these things that are available on Flowbit. You can check on Flowbit and Material UI. So that's why I don't want to keep designing, because they're already available. That's why they're there to help us speed up the development. So we don't need to spend time on styling everything. So this is the header. We're just going to have title, and then is flex, just between. One side is created at, and the other side is options. And option will open many. That's it. Title, click. We want to go to the other link, project slash link slash slug. And then if you have fast image, we'll show it. And then we'll also show the truncated content, which you use dangerously set in inner HTML. And fast image fallback, if you don't have fast image or truncat, we just show this one error, and there's no content, and that's it. So this is for the card. We don't have much in here. It's pretty much the same thing. So if you save that, go back to here. So we're supposed to see the cards here. So we can just proceed with the create a new project. Create a new project. Let's see. Updating. You can also try to reload it. No project found, but you have to wait. So we can correct this one. If to correct that, you can go to projects, scroll down here. Oh, this is a back end. You can close this. We don't need back end for now. Projects. Yes. If project, yeah, we can check if it's not loading, and this one. So that means let's try again. Start to reload again. So that means we don't need to show this error. We don't need to show this if it's not loading. Yeah. Let's give it time. Why? How come it's still showing? Oh, I think the way we are showing the content here is a bit tricky. So you must check if else. You must do if else. Start with the loading and if else. So we can do that later. Doesn't matter for now. You must check first of all if it's not loading. Give it time. Okay, so we are getting error. Oh, I know why we are seeing that error. Go to project card here, then to projects. Also this one. Export it, import it. Let's give it time. Let's see. Project card. Okay. Give it time to load again, to compile again. Right, so now we have the cards. We don't you can see what we have is very simple here. All this type of cards can get it. In fact, this one we got the design from Flowbit. So you can go to Flowbit there. You can get product cards, all of these types. Yeah? So if you have an image, we will show. So we don't have image for so with this one. So what you can do is you can have a button here to add a new project. To click and push new project. So that will be the same as the post. Okay, that will be the same as post. So here, Flowbit, you can get much. If you go to blogs, you can get much designs there. These guys, they got so much stuff here for Tailwind CSS for free one, and also you can upgrade. I use this a lot for my project for Tailwind CSS project, so I don't need to keep designing the same cards over and over again. You can just copy the card and then reuse it. Okay, this is it for card project. So let's work first of all in adding a new project before going to a single project. If we click here, we will get 404 because that doesn't exist. Yes. Or otherwise, you can just also work on the template. So the template is pretty much is the same as for post. So there's no difference. Is there no difference? This template is pretty much the same as post template. All right, so let's work with this. Let's add this template. We can add this template first, and then we get back to creating a new project. Okay, so for single project, we can go to pages and project. So we need to create Slack. We can do Slack like this. So and then inside here we create a route. Sorry, page. Route is for the API. Yeah? So page.tsx, and I have the HTML, the template here, so I can paste it. This is what we have. The same thing as usually. We copy, we import all the stuff, include the route, and then for single project, we also require Slack. The Slack is not param. We retrieve the Slack from URL Slack. Yeah, URL use params from the URL, and we also now set the project is nil by default. We can use here use client. Use client. This one. Use client from type. Okay, so by default is nil. So if you get, we can pass it is project interface or default is nil. Loading and then errors, handle errors. Okay, so we have the Slack here, but we use now fetch data. We fetch the post. Sorry, we fetch the project on a mounted. On mount, we load, we get the project. So just make the request to project and then Slack. If we don't have this one, we will get an error, and then we just throw error. If you get the data, paste the data, and then get now the data here. Okay, so get the data. We set the data, and error. If you got the error, we just return error, set error. Finally, set loading to false. So here now show loading, and then display error. So we can actually show. We can actually use our display error. Let's see. We have a display error. Remember, can call here down here. I can call handle display error. which we pass error, and then also we have handle loading progress. So for error, if you want, we can remove this one. We will correct error after. Remove this one. So you can remove this two. And related, we don't have it. We will get back to that. But first of all, we want to work on errors. This one, remember we are using a custom error. So custom error, this one, you can go to custom, our custom error, sorry. So it's this one, is the from TypeScript, from type, from type. So we use this one. So here, custom error, where is it? I import it? Handle, and we don't have it yet. Yeah, we have it there. So down here, we can as let's set as custom error, but we don't need that. We can just set error. Can just set error like that. Okay, here argument custom error is not assignable type error. Oh, let's see, where is that custom error here again? Because we need to make sure that we are importing that one there. So just make sure that, yeah, we don't need to pass anything. We can just pass this one. Set error is unknown. If error, oh, let's see, we set a new error like that, and down here you can show error. Let's see, and what are you setting down here? Error. You can set error. Set error like that. Unknown is not assigned to type nil. So means here you can set O, but nil is okay. Nil is fine. We can ignore that for now, and just remove this one. For now, we can ignore that error on top. We will get back to that. Okay, I want to finish first of all here. So the top will just print the, here is tags. If you come to before even that, we load the data. After loading the data, if you can just print the data. Print the title, and then we also print the category. And here we just show the content. If we have it, we use our truncat. No, we use a sanitize. No? Sanitize Quill content, and then we just show this the box. That's it. That's for printing error, printing content or render project template. So the rest we just have title, and then we print the tags, here, and we show the related, because we have sidebars. If you see, here is a left sidebar. We have a left sidebar, and then we have the main content. So since we don't have that yet, this one we don't have it, I can just comment this, and up here I can also comment it because we don't have it like that. So if I save that, we go to single, cannot resolve related because we don't have that. Let's see. Still checking. Let's give it time to compile, and that error will go. Still checking. Okay, now save. Let's check. Still compiling again. So we'll see a project, but we don't have the related. So if you also you want, we could just go and create the related. So you can go to component. Just create a related. Related.tsx. So this should be in the app component slash related.tsx. So for that, we can do const. We can do export default. Can do export default, but we want to. We can do. What is it? What do we have much in here? I don't think we have much. Okay, we can have project, but let's say I don't want to have that. So I can do project. You can pass. We need a string of tags. Actually, tags are coming as param. Or another way, you can just pass project. So we get project, and then we will sort it by ourselves. So we can do I client. So we need to import that. You can do import I client from types, but we also need to import. Let's see. So we also need to import can import React. Import React. We also need to import the use state, and then use effect, because we need to load the tags, check the tags from the server, a related project from the server. Is declared but never used. Let's take this one. Okay. Okay, so in here, oh, sorry, what am I doing here? Okay, so in here, well, I'm trying to see what we want to do here. Okay, we will have a project. We'll have a project and say project, and what else? Right. So for project, we can have project related projects. Related projects. Can have a related project, but we can let's related project, not projects. So this is actually just a related project. So this is going to be interface. We want to get a project here, and then we can now get this one is project. We get a project, and then we can now use it. But first of all, what we can do here, we can use interface props. Can use interface props, or this one is still fine, because you want to get the project. So once you call this guy, you give it project, and then once we get the project, we can do project and do a related project are empty, but we will get related project with by default is empty array, and which will be this project IP. But we also want to do const want to get single project. So to get that single project, we can do so if we have project, we can do try catch to get the project. So if you have that project ID, we can get it. We can use the project ID to load the to actually let's see to actually get the related projects. But we don't just want to work because we don't have that. We can also use effect. Since we don't only want to load this one, we can use effect. Can use effect. Use effect. So we only load once. So use effect, and we can pass here project. So if you have a project, we will make this guy request, and down here just check if project, and then call that function. Call this one. So this one will load the projects. This one will load the projects. So once we get the project, we can get this one, assign this here. So once we get these guys, what can we do? But we can also set const loading. Set loading, and then error. Can you type error? AI can complete the rest error. All right. So we can set the error. Let's set is loading to false, loading to true, and then set error to false, to nil. Error can be custom error. Our custom error. Did you import it? Yes, custom error. So if you get error, you can show it here. As error, and then down here, that's it. Down here, what we want to return. So we can return, let's return project, but we want to return a div. Let's see if it's loading project description. This we don't have all of this one. We don't want to show that for now. We can just show a div. Let's show a div that we don't have project because we are not going to work on the back end. Let's just say Lauren. So that we don't care for anything is happening there because we just want to return that. So here we want to import now that guy. Can import it, related projects, and then the related project here we will pass. We don't want to pass tags. We want to pass. We can pass project. We can pass project for related project. Yeah, we just want to pass the project. So once we get the project here, we'll get the ID and then send it to related to get the related. So let's go and try that. Let's wait to see what is happening. Still loading. You can reload it manually. Okay, let's see. Related project tags up. Got a problem because here we require project, so we need to go to that place. We pass project like this. Related project is not there. Let's see. We could not load project, get a related project. Has no. Let's see. Export related project. Oh, can I remove that? That's like this related project. Okay, let's try again. Okay, now we just have some lorem here. Tags we are not showing. We don't have tags there. If you want to show tags, I will showing tags here. Okay, this is tags, so we show the tags here. We're supposed to print the tags here, so we'll see if. But also, even this one, we could say that we only show it if we have if we get the project actually. Let's see, what are you getting here? Okay, it didn't show the project, so we can try to debug the issue to see why the project, the content. All right, so actually I almost forgot that we haven't integrated the back end there. But one thing we want to correct here is this place. We can check if you have a project, and then we show the project. Here too, we can we can. Okay, so we can do. We can remove this one. Wrap this in a curly bracket because we want to check. Can do we can do if we have project, if project. So we want to return, we can do return, return this guy, yeah. We can return this if you have project. We don't need this one. If you have project, where is it? Yes. Else we can just return no project, so that we can catch error. No project. If you save that, let's see up here. Okay, if you save that, you want to see here, expecting to see no project, so you can try to reload. But also the error is not showing. Oh, let's try work. Let's work on the if there's no project first. It's loading, but we're supposed to see because the route is not there. That's the thing. This route is not there. So if you want, you could also just go and add this route there. So you can go and copy this. We can copy the project. We have, I believe, we have a API. We have a back end project. This is a project, and we don't have single project. We don't have Slack, so you can wrap this in Slack. Can wrap a Slack here, and then just add the route.ts. So remember, is the same thing. Is pretty much is exactly the same as post there. Get project, show project, all of that. So to save time, I can just post the code here. I will just paste the code here. Okay, for code, for the template, I will paste this, the functions, the method. We are getting the project. So if you get Can close this, and then now we take the project creator. Also close this one. Project create. We create read and update. We have this whole the whole thing you have in here. Create a project. The whole thing that are in here. But what we want to do in this one, the route, where's the route? Can we close that page? Project route. So we want to get project slash util slash project create. So we want to get this method. We want to get all these functions. So once we have them, there's a couple of things here. First of all, we have get single project, which now we get the slug. We get the slug. Once you have the slug, we just return. We check if the project is there. If the slug is there, we'll return error. And then if the project is not there, we also return error. And we return, else we just return the project. Okay, here we catch error and we return error. So you can save that because the rest they are usually the same. Is usually the same as the post or comment. You can follow along. This is the post, and then this is the delete. Delete the post. We use the Slack to delete the post, the project. That's it. So I can save this because we are working on a single project. It cannot print any error because here we are not returning anything. Now we can now we are expecting error if the project is not there. If you hit, you will make a request to get here, and the project is not there, we can return any of this error. So if you, now is loading. So I told you that we are using. I have a sample data for projects. So which was for another application. We use that to test this. All right. So now we are showing the tags and the lorem. So this one is coming from our related. Remember here we're just showing the related. So what we want to do is, okay, if we have the project, we can now make request to the project and the related. But if I go to this, we actually get an error. Why? Because we don't have the related. You see, we are getting 404 because we don't have a related. So we can create a related folder. Create related. So here is the project. Go to APIs and then project, and then we can create another folder in here called related. So in a related, you can have a route. You can create a route. Sorry, it was that one. This is related. You can create a route in here. Route.ts. So in here we can make a request, a get request. So we just get the ID or Slack from the product from the URL, and then check the product. Okay, let's go and do that first. I added this function. Related, get related. Okay, for get related, so just get the tags. We get the tags. Tags which is shrink, exclude, slug, because we want to exclude the current product, and then limit, which is equal to 5. Connect to the database, and then const related. So we just do a product.found. You pass the tags, and then you pass exclude, which is the slug, and we just return the post. Return the post there, which is related. So What you also can do, we can still just copy, instead to do it there, we can just copy the same method. You can copy like this, go to related. This is our related file, and then just add this here. But instead, we can do the get, because let me show you. If you go to, where is it? If you go to where we do get, no, this is the front end. Our back end, I want to see our back end. Yeah, where we do get. So we can have get. So we can make sure, say that, okay, this function is going to be get. This is going to be get. So we make a get a request here. So if it's get a request, we will do that. But we'll have to do modification and handle everything here. So we cannot do that here. Instead, we can just stick in here. So we'll just call this function. So go back to here. We need to import. Let me see where we are importing. Yeah, like where we are importing the project. So I can copy this one. I want to copy a couple of things in here so we can reuse it. So this one, I can copy the whole thing, and I can remove this one since you're not going to use it here, and go back to related. I'll just paste this code here. Let's see. Okay, so we don't need this update or delete or get single project. No. So in here, instead, you don't need this and this. Nope. And then schema, we don't need this one. Server response, yes. So we get a Slack. We can wait for the Slack. Can do a wait for Slack. Then once we have the Slack, we can now get the related. We can now call the related. So related, this one we require tags. So to get the tags, you can also do get. You can get the project. So that means you get this project. You get this project and then get tags, send them. Or if you want to send the tags from the front end. But simple way, you can check if the project, if you don't have project, we can return here. We cannot, okay, project not found. Project not found. But if we get project, so we can get the tags. Let's say that get tags, get tags. So you can do a project tags, and then you call the related, you pass the tags. So once you get the tags, once you get the related, you can pass here. You can pass here. So we can return this one. This guy required. What else you need? Project ID. Actually, Slack. This requires Slack. If you see here, we need the tags and the Slack and the limit. So you can pass Slack and then limit, let's pass to 5. Let's see. Okay, so that's, we make request to get the related. So this one, since you remove it, you need to return this here. You need to import it also. Okay, so now if you save that, so we can we we will get an error. What we do is, if the Slack is empty, see if check 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 if we have Slack. If there's no tags, return 404. So you can check if there's no tags, just return tags not found there. So that means this one we want to have this error. All right. So if you save now, you go back here. We want to see it there because you're related here. This is the related. So related, we are not showing anything here. So we can show, we can check related. So we can check if it's loading. Show loading. Let's see, title. And what else? We don't have this because we use also the card. Another thing is we can just return the card, return the title. If you don't have, we don't want to code much there. What else is there? What is complaining about? Has no corresponding closing tag. Oh, no, it's there already. So we don't have this. We don't want to make this video short. We don't want to have all of this one. We can just have the tag like this, and then link. We can use the link to show this, and then we'll just add a project.slack. This will show, but we need to import this link. Can import link from navigation. Nope. Import link from next link. So we just showing this. We just show this one. So can add class, but I don't know. You can add class. Another class name, underline known. You can do hover underline and hover hover text blue. So that's good. So this is the only thing you are getting, but failed to load. What we do is we want to show if it's not let's see why failed to load. It's still compiling. Yeah, give it time. Okay. So you want to see if you load the related project. Project Slack. So if you have project Slack, we can now show. I forget about this one. No, this one. If you have now project Slack, we can now show this one. Okay, we can check on this one. Let's go. Let's first of all work on handling these errors. But this is the design. You see the design for project. All right. So a couple of things we need to do. We can first of all we can do finally we can set loading to false. It's loading to false, so that we can stop that this one. So we can make a request load. Let's see. Let's see. Here we're checking if it's loading. We show. Also, we want to check if, but we want to make sure that we manage to make a request to the server. But another thing is, you have to check what are you passing in here. In here, if you see you want to access the Slack, so you must pass Slack. Must pass the Slack here. Okay, so let's try to reload again. Still waiting. Project was compiled. Okay, now it's loading. So we are checking to see if you are loading the related. We want to see if have we hit. So you're not loading the related. You're supposed to see the related here. Where is it? The Slack. Okay, related now is here, but it's 404. Okay, now we know why it's 404. Because if you go to API, this is API, yeah, and then project, and then related. So we need to pass. We need to make sure that the ID, the Slack is actually dynamic. So we don't know the Slack, so we can catch any Slack there. So I can do that like this. So remove now this router, put in that Slack folder. Okay, so now once you hit this one, you will pass any Slack. You can pass, can send with any Slack. So this will actually load the data. Failed to load. Now let's try again. You want to see load projects. This is that a single project. So we want to see related project. So you can watch here. So you can also watch from the browser, but I prefer using the terminal to catch the errors here. Right. So now we are set. Now the request is on. We send the request to API project slash related and then slash Slack. Okay. So now we get now 200. Okay, this is the code now, but we don't want it that way. We want to just don't know, we just want something like, let's see, here, scroll down. We don't want to grid, we just want to UL, then L, list, sorry, then list, what is this, list, we don't want to grid all of this cap, nope. But we can find a nice list if you go to Flowbit. Remember this, you can use match some of the stuff there. So you can find match from Flowbit about list. Since we are using Tailwind CSS, I think my my internet is down a little bit since it's raining around here much. Okay, so we can look for list. Let's say list. We can get a nice list here, a nice one, which you can use. Okay, let's try. which one? You can use something like this. So you can use something like this one, or just use a simple one. Get the first one, this one, but we just want to copy this. I just pass this here. Then okay, that's correct. So if you save that, let's see the result. This is what we get. So you can play around with the list. It show that if you want, you can also as dynamic BD. We don't want this one. Yeah, we don't want this. Let's see what we get. We don't want that one. So we just want a simple list. But if you can remove the this, let's see. You can remove this one. I don't know what you will get exactly after that. Okay, you can play around with the list. Doesn't matter which one, how you want to do it, but you can add class here, class name. Class name is equal to, you want to space between, so you can do space y, let's say maybe 2, and then this one you can use, if you want, you can also use just a box. You can use box for material UI. So box is good for in case you use the color, if to take the background, the default color. So you can use the box, you can use anything, is fine. And this one you can change also class name like that. Okay. So we can go next to work on other new project. Oh, but we forgot the list. Is it working? The link from here. If you can try to go to that, to go to this project. You can also give some space. You need space. Let's say, for example, BD bottom to 4. But you can have a space between. You can add margin between margin top and the bottom. Margin Y. It's a bit slow. I don't know why, but it's okay. It's a bit slow. Okay, let's try. So with the tags also, if you want to fix that issue for the tag, you're gonna go. No, this is back end. This is the single one. You can go down here. This is where we print the tags. So you can add bottom. Is this the one? Somewhere here. Tags. So if you want, you can wrap this in a box and then just add stars. But for me, I don't want to focus on that now. So now we'll be able to, if you click on any, it will take you to that project. You can see the URL now. You can see the URL. Okay, thank you guys. Next, let's go and work on other projects. If you want, you can also add a link here to view all, add a link to view all, so it's much you can play around with. Okay, let's go back. From here we need now to add all project, add a new project, All right, so to start having a project, we can add a button here, and then also show the component, show the dialog, just like the one we did for poster. So go back to our VS Code. This is the project. This is the project, project page, and then this is the project page, template. So here, yeah, you can see up here. So we can add a button. So what we can do is we can wrap this in a div, flex, and the flex it can center, it can center. Sorry. Can do space X to 2. We just want to add a button here. Button to add a project. Add a new project. So we can use button. If you can also get you can use this one, material UI, or you can use ME. If you take material UI, you can use this one, button, but you need to import it. If you start typing, this can import button from material UI, like this one. It was imported. If you go up here, material UI, see that we have a button here. Can let's see, where is it? The button is here. So in here we can have a, say, add post, but if you want, you can do something like this. So you can do like span, span, then with that text, add new project. You can use class name, and then SR only, screen read only, and then we can just add icon. Here I can look for icon, look for icon. You want to add icon, let's see, the plus, plus or add. Which one is there? Plus this one. So if you want to start typing this one to see if you can import it automatically, add, what's the name for the icon? Add icon. Add icon. And import that, add icon, import from React, add circle. That is add circle from React. I was trying to use other one. So this, the buttons here, but if you want, you have the text on the center, you can change that. Yeah, if you want to have the text on center, you can change that. Looks like we can use, you can also use You can also use what we call this one. What's the name again? Hero icon. This is Tailwind CSS. So if you do add plus, you get this one. You can also use this one, SVG. So you can copy React. Copy React. So that means somewhere here you can use it. You can use this one, SVD, or you can use the other one. So it doesn't matter which one you want to use. So if you save that, you go back here, the bottom's there, but if you want to make sure that everything is in the center, this one, say, could be base or small, but yeah, I don't know, could be base. You can put base or XL, just XL, item center. But you can do flex, justify center, justify center. So this will push everything on the middle. For the bottom, so the button don't really need to use a material UI. I can use this one, just a normal button, so it doesn't matter. You can use a material UI, or because material UI, just because some fittings is not, you don't need to include it there. For example, if you just put a button, see that the default is a button, so you don't need to explicit explain the type of button or that. Remove this now. Okay, now when you click this button, we want to show add. Can you imagine bottom to then? So at click here, I can do on click on click, we want to handle, let's say handle add project, handle add project. So we don't have that one. We can go and create that here. We can go and create handle add new project. So you can do const handle add new project is equal to a function handle add project is equal to a function. So what we do in here is equal to a function. What are you going to do? Not going to do much. You can just alert for now. Alert about to add new project. Let's save that. So you can click this one. Let's see, still compiling. We got some fitting here. Fittings, you need to wait a little bit. Let's see. You need to reload. So I need to reload the VS Code. So, but instead of us to do this one here, we can handle. We can go to a new. On click, we can just add here because we want to go to a new project, a new file. So we can do click. So we want to set a link to go to project/new. So if you go back to here, you see the button that we can use this. You can use the link. You can use it as a link. So if you on the click, you want to go to a new file, so you have to wait. Since you are in development, you can watch from here. Since it's still compiling, just give it time. Let's see, can we reload? So you can I don't know, you can handle with however you want to handle it. If you want to go to a new project. So I wanted to go to a new project, slash new project, since we have seen how to show dialog, so we can do something else, so we don't need to repeat the same one. So what I need to do, again, okay, on a click, you can go to new project. You can need to go to new, add a new project template. So we don't have the template yet, we are going to create it. So if you check here, we'll get 404. Don't worry about this image, sir. We don't have this image in our server, that's why you're seeing all of these errors, 404. Right, so new project here, we don't have it. We make a request to get to new project, we don't have it, so we need to create that new project. But since we have Slack, that's why you see we are trying to access, we are trying to make a request to new project, so we cannot do that. If you want to go to new project, so you must create a slide, something does not exist. So the best way we can handle it here, we can just use click. So at click, we can just handle this function. Handle this, we just show a model here. So this will make our job easy. So we don't have to do much. So click, show add new project model. So first of all, we need to create a variable here. So we can do const is add new project, add the new project. So we can set that is by default is false. So at click, you can show it. We can show it, but instead to even have a function, we can remove this, just handle this one here. So set add new project to true. So if add new project is to true, I think down here, somewhere down here, can say add a new project, model. So for that, we want to use material UI. We want to use our custom editor. But what we want to do is exactly as create posts. This component we created before. So we can duplicate this. Just copy the whole thing, and then go somewhere here, components. If you want, you can also create another one project here, another folder. But I can just create a new component called add the new project, or create project .tsx. Okay, so we can repeat the same thing. Instead of repeating the same thing, we can just make some modification here. Change, instead of having this one, we can change to project. So we can edit all of this all of this, control plus shift plus L. So this will edit all, change here to project. So project, also we need category, we need list of categories. What else? New. So we can also edit this one. First of all, change the name to project, and then also change this one on edit on project, where what was on a poster, on a post created. So we change that on the project. So we can also add a project to edit. So everywhere there is post, you can change that with a project. So if you go here, yeah, so you can try to check everywhere is project. You can edit that with everywhere is post there. We change that with project. Call back with project param, and then populate fields for it to editing an existing project. This one here. This is it. So down here we will change few things. We will change few things here. Okay, down is correct. We also want editor. The customer editor is here, and the project also we need a title. We need also tags. That pretty much the same thing as a poster, so we don't need to worry about this because you can update it here. So I can save this one, just save, and then go back to our project, so we can check if it's edit project. If it's edit project, so we need to call that that one. Let's see. If it's edit project, we can call create a new project, and then you can pass the new project on close. So new project, you have a handle on close, have handle on close. So we have things like on project edited. We update on project edited, so we updated our projects list. So we also have this called so here we have this one. If you see, we have this also project to be edited, so you can add this one here. Project to be edited is can add project to be edited is nil, but you can put a project to be edited here, const project to be edited. So for this one is going to be a project, so is nil, it's going to be a project. So if you click edit project, you can show it here, but for now we don't want to show that. We are not going to handle this because we have already covered on how to edit poster, so we are not going to cover this one. We don't want to have much things here. Okay, so instead of going there, because we don't want to go create a new one, we can stay in the project, but just show the model and the model with the create new project. Okay, just give it time to reload. All right, so what we need to do, we need to add open dialog. So open dialog is equal to is open. Okay, so make sure also that this one is there. You can maybe change this app importer. So we can now try from our front end. Just give it time. From our front end, now you can show the dialog and add project. Just give it time to reload again. Okay, right, so add project. We can now work on a new project. Okay, let's go and check on that. All right, so on add new project, and try to add, let's close this one and this one. Try to add new project and select category, and then also add tag. So we can go back to, first of all, you need to go to this is a project. So you need to see where you are going to post, where are you posting the data on a new project. So API/project is this if you have a project to be edited, else we set to project as API/project. But this one you can change it to post. Post, have title. This is what we have here. Okay, let's try to go to our back end. So go to API/project. API/project. Here is the project. Remember, it's pretty much the same thing as a post there. So we have we are importing our project creator. So if you want to see, you can close some of these things you don't need, you don't use. Okay, project create. If you take the project create, this one, so create project. This is the create project, which now you can the title is required. We want to see which field are required. So we have title, but you can also check project model. This is our project model. So if you see the schema, we have title, content, category, and tags, anchor, features, image, Slack. So we can add if it's features, you can if you want, you can add that. It's not, you can see that it's not required. It's there, but it's not required. So you can also leave it. But if you go to add project, to the router, this is the router. So we need to create a new project. So we make sure that the current user is authenticated. Once you get the user, so we can now pass here. Now we can access the user. We can now get the user, all of that. Okay, the ID does not exist, so we need to add the ID. We need to make sure that the ID is there. So let's first of all, let's fix this problem to make sure that the ID is there, is including the user session. So what we can do, we can go to auth and then route.js. So in here can see the ID is there, and then somewhere here, where is it? Yeah, the ID is there actually, so doesn't matter. The ID is there. The property does not exist on type, name, string, email, and define that one. So we can ignore that for now. We just go ahead and try to create a project. So we can add his feature. You can add his feature, but his feature, if you want, you can set create project. So we can go back here. Can add then also const is feature. Const is feature. So we can use set is feature, but we also want to get it here. If you get this feature, you can also do set is feature, and this one is feature. If the project also comes with this feature, you can update that. What else? Okay, so we will add this checkbox later, but for now let's wait and see for now. So for this one, if you go back to our route, let's see, this is what we have. Where's the callback? Let's see the callback here. User compare, and let's see. the username is already included there, so the ID, so we will work on that later, but for now let's try to focus on this one. This feature, this one is declared but never used. We will work on that. Right, so let's go back to our front end, try to test. Okay, so here on add project, let's just try to add this random content and try to publish. Was project created? We can check from here. New project. Here's new project title. This is the one we generated just now. If you see the date, we can try to console.log. Actually, we are logging the result here. This new project. New project created. Created on. Can do plus date plus date.now. You can't see the current date. This is what we want to do. All right, let's try to category. Remember, category is required. Tags are not required. So if I click, this will add a new project, but it's not. It's supposed to push the new project on the top of the list, on the beginning of the list. Let's see. New project created yet. Project get project new. Did you create the project yet? Let's see. Can't see that here. Let's try again. Project and category finance, publish. The project, new project created on. This is a, you must convert this to now time. It's okay, but this is the new project created. But the thing is, why the new project is not being added here? But you can also see the auth is there. That's why I told you the user is there. The auth, where's the auth? User, where's the user? The auth is not there. Why we are not seeing the auth here? This is the ID, the title. We will check on that. We will check on that because here it's supposed to make sure that the auth is required. Refer to user. Auth. And then we can also do required to true. So if there's no auth, we will get an error. But I don't know if that is required for the project. You'll see. So if there's no auth, we will supposed to get an error that the project will not create. We could not create the project because the auth is required. Let's see. Still compiling. So sometimes take time to compile. So once the compilation is completed, is finished, we're supposed now to create the project. Okay, the project was created here. new project was created. So that means we don't have problem with that. We don't have tags, categories, technology. Okay, so the thing is why, oh, I wonder, this why is this pushed on the end? You can see the data. This push is supposed to see this the beginning of the list. Oh, I know why it is happening, because on a new project, you can close this. On a new project, let's see. On a new project created, where is it again? Can fix this, disable, we will disable that later. First of all, we want to check on the project created. Take project. Okay, let's work on this one first. Let's work on this. So the error was this. So it's supposed to set project and then add to the beginning of the project, of the list, project list. That was error, because the one was there actually was generated by AI. Yeah. All right. So we also have a comment. So we also added comments. You can help you see what we have. The state management function to fetch the new projects, and then load more on scroll. So load more on scroll. At least we updated. So window.height. So take the window.height plus window.scroll top. So we can just do document element dot offset height minus 200. Or if it's not loading, and then we set load more. We said now load more. So this is the comment we added here. This is the one. But it's something we didn't complete here. We wanted to add is we need to wrap this in a session. Yeah? So we need to wrap this in a session. So because if you not, the user is not logged in, we will actually get error there. So you can leave it, because if you see a create new project, this one, so we use a session. We have sessions here. Let's see. We have session. Nope. So if you want, you can add session here. Yeah, you can show session here, add session here, or you can use it here. So that means wrap this in a session. Wrap this in session. If you have session, we'll show that one. So the session does not exist, but we can use the state status if is equal to authenticated. So we don't have that. So to create that, we need to get the session. So we can do import session, and then we can use here const session, but we also want to get status. So we can keep watching. You can watch on status update. You can watch on this one page. If you want to use that one, which one I use to fetch the data, this one, you can also pass session here. All right. So okay, just give it time, give it a second. So that means anytime you reload the page, anytime the page is refresh, what we do is, okay, we check the session. We check the session to also update it. Just give it time, still compiling. So now this guy is here. So means if you are logged out, I can log out. Log out. This will redirect me back to the home page. Okay, this will redirect me back to home page. So we don't have home page. We haven't worked on that. We will work on that. So if I go back to the project, now you see we don't have the button here. So you need to log in. All right, guys. So this is it for the project. So, what I wanted to show you also is that you see we load more on the scroll. So if once you reach the bottom, you try to load more to see if you have more. Okay, this is it. We can always come back and add more features or correct match, especially the cards. We can use the material UI cards, but we don't want to do that. We don't want to work on that because we can work on next. Let's work on a contact contact form because we need to handle sending emails. All right, so let's go and work. All right, so for contact. Can close the rest of the things for now. All this one, I don't need it. You can go to contact here, then open the page. So this is the contact. Um, we need to make some modifications here. This one and this one, and we need to wrap this. So it's actually it's the same thing. If we go to which page you can you copy, let's take post. Take post. I scroll down a little bit. You see that we need to wrap this in material UI. Need to wrap in material UI app provider, so we can wrap this material UI app provider and then close it down here like that. But you need to import it, say app provider. So this will import app provider. This one, sorry, app provider. Okay, a few things. If you want to, if you're going back to contact, this is the contact. It's the contact page. What else do we need in here? We need the design. We need the design, all of that, so we can okay, let's see fast forward what you have. So it's still there, it's okay. For contact, for the design, we don't really have much there to do. We can import few things in here because we don't need anything else. We can let's, create that first for the form data. We can create let's say form data equal to set form data. So we can create few things in here which will have name, email, and message. What else? That's it. We also need to get the status. We can create status, call it status or sending. I call the is sending. is sending is equal to set is sending. Yeah, by default is false. So we can create a function. If you also want, we can also import the session to get the current user. Then we can import the use state, and also use effect. So you need to import session, use session from React code. So we can check const, we can do const session. Then we can also, if you want to check the status is okay, but I think we just need the session. I don't know. We will check on that. We will work on that. So we can use effect. Check update or check the status. Check the session. So you can use effect to check the session. Let's see. AI can speed up. Use session, and here pass session. If you have session, we can get the user, say const auth. We can get the user, or I don't know, auth, or just we can do const auth is equal to set auth. So for the auth, what we can do is we can set here as use so okay, we don't have that, we don't need to do that. We just get the session and we will do something else. We can access the user directly from the session. But what I really want to do is you can do const, you can create a function to handle input, handle input change. So this function will take the function will take HTML. It will take so what we can take event. So we can do react dot change. The event is react dot change dot HTML. React dot change events, and then we pass the HTML element. So we want to get the input ID and value. So that we can do the target is equal to input value. The ID and value is equal to event dot target. So we can now get the rest. So what we can do is input. We can do let's move this one. So we can do prev, and then we just update the input. So we can do dot. Okay, so the prev form data. So we just connect or add the current the new form and the new form data. So we take the ID, we pass the value. So here we have name, email, and then messenger. So this is the whole thing we are doing here. What next? So we'll have this submit. You can also create another function. We'll say handle submit. Handle submit is equal to async. Is equal to async. Let's try to follow AI to see, can speed up. Okay, handle submit is async, asynchronized. So we take the we also take the form data, but we can take react and just do react dot form event. I don't need this one. React.form event, what to do again is, but we want to prevent the default behavior, because this is why we don't want to reload the page. And then you can set is loading to true, and the response is equal to fetch dot. We can use fetch, the default JavaScript fetch, or you can use ASIOX. Method post. Once you get the body, yeah, method to post, but we can do try catch. You can wrap this in try catch. You can wrap this in try catch, so you can do try catch, and then after you can check if check for response. Check for, come on, what is happening? Check for response. So you can do if your response is equal to okay. If it's not equal to okay, we can throw error. If it's not equal to okay, you can throw error, throw new error. Else, but we can throw error or just set the error. Since we can set error. Set error, we don't have error, we're supposed to create error here. So you can create error, const error. So error is equal to, you can set as a string if you want. You can set error as string, and then down here, if the response is not okay, you can just set error. But you also remember, you can also use you can also catch the error there. Yeah. So, but I like to use a much I like to use Axios. So Axios catching errors sometimes is much clearer. And then here you can also just set error. Set error, and finally can do finally. We just pass this guy. Okay, but if you get the data, what do you need to do? So if you get the data, we can set status. We need to create a status if the message was sent. So I can do status for success, success or error. So we can do const status message is equal to nil, but it's a string. So down here, if you get message, you can also update this one. If you get error, you can set the error. You can set status. Set status message. So which message can you pass it there? Error, or say for example, failed to send message, and else you can set the status. Set status to success. Success. So we can set the message was sent successfully, and then we can reset the data, set the form on the form. So we can do, let's do AI can reset that name to empty and then email to empty, all of that. Okay, that is for this one, but for input, yeah, for input, I don't want to type all that HTML. I can just paste some HTML here. For input, can post this one and paste this one here. Let's see. Can paste this one here. Contact me. So just contact me or contact us, and then the input. So handle form submit, which we have here, and then so form. So we have form. We have value. The value is form.name. Handle our input change, which is up here, that one. And what else? Email here. And on change, so on change you can also call handle input. But what you need to do here, let's see first. Okay, if we save that for now, we have some couple of errors in here to fix. This error, this red one. If it's sending, first of all, down here, where is the button? This is the button. So we want to disable, can do disable on sending, and we can show, we can do something like let's see here, section. We can show a sending message. We can disable, instead just disable all of them, the input. We can do, for example, disable on change, disable on sending, if it's sending. So we want to disable that. So we don't want you to keep typing if you are sending. Even this one and this one. So if we save that, let's see, another error we have is start message. So start message, need to go down here to show the status. So if you have the start message, we will show the start message here. You can also check the color. If you fail to send, all of that you can check. We don't need this one. Use status. So since we are not using that, we don't need that one. But if you fail to send, you can also show error here. Can say show error if fail to send. If fail to send. So we can do error. My AI is not working here. I don't know why. If error, so we can just print here. Let's see. I'll just print message there. This kind of message. You can change that to error. Text maybe to red, like that. So back to contact. You are using the use state use component. Okay, let's update this one. So you must tell this guy to use client and do use client. Let's see. Let's try to reload. Let's give it time, still compiling. Yeah? Okay, this is the contact. But what we can do, we can actually, so we are, since we are using the session, if the session exists, we can just add the user here, auto fit the comment here, the name here. So for the name, if you want to do that, you have to use here. Can check and status and the user. We can set, let's say, auto fill the name and email if it exists. If it exists. Just name and email. So we can set, let's see, I can suggest, right. What's that error? Is not assigned to parameter type. Set if we have name. Well, let's see. Argument type name string is not assigned to parameter type set action string name. Let's see. Let's sit down here. But I think I'm gonna try to do it another way. Where is it? This is here. But you can do const name is equal to session, and then also email. But we are not passing the email on front end, and so that's the thing. Or need, we are not passing the our session. If you check our session, we are not passing the name front end, so we don't need that. Let's see. We don't need email and message. We are not, oh sorry, we are not passing that. Let's see why. What's the problem? Why is this guy complaining again? I don't know. Prev dot name. Come on. Let's check on that. Let's check on. I just added some more comment here to show all the steps. All the steps, but we still have issue with the gist guy here. I don't know why it's doing that. We can also do, let's try, nope, no, return. Can check if name, but else you can set it to empty. Email think we don't need email because there's no, but in case there's email, we can show that. We don't know, maybe we might have email there. If it's not, we set empty. So I can save that. Okay, so the error is saved by returning. Okay, now if we go back to our front end, this is what we have. But if we try to save, to send, we'll get an error. If we try to just autofill and then send, we'll get an error. Oh, we can also show if it's sending. Failed to send a message. If you want to catch that error, if you want to catch the error, you can fail to send. First of all, one thing I want to do here is to show sending process. You can decide. You can set to show loading spinner here. Since we have it, we have one. We can show loading spinner. So say that, okay, if it's sending, let's say it's sending, sending, we want to show loading spinner, can do handle. We have our handle loading spinner, so you can do handle, the custom one you created there, handle loading progress. This one, nope. Else we can show else we can show this one. I can show our form data. Let's close that and then just show this guy here. So, but if I try again, let's try it again. It's, yeah, it's showing sending, and on click we want to handle them something. On click, set error to true. We want to set error to nil. Error to nil. Yeah. So loading, if you want, you can also show message. Can do use a div, flex, and justify center, then item center like that, and then do can do block, show that guy, and then show paragraph here. Let's say sending message. Can do 5 to 6 or 11. So if you try again, why is not showing? You have to wait a little bit. So it's sending. If you want, we can have a space y, do space y, maybe something like this. So we have enough space. Try to send again, or just wait. So it usually take time to compile. Let's try to reload the page. So now we need to work on the back end. Yeah, we need to work on the back end. So if it fails, we get an error here. the error is probably 404. Get, if you go back to our back end here, try to see, we get 404 because we don't have that API contact, so we need to work on that. Okay, need to go to our back end API and then create contact. Oh, that's contact. Then now we can create our route dot ts. Okay, so in here we need to do a couple of things in here. The contact slash route dot ts. Okay, we need to do a couple of things in here. Let's go and do that first. Before that, we need first of all, we need the email. We need the email service, where we need a template. Need a function which can reuse to send email. Since here, the app we download from the one we download from GitHub. So we already include this template, send email. So this one is used to reset the password. So, but we can also copy this one to reuse it. So I can copy and create another one here. Says send and send email contact .ts. So can paste this one here. So this one will fix it to send email. Everything actually is still the same, is still correct, but we can just do a little bit of modification. So mostly just this one, HTML, and then this is still correct. Just HTML. So let's do that. Let's go and do that first. Okay, so we just updated here the recipient, the email, the sender, email, and then messenger. So this is once you call this function, it's the params you send. You will pass. Okay, sorry. And then our if you go to .env, so we need this one. So you need to pass host SMTP host and then SMTP port, and then the user, the password, all of that. You need to pass. This is the email contact. So you can pass your email, any email. So this one is now if you want to receive the email to your inbox. So this is what we pass here, but here we just pass SMTP host, user, a port, user, and the password. So this will pass here. Right. This is the validation. We take this from the .env. If this is not configured, we will throw an error. If this does not exist, end of this one, we throw an error. Else, we just create now the transporter. Create a transporter. So transporter is equal to node mailer, and then we create the create transporter. We pass host, port number. You can also set the default if that port number is not exist, or port number, but since we are already checking here, so that we cannot reach here if that the port number does not exist. And then secure, so check the secure if it's a SSL port or whatever. So for auth, we now pass the user and then pass the SMTP password. So the rest now is just email options. So from application, which you can say SM software app, and then you can pass the username to recipient. So we pass the email, recipient email, and then object new contact to submit from, pass now the user, the sender name, which we will get from here, the sender, and then the HTML. This is the HTML. So we have the inline class. So you can do it better. You can do it better where you can also find the free templates online to use for your emails, to send the email. So we pass a name and then email and the message. Message is here. That's it. And then this is what will return. All right. So once now we go back, can close this one. If you go back to our router here, in a router we need to import that. So you can import response, and then also import send message from that email message, and then you also need to first this is send message, but we also need to create a function, another function which you can use to interact with the database. Import also okay, first of all, that's, let's see this one. This is generated by AI, so we will get back to that one. First of all, we need to check if we have the model. We have a function to handle, because you can see we have a function to handle comment, so to handle contact. All right, it's here. We already created this one. So create message. So we have create message, get message, and delete message. So we want to use this one here. So we can do import create message from message.create. Okay, so for this one, let's work on that first. So we can get, first of all, const we can get all of this, message name and sender. So we need the name. If we go back to our contact, what are you passing here? So we need the name, name, email, and message. So here, instead you pass name from JSON. So we can also validate. You can do validate the input. So can check AI wise. AI is not handling. We need AI to do the job. Let's see. Okay, if there's no message or email or whatever, so return missing required field. 400. Send email. So after that, we can do try catch. We can do try catch. We need to wrap this in try catch so that we don't get error. To catch the errors, try catch. So we pass this one. But if you have error, we can return error. Handle error. So for here, now we call send email, which is this one. Send email. If you go back now to here, there's a couple of things they required here. So we need to pass send email. We need to pass the contact email, which is a recipient. So this is the recipient. So if you want to do that, I mean back here, if you want to do that, so we can do we can access the one from the env. So you can do process dot env dot let's call this email. Nope. dot contact email. Do you have contact email? Dot contact email. So if it's not there, we can set it to nil. Contact email, yeah, it's here. So we can pass this one, dot contact email. So we can also pass a different email here, and then we need to pass the second one, which is sender name. So you need to pass the name, and then we need to pass the email and message. So this is a sender name, and then sender email. You can correct this one to sender, and then message. All right, so that's to send email, but also to create a message. So we need message, email, and name. So if you go back down here, this one, we need to pass message, email, whatever here, but something we need to check here first. Let's see. So in here, let's see. Okay, first of all, let's check with what we need to pass. We need to pass message, email, and sender. So we have pass message, email, and sender. Okay, and then we return if the message was sent, so message sent successfully. But here we need to do partial. How do you do that partial here? Okay, if are you using the, let's see if you are using email interface. This is email interface, so you need to make sure that email interface is partial. Let's go and do that first. But we could just try to send message. Get error. We also return a fail to send. We can try to add the message plus message, but you can do message dot message if it exists. If it exists, let's see. Okay, I can save that for now. Let's see from post to route. Yeah. Okay. So we can try. Let's try to send the message first. Oh, what are you using here? The module has no exported numbers. Let's see. Are you getting that? We need to change that. Let's see if you can change. If you change that. Nope. Try to change. Why are you getting that error? Has no export. Did you mean import? Let's see. What is it there? It's import. Import. Send email. What are you getting? What are you putting here? Import send email. Send email. Send email. Okay. Create message. We've got to contact. need to import this one. No, the thing is, this one was imported, automatically imported by AI, yeah, so that's why you get that error, these errors. Create message. Let's try to change this to just import. Okay, all that error is gone, but we still have this one. Here is actually sender. So I need to change that to, need to change this to sender. So you can change from here sender to just name. Or if you keep that, you can keep that and then you do sender is equal to name. So that error is gone. Okay. All right. So let's go back to front end. We want to try that. All right. So we can create a message. Try to send. So we want to see, but also we want to open our, since I want to tell you that we use a mail trap to test mail trap. Use a mail trap to test. If you see the credentials here we are using, this is for mail trap. Mail trap. So if you start now, you go to production, you can change this to a production one. Let's see. So you go inbox. This is inbox. So the message was sent a few seconds ago. Let's try to see that message. And if you come back here, the message was sent successfully. The message was sent few minutes ago, few seconds ago. This is the message. So I can try to send another one. Okay, Lucy Howe. Let's say hello. Hello. So I want to ask about my project, something like that. Send. So we want to see that message here. So this means that you can receive the message from your email. So the message is here, and then also the message was saved in the database. So we cannot access the database right now because we need to create a dashboard. So in dashboard we can create that in next video, but before that, please let's go and work on about and service and homepage. All right, so first we need to go to homepage. This is what we have in homepage. So we need to design the homepage, our homepage. So we can go back to can close this for now. This one, this one, this one. So for homepage, this is this one here on this directory, the app directory. This is actually our homepage. So if you hit this one, this is the homepage. So we need to do a few things in here. As usually, so we need to wrap this in material UI. First of all, need to remove this guy, put it outside, and then also this one, it's outside, like so. And then we just wrap this in material UI, app provider. So close that, and then pass this here. So if you save that, go back to home page. Nothing has changed so far, it's still the same, but we have a couple of things we need to do. First of all, we need to, inside here with a couple of components we need to add we don't need we don't need this one flex column. We don't need all of this one. Instead, we can add a few things here. Let's say main, but we need to have let's say, for example, hero section, and then also we need to have let's say um, hero section of actually all of this one is supposed to go inside there, and wrap this inside. So another way is just remove that one, and then this one is main, just wrap in main like this. So we'll have this one will go into about us, about section, sorry, section, and then we also have feature project. We can have match, but you can just say project section. So about hero section, sorry, hero section, about section, and the hero section. So you can have match sections as you want. So if you want, you can also go to, you can close this one. You can go to Flowbit, where you can get some pre-designed component, and you can use them. You can go here. So this video is just to show you how you can design. You can design using Tailwind CSS, but you can. We are not really going to deep in designing. We're just going to show you how you can speed up. For example, this is a good. This one is good. You can use kind of this component. Let's see feature. Let's just give it time. Also, this is the one. This one is free, so you can actually use this one or that one, the top one. But this one also looks nice. So the rest one is poor, so you need to sign up all of that. So if you can take this one, see, for example, in a small screen, so you want to have the image medium and large screen, so you can copy this and use it. So just copy the section, and then this can be for hero section, but we don't have that hero section. We don't have the hero section, so you need to create the hero section, because we cannot put everything in here. We're going to go to component and then create a component called hero section .tsx. So we can do app slash component slash hero section. So you can do, let's see if this guy can speed up. Can do const hero section, and then we can just return this one. Let's see what you're returning. What are you returning here? We don't want to return that. Instead, we want to return our component. The one copy from the one copied there. Let's see. Return. Yeah, we need to return this one. What do you have in here? First of all, let's correct the class. We can do control detect all spelling errors and correct them. So what do you return there? What error do you have again? Let's see. If I remove that, let's return div. You don't have that error, so I can wrap this in div or wrap this in a fragment. But looks like we also have a couple of issues in here. What do you have in here? You can change image with the img. the image. So for image, this will require you, first of all, will require wide, set wide, let's see, wide, and then height. So this one need to close tag. Need to close the tag. What else? You need to change this. Need to use link. So next link, and this one too. Next link. That's it. So you can export this. Can do export default. If you use the export default or export, you want to wrap this, if you have much more to export, it depends. So for image, you are actually we use a default image. This image is from Flowbit Amazon. We will change to ours, right? So now here we can import hero section. Hero section. We can add app. So if you save that, go back to home page. This is our home page. Currently our home page is empty. So if you just give it time, or can you reload it? We don't need to have all these stars here. Don't need all this, except we want to make the screen fuller. Just give it time to reload. Still compiling. This error, we will fix it. For now, let's keep going, because I think it's in some of the component we fixed, we are using somewhere. So this one is from where we cannot find it. So image 2 is fittings required for image here. Class, we don't need class, but if you take next image, let's see, use avatar. So we need height, size, and then source. That's what's required for image. Okay, we don't need this one for now. Next image. So here is for image. If you want to go read more about image, sometimes also the error is related to loading. So we can check on that first. A couple of things here we need to check. Link. So okay, what I can do is, let's see, up. I have filled this error here. Say clip rule. Where is it? I'll need to change that. Uppercase, rule, uppercase. What else? But sometimes you want to give to this guy to correct the copilot or the other thing. They don't. The other guy, the other AI tools, they don't really correct it properly, so we still seeing some errors. Wow, like that one. Where is it exactly? I'm trying to see where it's coming from. Trying to see it here. Can use AI to clean up. So can do let's clean up this template. This template and add comment. So we also need to add comment so that we can see. All right, so let's see if those errors still there again. Can go to just paste this one here. Save. Let's try to watch from here. Compiling. Reload. Where is that error coming from? So the error is coming from go to header, and then also here. So the error is coming from the header. Go to header section, and then this one here. So need to change that to all. And this one too, we can this one we can ignore that. We get back to that one. So once we save, we will get this error. Why? Because of the image. So we need to add our own image. So since we can look for our own image, I think we close this one. So here it's complaining about the image, the path, so we cannot load this one. So Next.js cannot load this one. If you want to load this, use now img. If you want to load, use img like this, so that will load that image. But we don't want to use img. We want to also enjoy the feature, Next.js feature, image caching, all of that. So we can use img image from Next.js. So we don't want to use img here. And then let's first of all fix that pattern. This one, sorry, this one, the bd. Let's see. BG primary, we don't have primary, so anyways primary, we can change that to green. Can set to green. My favorite color is green, so I can set that to green. I think start or whatever. So this image, if you want to use that image, we have to change. You have to keep this one, but we want to use img a image, and then also add white. Can add white, set white, and then also set height. So if you want to use this one as a register, this one, the domain, but we can use an image called hero. So we don't have this one. We can look for a hero image or any image, yeah, can be used here. So let's go and do that. All right, so I got an image and then I use my window image editor to edit it. So I remove the background to at least match here, and then just you can just add image in the public. Yeah, so go to the project, where is your project, and then public, and just post image here. So I just post image here and then hero. So from here now just access hero, go to public, where's the public, this is the public, yeah, and then hero. You can just drag the image there, here. So it's good if the image doesn't have a background. Without background the image looks good. So this is the image, yeah. um, next we also need to add next component which will now about us. So if you want to add about us, we can so you can copy the same component, just turn maybe image go this side, image go this goes this side, and then content the other side. All right, let's create about us and feature project components. All right, so for about us, you can go again to flow beta. Can scroll down. Just we can find something to use. Looking for marketing components. Or CTR. Kind of this one. Let's see. So we can use this one. Can use kind of this one. So we just want to copy the style, since it's a material UI. Sorry, since it's Tailwind CSS, so we can play around with it. So copy the CSS, the template. We can create another component here called about us section, .tsx. So this will be app slash component slash about us about us section to tsx. So you can do const about us section. So we'll just return this. So we need to correct it a little bit. We need to correct the classes. Let's see. Okay, what else we need to correct? Can try to wrap this in a, let's see, can wrap this in a div or fragment if you want. Nope, I think you are missing something inside here. Let's try to wrap with a div. A couple of things here I need to do. Need to correct. So we can correct. We can correct this. We didn't copy it properly. For the button getting started, you see that we need to fix this one. We are having issue with this. So if you go back, copy this one, and then paste it back. Class name, and then change this to uppercase, and also this one, rule, to uppercase. I just save that. What else do we need to change in here? Section, closing tag for section. Okay, let's try to get a closing tag for section. Is it there? So once you copy the HTML and paste it, and so it usually happen that is missing some closing tag. So you can also just copy and use AI to clean up. Let's clean up this one. Let's clean up this template. So let's AI to clean it up. So speed up, can speed up our development. Okay, that's done. So I can copy this and then try to replace it back. For image, image is the same thing. So we can choose to use the same thing. Let's go back fast forward to our app. So from our app here, we are not using it yet. So it's here, but if you want to include it now, you can close this one and this one. So you must go to our application. You can also get about section. As for this section is supposed to be here, and then also can show about us section. So about us section is there. You can change that with the app like so. So we need also project section, feature project section. So if you want to preview that one, you can preview it. Just give it time to load. So you will also need some images to use for your home page. Let's see. Okay, you will also need some image so that you can replace with this one. You can replace this one. So you need the image, content, all of that. But for now, let's just add feature image, a feature project. Okay, we can also look for feature project. If you go for feature project, feature project, we just want to show list of we want to show project card, but we have something, another different way you can handle that. First of all, let's first of all replace the image. Can replace this? Can use imd image, sorry, for next. Can use next image component. So we want to load the image here, but the image we want to load, I have an image. Let's see, I got an image which is here called about us. So you can choose any image, so it doesn't matter. Image dot let's see, what's the name for the image? About dot jpeg. So about dot jpeg. So it's the same image. So you can also use img image image and then replace with the same about dot jpeg. So for image you must add the size, wide, must set wide 1000, and then height 1000. Let's see, we will work on this. Don't worry, we'll work on this. For now, let's just set this. Also, this one you can try to use. You can update this. Replace with and plus semicolon. So another way you can, the way it shows, you can just remove that and then use parentheses like this. So this will still going to work. So go back to our application. This is our application. I'll change the image. So about, it doesn't really matter. You can change about. SMS software, let's help you connect with friend, community, stuff like that. So it doesn't matter. This we are just designing, so the content depends on which one we are going to do. So on click getting start, here we need to change, we need to remove that. Sorry, we need to use link. So where do you want to redirect the user? You can redirect the user to about. Want to redirect the user to about. Yeah, so this is it. But the button is not showing. The button is not showing. You can change where is primary. Check where is the primary. Change that to green, to your preferred color or desired color. Wait to see. Now if we click this one, it will take us to about us. So back to home page. So if you also want, you can add lines to separate. So it depends on how you want to play around with the design. So this one, the first one, you can actually maybe redirect the user to like service. For example, service, the top one, this one, and then the other one maybe redirect the user to which one is which one. Okay, this one can go to contact us, contact. So this one will take the user to contact, and the other one take the user to about. So if I click on this will take me to service. You can change the text. It doesn't matter which text you are showing, so depend on which one. You can share, for example, view service service. So this will change that text there. So give it time. For Next.js, you have to give it time to compile. Give it time to compile. That's back to this. It's going to the service. So this will take back to the service, and this will take you to contact. All right. So the lastly, we can just work on one more component here, which will be cells. No, sorry, feature projects. So we can let's work on the let's just go on the other feature project first. All right, but before that, we can actually preview the our app in a small screen. So try to reload small screen. For example, this one. Which one? So this will work on this ones. All of this. We will work on that. So you can ignore that for now. Right. So you want to see for small screen. If you go to let's take for example any mobile here. So this is what you see. This is what you get. The user will see the small screen. So you can play around this the text. You can actually change data. For example, can go and add the hero section. Let's say for example, welcome to SM software. Okay, let's ask AI if AI can type content. Describe your description goes here. And if you sometimes if you add comment at the description about same software, max, let's say max character to maybe something maybe 300 or 240, 230. Let's see if this guy can add some comment here. Maybe you can just do Lorem. Doesn't matter which one you want to, just use Lorem. If you save that, Lorem. Let's try to reload. Sometimes take time to update, but you see at least the the design. You can play around the content, the design. So if you go to a small screen, you can ignore these errors for now. Since we're still in development, there's some component we haven't worked on completely. So you can play around with you can play with this one. So the last one you can add is scroll. We want to add a project here, but we can work on it now. Let's go work on it. All right, so for the next and the last part of this series, we are going to add the feature project, and also complete the rest of the rest of the part of our application. All right, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and enable the notification. Thank you for watching. My name is Shaban Musomba. See you in the next part.